Renesmee. I couldn't help but sit there and enjoy my surroundings and think about my basically perfect life. I have my family that loves me more than their own Ives, and we'll get to him later. My always funny Uncle Emmett, my beautiful Aunt Rosalie, my historical and calming Uncle Jasper, and my usual optimistic crazy Aunt Alice. My grandparents are amazing. The loving Esme and smart and calm Carlisle. My perfect always gushy parents, Edward and Bella, who fit the word soulmate to A.T. Then there is the pack, a group of some of my favorite people. A group full of shape-shifting wolf people. Within that group there's one person that makes my day worth living, my best friend, my son. My Jacob. Growing up being a half-vampire, living around shape-shifters. Vampires and few humans surely shaped my personality. I can be calm and slightly shy like my mother, Bella, or I can show the side that I got from the pack, and Uncle Emmett, that's sarcastic, cocky and outgoing. It was amazing that I was thinking about all of this while also being very much aware of my surroundings. I had to be me, and Jake were playing our hide-and-go-seek tag game. I just called it hunting one another. I sniffed the air and I smelled him. I knew the smell of my Jacob anywhere. I knew it better than my own. Jacob was my everything, and I'd never told him just how much my feelings had changed. I used to think that it was strange looking at Jacob one day as a best friend and then noticing his beautiful buff body and russet skin and uhh. Then even weirder the next day seeing him as my lover. At first it was almost too weird, seeing as though he played a huge part in raising me, but after a while it became common, almost as natural as breathing for me to love him this way. My parents were amazing, especially my dad. He could read my mind, literally, and knew exactly how much I loved Jacob, and instead of going insane like I expected both him and Mom to do, he just said, "Ness, you are growing, and despite the fact that you have only been biologically alive for 6 years, I know that you are mature enough to make the right decisions for you. So I won't hound you about your feelings, just know that you will always be my little girl no matter how you feel for Jacob." How awesome is that? We had a heart-to-heart and I confirmed that yes, I will always be his little girl. What surprised me even more was Mom and Dad gave me permission to be with Jacob. I mean, I know Mom trust me with Jake because even before me they were friends too. Mom gave me to Jake to run away together during the whole Volturi situation. I also know that Dad loves Jake like a brother and best friend, but still I thought it was strange, but I would not complain. I had permission if only I would get some courage and tell him how I feel. I tried many times, but the mere thought of Jacob rejecting made me hyperventilate, which is really hard when your heart already goes at a heart attack rate, as Emmett says. I brought myself out of my thoughts as I heard his paws not too far from me. I began to smile. He was hiding in the trees, stalking me, hunting his prey. Everything went silent, and just in time. I ducked as his wolf body came jumping at me. I was laughing, then said, "And you're supposed to be the alpha? That's sad." He started snarling. Jacob was the alpha and had been since the Volturi situation. On top of the 6 wolves that phased during that time, 3 more came along. Sam gave up the position, saying he was ready to start a family, and he has a boy, a girl and another, we don't know yet, on the way. Leah and Paul all left the pack. Leah went to California and, from what Jake told me, had fallen in love with a part Cherokee part Macaw man. Paul quit recently because Rachel, one of my best girlfriends and Jake's sister, was now 3 months pregnant. He jumped again, this time having caught me off guard, based to my thoughts, and had me pinned to the ground growling in my face. A normal human girl would have pissed her pants, while a vampire would have tried hard not to show fear, knowing they were about to be ended by the huge horse-sized wolf, but see, I was not normal in any stretch of the word, so I just stared at his beautiful dark wolf eyes. He got closer until he licked my face with his wolf tongue, and I burst out laughing. "Jake, you, that's gross, you dog." He put on his wolf grin that made me laugh harder and ran behind a tree to go phase. When Jake returned, I could have swore my extremely fast heart skipped not 1 or even 2, more like 12 heartbeats. Cut off sweat shorts, no shoes, and my favorite, no shirt. He looked like a damn native Greek god. His russet skin looked so awesome in the light, and mine's had a fluorescent glow, nothing like an actual vampire. "Hey Ness, what's that?" Jacob said and pointed behind me. Like an idiot, I trusted Jake and looked behind myself. The next thing I know, Jake has me over his shoulder, caveman Style tickling me to whatever death a half-vampire could have. PP please Jake okay I'm sorry. I was laughing extremely hard but, I did notice how my body reacted to Jacob's touch. I guess I've just gotten used to it. What was that about me being a sad excuse for an alpha? Okay I'm sorry. And, I waited too long and he began to tickle me harder, if that was possible. Okay you Jacob Willie. I'm black or the best alpha in the history of alphas and I Nessie Cullen I'm sorry. Jacob stopped tickling me and put me down so softly as if I would break from it being any more intense. Jacob being 6.7 feet bent down cuss I am like 5.6 feet, slightly so me and him were eye level and said softly almost seductively, that's what I thought. OMG he was so damn close if I leaned in enough we would be kissing. My heartbeat picked up slightly at that thought and before I could say something, probably extremely stupid, Jacob's iPhone rang. I thought it would be one of Jacob's very loyal customers. Jacob L. Owned cars but for some strange reason did not want to start a business so Carlisle talked to some of his very wealthy friends about Jacob. Long story short, Jacob became very trusted and a bunch of Carlisle friends and Carlisle's friends got Jake to work on their cars. They paid him extremely well because of his great job. Despite the difference in species Jake was family to the Cullens. And vice versa so he trusted Alice and gave her a good sum of his profit to put in the stock market. And let's just say in little under 6 months Jacob had made about $100,000 and is still bringing in huge cash. You wouldn't notice though, he still acts like good old pants only Jacob. My Jacob. I knew I was wrong about it being a client when Jake gave me the phone to read a text from Alice. Oh great. Listen dog I have grown quite fond of you but I will kill if you don't have my niece here in 10 minutes we have to go shop hurry up now this is serious. Bye. Love Alice. I stared at Jake for a minute before he burst out laughing which in turn made me laugh. Well I think we should head back I don't wanna face the wrath of Pixie. I agreed. Luckily I knew Alice would never hurt Jacob because she, along with everyone else, knew I loved Jacob and knew hurting him would hurt me. They surely wouldn't murder him. I know I would literally die without my Jacob. We got back and before we even hit the steps Alice was pulling me to my father's gift to her, a yellow Porsche. Alice. My mother. Bella screamed. I don't think she has gotten used to vampirism. She doesn't have to scream, hello, super sensitive hearing. She could have whispered and we would have heard her. Yes Bella I promise we will not go over 10 this time geez. Alice huffed and pouted. I chuckled she was so small and adorable. No, you won't go over 5. That's final. My mother said. Of course they were speaking about thousands of dollars. Bella you suck. Fine. Alice said looking sad and pathetic. I gave her a hug which quickly cheered her back up. Unlike my mother I actually like clothes. I was not as crazy as Alice but not as plain and picky as my mom. I liked shoes of all kinds, heels, tennis shoes, and flats. I loved the casualness of tennis shoes, the adorableness of flats and the height and adultness of heels. Jacob once said he loved how I looked in heels, which could be another reason. Me and Alice went to the Seattle Mall she refused to let me shop in Port Angeles. Whatever. We went in and I found everything. Coach, Louboutin, Versace, Miu Miu, Prada, Yves Saint Laurent, it was amazing. We did in fact go over 5,000 but mom has a soft spot for me so hopefully mom won't be too mad. We got back pretty fast based on Alice's fast driving. I could not really judge I drove pretty fast too. Only pers on in the family who did not drive like a fast and furious racer was my mom. We got back and before I could step out of the car Jake was there and had me in a huge hug. Since forever it has always hurt me and Jacob to be away from each other for more than maybe a couple hours. When he pulled back my knees went weak for a minute when I looked at his beautiful body and gorgeous face. Damn the things he did to me. He had on a black fitting shirt that showed off his biceps and dark denim jeans and black Timberlands. Nothing too glamorous it's just well he's hot. I don't think he noticed, fortunately. So I straightened myself out and we walked back to the house with all my bags on his arms. And there were at least 10 huge bags but he carried it with ease. Shapeshifter strength I suppose. Thank God you're home. Everyone is acting so strange. I asked Belle's cause ya know she's bad with secrets and even she wouldn't tell me, said I had to wait till You got back because it involved you two. I could tell Jake was frustrated from the toddler tantrum tone in his voice. That made me laugh and him smile. What are you laughing at? You are so impatient. And you still love me. I do. And I did more than I think he knows. We got inside and Jacob put my bags down. Hello Ness darling, would you and Jake like something to eat? My awesome kind and sweet grandma Esme asked. Sure and we all know Jake is hungry. Me and Esme chuckled while Jake just tried not to smile, eventually failing. Me and Jake ate some steak and potatoes. I liked human food but not as much as humans liked it. And definitely not as much as the wolves. I still had to hunt, but if I hunted big I only had to hunt once a month, and if I hunted something small then I would have to hunt twice that month. The whole time me and Jake laughed. We would look up and sneak glances at one another and start laughing. That's how it had always been with me and Jacob, natural, like breathing, like your heart beating, like soulmates. After we finished our food we went to the living room where it was obviously tense. Jake was right, something was wrong. Okay, she's here, the food's gone now, someone please stop acting weird and tell us what the hell is going on. Dad sighed, he hated lying to Jacob. Mom looked extremely sad and Carlisle stood up looking sad as well. Jacob, Ness please sit down, we did, and he continued. As you both know, the reason we live the life we live is to be as less as immoral as possible, also to be able to interact with humans. Now the rest of the family is out of school but I still work at the hospital and we all still go out on occasions. Edward brought to us Bella and Bella brought us the family of Renesmee and loyalty and even friendship of the pack and Jacob for years now. Carlisle stopped then began again. Like he physically didn't want to. Forks has been more of a home to us than any other place, but we are vampires. He stopped again and I felt Jacob go stiff next to me. I saw Jake look at Dad, who just nodded his head sadly in confirmation of Jacob's thoughts. Once Dad nodded, Jacob looked like the breathing dead. I wanted to comfort him but I was still confused. And I said, beginning to get annoyed. My dad spoke this time. And dear, as vampires we don't age and people are beginning to notice whenever we are out. I understood. I was not stupid, but I had to have confirmation of this nightmare. I whispered, not knowing how I could speak at all, so we have to. I couldn't speak anymore, I couldn't find the words. Yes Ness, we have to move. My mind went blah, NK for a minute and then my first thought was my Jacob. My second thought was, oh shit, fucking tastic. What the fuckk. So well for a pretty perfect life. But I'm in love with her. Jacob. Okay, I was not stupid, I did not have to hear them say it to know what was going on. Let me just say that about 6 years 4 months 2 weeks and 4 days ago was the day my life was shit, and then all of a sudden meant something. I had a reason to live, reason to wake up, and something to die for. I used to think imprinting was crap, ruined lives, and was never meant for me until my imprint was born. I never thought of Ness like that. I didn't have any romantic feelings for her when she was younger. I looked at her like my reason for existence, not me finally getting laid. I loved her like a brother loves his sister because that's the way she loved me. As her feelings changed, mine's changed as well. I think it was an imprint thing, but our emotions, our feelings were so in sync with one another I knew when her feelings would progress. From the feelings I got from her now, we were definitely in that last stage, the stage of lovers. I'll be the first to admit she is not a little girl anymore. She has curves, way curvier than Bella. Don't know where she got that from, but I damn sure didn't complain. She has light bronze curls and beautifully pale skin, size 20C breast and a nice ass. No offense, but damn was she fine. I honestly think Edward would kill me if he didn't know. Aside from a few bad thoughts, my mind was not usually in that section for Ness. Usually it was just 100% adoration for my other half. I knew that if I did ask Ness out on a date that Edward nor Bella would be upset, maybe a little protective but not upset. It was me that was scared. I was afraid, 1, that she will reject me, which is stupid cause if I feel this way then so does she, so that was because I was being a bitch too. Cause I didn't want to mess this up, although she was my imprint. That didn't mean she couldn't leave, and it definitely didn't mean she couldn't fall in love with someone else. I was in love with her. I adored the 17 years she had become, technically I guess. Every move she made formed a smile on my face. I used to talk shit about Quill, but damn had I became like him. Even when Ness was little I never looked twice at any of the girls who talked to me. Why? I just didn't see their faces. I thought it would be weird feeling stuff like that when the time came, seeing as though I partially raised her, but it felt so natural when we did transition. Like breathing, like it's supposed to be that way, and really, I guess it is. I loved Renesmee, can't and refused to see myself without her. Then I realized these damn vamps, which I had begun to look at like family, were trying to take her away from me. I was about to growl when I heard a snarl that I knew was not mine but to the left of me from Ness. No, she said low, but you could hear the fury in her voice. She stood up looking like a woman scorned. You guys can leave, but I will not be going with you. Forks, my home, and I will not leave, Renesmee said. Over the years she became more stubborn like her parents and rebellious like me. Renesmee, Bella finally spoke, obviously sad. You don't have a choice, we have to go. I'm sorry. No, you guys have to go. I don't. I can stay. People barely even know me. I can go stay with Grandpa Charlie or something, she pleaded. Oh God, I hated seeing her sad. It made me want to kill and destroy whatever the problem was. Renesmee, I know you will miss Charlie and Forks, but this is what's best. She stopped, stared at all of us, and her eyes stayed on me for a while, looking so sad I wanted to get up and kiss the sadness of her face, but I couldn't move. She looked away, closing our connection. You're right, I will miss Charlie, but I know I will see him again. I can go without him for a while, at least to down suspicion for our family, for us. I will miss Forks, it is my home, but I know we have to leave and it'll be waiting for me. But, Bella asked. I looked at Edward with the same question, and he didn't look up right away but did catch my eyes and could tell my question. He just pointed at his head, signaling Bella was shielding us. She was hesitant but eventually answered, how can this be what's best if I lose my Jacob? I won't leave him, and no one in here can make me. She ran off before anyone could answer and left me in the awkward situation with everyone staring either at me or the door she just ran out of. I normally would have been worried, but I knew she was going to the cottage where no one could hear her thoughts and where she could go play her instruments, which included a piano, viola and guitar. Probably on the guitar. Well, that went hell. Ha, get it? Emmett broke the silence. Stupidly, I may add. Me and Emmett and Jasper were close, like brothers, but like brothers sometimes they both grated on my nerves. This was one of those times. Shoo, tee up, this is serious. Edward snarled my thoughts, my unspoken thoughts. I decided to speak just to make sure I hadn't gone into a coma. I'm gonna go check on Ness, I said low, even I could hear the sadness and depression in my voice. Just as I began to get up, Jacob, wait, we have some more to tell you, Edward replied. What? More great news? How much more do you think I can take? What's next? You gon' tell me you've decided to poison me and in 10 minutes I'll drop dead? Actually, that sounds a lot better than you taking Ness away from me. I hope you don't expect me to just give her up so easily. I thought all of this knowing Edward could read me from the way he looked at me with an apologetic look on his face. With that apologetic look on his face there was something else that most looked like hope or slight happiness. No, he said in a little voice, answering my thought. I don't expect you to just walk away, and that's why I have an opportunity for you. Jacob, you have become family to me and the rest of the Cullens. I think we all agree that if you choose to, you have a place with us when we do move, if you choose to come. My first thought was hell yes. My second was well. I was taken aback. I think this may have actually made me lose my voice. Wow, I will admit, me and the Cullens had become rather close since Ness' birth, and even closer after the whole Volturi situation. Ah, even you, Blondie, as what I said in order to save face, but I was literally touched. Blondie just smirked and rolled her eyes. Great, Jacob, glad to have you there, said Edward with a small smile on his face. Jake, you shouldn't decide so fast, you have obligations here in La Push. What about the pack and Billy? Of course, this was Bella, always a worry nut even in vampire state. Edward grinned at that thought. Although she brought this up, I visibly saw her look happier. Me and Bella's relationship was supposed to get weird, but strangely it got better. She was still my best friend, second to Ness of course. I guess because now I loved her like a best friend, not a lover. We all saw that it was pretty obvious the reason I loved Bella was because I knew she'd be a part of my life. I just never thought through Ness. It had always been Ness. Don't worry about that, I'll handle it. She didn't look convinced, so I told her what they all knew was true. I whispered while looking down. I can't live without her and I refuse to lose her if I have any other option. I'm coming, I told, not asked. We know Jacob. Edward sighed and clapped my shoulder. I walked off after that in the direction of the cottage. I went to go tell my heart that I would follow her anywhere to the edge of the earth, the moon, and wherever the hell her parents planned to take her. Hope you liked it. Tell me if you have a suggestion. I will probably make 5 chapters before I post this, I'm just saying. I'll try to post a bunch of chapters and post them frequently. I hate when authors take years to finish a damn story. I'm just impatient, I guess, and over time get too curious for my own good. I still can't believe this. Renesmee, Ness. What the hell? Were still the words on my mind. I left the Cullen M. Mansion and ran straight to my parents' cottage. I knew no one would follow because they knew I would be here. This is where I go to vent. I can't believe this. Aren't these the people that love me? If they do, why would they take me from my heart? I am really pissed at my parents. I see how they act when they are apart for a few hours, and they see how me and my Jacob act when we're apart for a few hours, hell, sometimes less. They know the feeling. How could they do this to me? I remember the day Alice slipped up and told me that at one time my father had to leave for the sake of Mom's safety, and when he left, Mom went insane and went cliff diving. Now to me that doesn't sound too risky. I go cliff diving with Jake all the time, but I guess for a human, especially one as clumsy as my mom, that can be fatal. Anyway, with her doing that and me being her daughter and me being half vampire, therefore making my emotions and feelings more intense, what makes them think that I wouldn't go completely insane without my love? My one and only, my Jacob. I sniffle and tears stream down my eyes as I think of this. I decide to go to my room and play on my favorite instrument, the guitar. While I strum my guitar, I think of one song I want to play but know that if I do I'll cry. Jacob's song. I wrote Jake a song a long time ago. It was the first whole song I played in my first original piece. My favorite piece. I tried not to play it. Even hummed other tunes in my head. At the end of my nonsense I just decided to get it over with, give into my song. As I expected, tears met my eyeballs at the first note. I sat there playing his song when I heard the sound of heavy footsteps heading up the stairs. Wow, I must have been so into my playing and crying I didn't notice him running towards me. By the time I looked up, he was already in the doorway, leaning against the door in all his native godlike glory. "Why did you stop playing?" he whispered. "You walked in. That's not a very good excuse. Come on, keep playing. You know that is my favorite song," Jake urged while he walked over and sat next to me on my bed. I began playing again, the whole time holding back tears so not to look weak in front of my Jacob. There was no use. After I got in the middle of the song I began to burst into tears. Honestly, I am proud of myself. I expected to fail my objective a lot sooner. Of course, Cobb, being so damn awesome, held me immediately in an affectionate embrace. He let me cry into his shirt for who knows how long, comforting, telling me everything would be alright. Unless my family had changed their minds, he was wrong. "Jacob, it won't be okay if I can't be with you. You're my best friend, Jake. I need you, and I am unconditionally in love with you. I am not in any way myself without you, my Jacob." Is what I wanted screamed to him, but of course I did not have nearly enough guts for that, and luckily my mind connection was closed and were not sending him my thoughts. "Ness, it will be okay. Listen, I have some good news," he said, obviously a smile playing on his face. I do not understand how he could see anything as good right now. Maybe I did not mean as much to him as he did to me. That thought made me cry harder. "Nothing can be good right now, Jake. I think you should listen first." "What is it, Jacob?" "I'm coming with you." I don't believe I heard him right. I couldn't have. Jacob was born and raised here. His family was here. He wouldn't just leave for me and my vampire family. I don't know why he would fuck with me like that, but I am about to give him a piece of my mind. "Jake, why would you mess with me like that? This is serious. I am going to miss you, and instead of being serious you play games with my emotions." Jacob looks shocked but then laughs. "This ain't a joke, Ness. This is for real. I've talked to your father and all the rest of the Cullens and I am coming with you, to wherever you're going. Jacob, you can't be serious. You have a life here, this is your home. What about Billy and the pack and Rachel? As much as I would love Jake to go, I couldn't let him. I couldn't let him give up his life here for me. Jacob got real serious and I got real quiet. I don't know if it was the alpha nature in him, but when he said something everyone got quiet to listen. His demeanor, his voice, his confidence and authority, he just demanded respect. Another thing I love and would miss. Renesmee, you're my best friend and wherever you are is where my home is. Listen, he picked up my hand and put it to his heart while my heart sped up. There is only nay person I can't live without and her name is Renesmee Carly Cullen. I'll handle all of that and I know it will be hard to leave La Push, but it would be even harder for me to stay here and be without you. By this time I was in tears. My Jacob's words touched my half-human heart. I love him so much and he's right because same goes for me. Wherever he is my home. For someone who is a best friend, I was wondering if his feelings are romantic too. I mean, he said he couldn't be without me. Nah, I think I'm just reading too much into it. Jacob brushed the tears off my cheeks with his thumbs and gave me a chaste kiss on the cheek. Well, I think we have to go back to the big house. You know your dad gets worried without his little princess. Jake snorts. I don't see why he's joking. So does my big bad wolf. But you don't see me complaining. We both laugh at my comment and began to walk at a human pace back to the Cullens. Just enjoying each other's company because for a second we thought we had lost one another. We make it back and my mom is waiting on the porch. I couldn't take 2 steps on the driveway before she embraced me in a big bone-crushing vampire hug. Literally. Bells, I think you're hurting Ness, Jake said. He has always been protective of me and he can always tell how I feel and vice versa. We are just in sync, I guess. My parents never questioned Jake when he said I was feeling a certain way because they knew he was usually correct. Like now. So my mom let me go. Sorry, it's just, I know this is hard for you and I really am sorry and I don't want you to have to go through this. If there was any other way I would. I cut my mom off. She rambles sometimes when she's upset. I cut her off with a hug. Mom, I am not upset. I know there is nothing else you can do. I just want you and Dad and everyone else to know that I love that you are putting my feelings in this and you're allowing Jake to go. I love all of you guys. It hurts to leave, but thanks for easing some of my pain. We hugged and by the time we got done, Jacob, Emmett, Dad and Jasper were already inside playing Xbox 360. I walked inside and sat down when Carlisle unnecessarily cleared his throat and Dad paused the game. There is more we need to discuss, Carlisle said. We all sat back down to listen to Carlisle. I would have complained, but I knew no matter what happens now, as long as I had Jacob there, everything would be all right. Well, first there is the sake of our new identities. Whoever is going to school will need documents, so Bella or Jasper, one of you needs to go see Jenks and get those. I'll do it. Jenks is still scared of Jazz over here, my mother said while glaring at Uncle Jazz. He only smiled and rolled his eyes in response. All right, that works. Now we need ages and grades. Jacob and Emmett, it will be a bit of a stretch considering your heights and sizes, but I think you guys can pull off juniors. Everyone else can be juniors as well unless you would like a different grade. Nobody objected, but I was shocked, so I asked my dad and mom using my power, which I could now just send to people without using my hands. I'm going to school. They both looked at me, smiled and nodded. I don't know why, but I got up and did the happy half vampire dance as Jacob called it, and everyone guessed why I was happy and burst out laughing. Besides from that display, we will also need names. Jasper and Rosalie, you two can be the Hale twins again, if you would like. Your story stays the same. Bella, Emmett and Alice, you three can be brother and sisters. We can use the Cullen name or whatever name you choose. Edward and Renesmee, since you two look so obviously alike, you two will have to pass as twins, seeing as though you are both playing the same age. Jacob, your story won't be too much of a stretch. You were a friend of mine's son and you wanted to go with us to see places outside of Washington. Is everyone okay with this? Everyone agreed, and Mom, Emmett and Alice agreed upon Dad's old name of Masson. It would have been Swan, but Emmett said it was too chick-like for his taste. Mom just hit him upside the head. We've decided on New Hampshire, Jacob, and leaving next Friday. Edward said. Jacob just nodded his head and scooted next to me. I guess with all that went on today, I couldn't blame him, but he laid his head on my shoulder and fell asleep snoring. Ah, my Jacob, Jacob. It was a really long day and I wanted to do nothing more than go to sleep, and where a better place than on the love of my life's shoulder. What an awesome way to go to sleep. Only thing I can think of is better as her asleep in my arms where I know she is protected and close. Don't get me wrong, I am in no way changing my mind about going to New Hampshire with my Ness, but I will admit I am a little apprehensive. Spoken like a true kid from La Push, I've never been anywhere besides Seattle, Forks and La Push, well aside from maybe if we went a longer distances in patrol and the time I ran away. Wow. That person that ran away seems like a totally different person and life. I look back and think, how stupid was I? Anyway, anytime I leave La Push it was on business or when I was pissed, so I never really got time to enjoy myself. I'm pretty damn sure that I'll enjoy myself with my Ness there with me. I am also maybe just a little cat-like joke, since I'm a wolf and can't stand cats, about telling the family. Especially the pack. It took Billy only a little while to adjust to Ness. At first he was a little distant with Ness when she was younger and me, but one day I told why father how much she meant to me, and honestly I don't think it's just a imprint thing. After that he let up a little, but what really got him was the next day when out of nowhere little Ness just ran up to him and gave him a big hug and thanked him, basically for going half on baby Jake and being an awesome dad to me. Hell, even I was shocked. I don't thank Billy enough, so when she did it must Vay touched his heart because he hugged her back and said she will always be a part of the Black family. Let's just say my mouth stayed open for all of this conversation. Rachel was even easier than Billy. She loved Renesmee from the beginning, saying, "Whoever makes you happy makes me happy, lil bro." What? This is the girl who used to bury me in sand and leave me there for what felt like hours. Whatever though, just another person I don't have to shut out of my life. The pack was, well, Seth, next to me was like Ness' best friend, so they hit it off since her birth, I guess because he's AC. Julie never had too much animosity towards vampires. They were so close I used to be kind of jealous as she got older, but she said she doesn't feel that way for him and I read his mind and he's ditto on feelings for Ness. They're simply friends, so I leave it at that. Embry and Quill used to be skeptical but never shunned her because they understood that I loved her. Embry came around first. They dead when they both started joking about me and my alpha role and love for her. I guess if it helped them get along then I'd suffer. Quill held out a little longer but he couldn't hold on any longer after Embry. Quill just couldn't help it. People are just naturally drawn to her, plus Claire and her befriended one another from the beginning, and anybody Claire loved and anybody who loved Claire, Quill loved too. I know that Embry, Seth and all the imprinted wolves will understand. Out of 16 wolves 9 had imprinted. Me, Quill, Brady, Colin, Vincent, Chris, Lewis, Drew and Quentin. The last are new wall. Vase I figured they'd be the last to imprint, but whatever I guess. Seth, Embry, Sean, Freddie, Saul, Jameer and Lucas were the only ones not imprinted. Out of them all I think Seth was the one who wanted to settle down the most. Embry was second, but they didn't like to dwell on it. Most of the new wolves looked at me like a father or best friend, so I know some of them won't like the idea of me leaving, but hopefully they will try to understand. I don't know what it was, but outside of my thinking mind I felt myself move and people speak around me. I felt myself being laid in a comfy soft bed, I presume. I stay around Ness so much and fall asleep over here. Esme, who I think of as a surrogate mother, built me like a small room cottage near the Cullen mansion since that's where Ness stays. Ness moved out of the Bella and Edward's cottage at 15, said she couldn't take the PDA and other things that still, without my feelings for Bella, make me vomit. The next thing I know I've got sunshine all on my face and something in my arms. Something sweet and soft, something I don't want ever to leave me. I opened my eyes just to make sure I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't. My beautiful N.S. lay asleep in my arms with her head on my chest, with her under the cover and me on top of the covers. I guess to keep it appropriate, she began to stir in my arms as I looked at her unreal beauty. I don't know what I did to deserve her. Even with all the shit I went through with Bella and Edward the First, still don't think I deserve all the love and happiness I get from this wonderful woman. I saw the change in her breathing and knew she was awake but was playing with me and not opening her eyes. "I know you're awake, Ness." She didn't answer and even tried to hide her very quick grin, but I still saw her beautiful juicy lips curl up just a little on the sides. "Well, I guess if you're not wake then I'll just go leave and come back later," I joked with her, hoping she wouldn't let me leave. Just like I had hoped, as I was getting up, she hurriedly grabbed my arm and pulled me back down on the bed with her. Well, someone just so happened to wake up just now, huh?" "Yeah, I guess I did," my angel chuckled. "God, or whoever gave me her, I promise to always love her with every fiber, cell and atom of my being." "I guess we have to go," she sighed, sounding a little sad. "What's wrong, hun? What are you talking 'bout?" I asked, upset now that she was. "We have to go tell the pack and Billy and Rachel the bad news. Might as well get it over with." I could hear the sadness in her voice. I don't think she noticed, but I had. She squeaked when she said Billy, the pack and Rachel. I guess she would though, she's just as much family to them as I was. I know they'd be sad and so would she. "You don't have to go, you know. I'm just gonna tell them the news. I can go alone, you know, spare you the hysterics. Please Jacob, they are my family too. I want to see them before you know," she sneered. I was upset about leaving. But nobody seemed as upset as my Ness. She may technically be 17, but there were times when her true 6-year-old temper showed itself. To her family it was something she needed to work on if she wanted to be treated like an adult. To me it was cute she was so innocent sometime. As bad as this may sound, her innocence turns on the alpha in me, the part that wanted to claim her innocence. And I don't know how to turn it off. I honestly don't know if I want to. I guess if there is no way to stop you from going, then go get dressed and so will I, and I'll meet you downstairs, okay? Okay. I don't argue too much about her going with me because it will be so much easier for me to tell everyone if she is there. It will stop me from listening to some of the persuasion people try to bark down my ears. I know even with what they're saying, I'll still go. It'll just be better for my temper if they just say, "Well, miss you," and let it be that. I went to take a shower and got dressed in a white t-shirt and cut-off jean shorts. I went downstairs and could still hear Ness in the shower. I began to get some inappropriate thoughts, so I went to go make breakfast to distract myself. Ness had started teaching me how to cook. I still was not nearly as good as her, but I could make a few things. I went and made some eggs and a ridiculous amount of pancakes, for a human at least. I had just got done making Ness' plate as she walked downstairs, looked casual and yet so damn beautiful. She was wearing a black t-shirt like mine's but fitting to her curvy body, skinny leg jeans that showed off her lower half, and white and black lace heels. My mouth went wide for a second. I loved her in heels. It made me want to do inappropriate things to her while just in those heels. But I had to think of her first. "Ness, you should probably go change into some tennis shoes. We're going to the beach a little later." "Oh, okay, be right back." She went at vampire speed and was back downstairs in about 5 seconds with some white and black Converses. "Oh, you made breakfast, let's hope it ain't burnt this time," she laughed at my expense. As much as I wanted to be smart with her, I couldn't. Her laugh just warms my insides, so all I can do is smile like the whipped wolf I had become. And I was in no way ashamed of it. After we got down eating, I went and got my keys to my new baby, a Harley-Davidson black Sportster motorcycle. I loved my new ride. Other than this motorcycle, I still had my Volkswagen Rabbit. I also had a black E-Class W212 Sports Line Bison Edition Mercedes-Benz. I no longer rode my Rabbit and the motorcycles I used to teach Ness how to ride since she was so bent on learning. I gave mine to her and Bella's to Seth since he wanted it. I had nothing better to do with either one, so why not? "I don't want to go in the motorcycle today. Can we take the car?" "Sure, but why?" It was unlike her to not want to take the motorcycle. She grew up around me and Blondie, so she was like our little protege. She always liked taking the motorcycle. "No reason, it's just I want to take the car today." I knew it was something deeper, but I wouldn't push her. She would tell me when she was ready. I grabbed the keys to the Benz and we headed to La Push. The whole way there I was thinking about ways to break the news to Billy and Rachel, seeing as though they would more than likely be the easiest and less work to put in. For the pack, I would have to throw a bonfire and announce to them all. As I sat there and thought, I looked over to my Ness and realized she had been rather quiet and seemed deep in thought. "What you thinkin' 'bout?" She hadn't answered right away, so I figured she hadn't been listening. I was about to ask again when she answered. "About how bad this is going to go." "What do you mean?" "Jacob, people are going to hate me. They may accept the fact that you'll leave because they can't go against the Alpha, but they can still hate me, and I don't want that. You have to stay. I appreciate you wanting to go for my comfort, but you have to stay." What the hell was she talking about? It was like she was completely clueless to just how much I needed her. For once I didn't give a damn what she said. I was going because it was what she wanted, whether she'd admit for my sake or not. It's what we both needed, and I will always fulfill her needs. "Ness, what the hell are you talking about? I am going, and I don't care what people think. They'll get over it. And think about it like this, if I stayed I'd be cranky and on everyone's ass anyway, so for their lives there, Luke. KY, I am going with you," I joked, and luckily she smiled. We made it to my house. I sat in the car for a second to go over my strategy while Ness just looked scared shitless. I went to get out while she stayed in the car. She did that sometime when she got too stressed. She would freeze and think. I think it's because being half vampire she has more space to think of shit, and her also being human, all those thoughts at one time can be a bit much. I walked over to her side and picked her frozen body up. I took her inside and greeted my dad and Rachel while walking to my room to set Ness down on my bed. She was still frozen, so I gave her a quick kiss on the forehead, although I so badly wanted to kiss those beautiful lips, and left her in my room to think. "Hey Jacob, what's up with Ness?" my sister said. "She's thinking too hard." I joked with my sister. She laughed a little with her little baby bump. "Hi son," my dad said. I went over and gave him a hug. Him, being my father, he could tell something was off. "What's wrong, Jacob?" I just sighed. "I have something to tell you guys." Billy looked at me for a second and I looked down, knowing looking at him would make this harder. I was just abo to come out and give them the news when Billy interrupted. "You're leaving?" It was a statement, not a question, from Billy. I looked up, shocked off my ass, and looked at Rachel, who also did not seem surprised. What the hell was going on? "How did you know?" This time Rachel answered. "Jacob, Ness is a vampire, well, half, but anyway, so is her family. We all knew it was a matter of time before they had to leave. Everyone knows that when that time came you would follow Renesmee," she said, matter of fact like. "So you guys are not mad?" A small voice came from behind me. I guess I was so shocked. "Ked, I didn't even notice Ness had left my room. We're sad to see you two leaving, but we knew the day would come." My pregnant sister got up and pulled Ness in a big hug and began to sob. "I'll miss you so much, Renesmee. Pregnancy hormones. I'll miss you to Rach. I promise to come back as soon as I can, and call me when you get closer to due date. Me and Jacob promise to be there." Okay. Ness," my father interrupted the lovey-dovey moment. He rolled over to her in his new motorized wheelchair I got him. "Ness, what I said before was not just words. You really are family to us blacks, and I will miss you. I trust you to take good care of my son and make sure he doesn't do anything stupid." My father smiled and opened his arms for a hug from her. She gave him a hug and he whispered to her how she is like another daughter to him, and I saw a few tears roll down her eyes. After some more sap and hugs, me and Ness left and went to go get some lunch. I had to call Seth so he could set the bonfire up. Since Leah left, Seth became my beta. No one was that shocked. He was the first one who followed me when I separated myself, and he had leadership qualities that, if you got to know him, were very obvious. "Yo Seth, I need you to get all the wolves together for a bonfire tonight." "Okay Jake, but what for?" "I'll tell you when you get to the bonfire." "Ah, you suck, and I'm suppose to be your beta. What kind of treatment is this? You're just nosy as hell." "See ya Seth." "Bye Seth," said Ness while she ate her rare done steak. "Bye Jacob." "Bye Ness." We hung up and I got back to eating my huge sandwich with fries. Once we were done, we headed to the beach for the bonfire that is sure to be different. 5 hours later. It was about 8 o'clock. Everyone had just ate some of Emily's delicious food. Even though Sam was no longer alpha, he was now an elder and still a part of the on-permanent strike pack, as I like to call them. And Emily still felt the need to take care of us. I knew I had to give up the news soon. Some of the wolves who had younger imprints had to get them home since it was getting late. Which were Vincent, Quentin, Quill and Drew. My dad was there and just got one telling the story about imprints so unexpectedly. My dad along with everyone else wanted me to tell Ness about the imprint. She didn't know what imprinting was for real, she didn't know that any the wolves imprinted and she didn't know I imprinted on her, she just knew that wolves find deep connections with a certain person. I would tell her, but the when was the question. I didn't want to tell her because the minute I told her I would first have to see how she feels and then tell her about me and Bella. That was not a discussion I wanted to have. My dad knew this so I figured he told his story so that the wolves would be more understanding seeing as they all knew I imprinted on her. Luckily he just summarized and only told what Ness already knew. I was in thought when Embry interrupted. Yo, what's up? Seth said you had something to tell the pack. Yeah, I do. I wanted to be mad at Seth but it wasn't his fault, he just did what I told him. I never told him not to say it was my idea. So I stood up and everyone gave me the attention. Listen everyone, I have something to say and it ain't gonna be easy so I'll just use Jacob's good old band-aid method and get it out the way. They all laughed but they knew I was serious. I inhaled and exhaled hard and more loudly than necessary. The Cullens can't stay here anymore. Their secret has become too noticeable due to them not aging. So, Ness and the Cullens have to go and so do I. Everyone was dead quiet and looked shocked. Renesmee was in shock due to stress of how people would hate her. Since everyone was quiet I decided to go on. When I leave, as Beta, Seth will take over my position as Alpha and as third Embry will take over position as Beta. When Seth was the first to speak but you could hear sadness and shock in his voice. We'll be leaving next week and going to New Hampshire. I'll stay in touch with everyone when I turn wolf, which I'll try to do every day. That will be a promise easy to keep seeing as that is the thing keeping me from aging. Keeping me with my Ness. Before I could say anything else Seth got up, walked to me, stood in my face only a few inches shorter than me and gave me a hug. I was shocked but I hugged him back. Me and Seth wore close and Seth was one of those wolves that sometimes looked at me like a father and I looked at him like a son and brother. I'll miss you man, Seth said as he backed away from me. Next came Embry and Quill. Quill heard Claire over there crying in an embrace with Ness, begging her not to leave. Ness just held Claire close and cried a little herself and promised Claire she'd be back soon. All the imprints loved Ness so they all were over there hugging her, making her promise to call on a regular basis. So were all the wolves that were not over here hugging me. The wolves loved Ness more than they put on, I guess. Quill rushed over to Claire and comforted her while Ness got up and walked over to me and put her body next to me on my left side and her head in the side of my chest while she silently cried and I held her close. It was not over though, like I figured some wolves were pissed. What the fuck man, said Lucas. How you just gone up and leave? You're the alpha, you can't just leave. I'm sorry Lucas, but I have to go. Man fuck you. Fuck this, fuck these vampires, fuck her. Ness buried her face deeper in my shirt and I could feel my shirt get increasingly wet. I almost lost it but Seth, Embry and Quill all began to growl rather loudly. Like I said, she became like family to them and they were willing to stand up for her. But they didn't have to because I was there. He was going to go on, but the loudest growl I'd ever heard quieted him and everyone else. I began to shake. I don't think people understand. See, I don't PLA. Why when it comes to Nessie and had she not been in my arms and sent me a mental vision telling me to control myself I would have went wolf shit crazy on his dumb ass. I stopped shaking and lifted her HEAD so I could kiss her forehead to let her know I was okay. Leave now, I said in my alpha voice and he had no choice but to leave. I hated using my alpha voice because I hated leaving people without a choice. But nobody, and I mean nobody, disrespects my Ness. He walked off but I figured there would be more so I spoke up. As serious as a alpha could be. Now listen, I understand this is hard for you guys, so if you don't wanna be here then leave, because I will not be changing my mind and I will not be taking any disrespect towards the Cullens, myself and damn sure not Renesmee. So if you can't handle this then leave now. Jameer and Saul both left awkwardly after Lucas. While Sean and Freddie stayed. They were calmer so I kind of expected, plus they actually liked Ness. All the imprinted wolf stayed because they understood, and all the wolves that were there with me from before I was officially alpha stayed. The bonfire was damn sure interesting, but at least it was over now. Now the only thing to worry about was this damn move. Well, as you all can see, Jacob don't take disrespect when it comes to Ness. What do you expect? Jake fought Paul when he almost phased on Bells, and he loves Nay SS a million times more than he did her, so yes, he would gladly, quick and hurry, fuck up anybody who hurt Ness. No questions. Oh, and this chapter, to me, is longer than my usual, but I wanted the bonfire to be in Jake's paw. If you read Half Vampire Chronicles, you'll see Johnny did have one of the wolves get mauled by Jake for disrespecting her. It was funny as hell. But like I said, I'll try to steal as little as possible from one of my favorite fanfic authors. I think we'll be moving in the next chapter. I think I won't promise, depends on where my imagination leads me. Renesmee. It was time to go. The week felt like it went by so fast. After we told the pack, which went pretty well, aside from Lucas's comment and Jake almost whooping his ass. After we told them, me, Jake, Mom and Dad went to go tell Grandpa Charlie and Sue. They were dating but hadn't gotten married yet, which everyone was expecting to happen soon. Lately I had been hanging out with all my favorite wolves, Seth, Embry, Quill, Sean Brady, Colin, Drew, and all the imprints. I tried to my hardest not to dwell on the fact that I would be leaving soon, but there was denying it now as we put all the few things we would bring in the car. We decided to only keep a few cars, Alice's yellow Porsche, my motorcycle from Jake, and Jacob's Benz here for when we came back to Forks. All the rest of the cars, except for Jake's new motorcycle which was going with us, we donated, and when we got to New Hampshire we would get new cars. Including me. Yay. We had already had Jake's motorcycle shipped and it was waiting for us in New Hampshire. We were now at Seattle TAC Airport and we were waiting for our flight, when some weird dude just walked up to me and started flirting. Hey beautiful, you here by yourself? He smelled weird, like cigars and liquor. He was barely okay even by human standards, but compared to the people I hang around he might as well have been Warthog. He's lucky Jake wasn't around or he probably would have been cussed out by now. My parents had went to walk around the airport and Jake went to go get me something to drink. No, I'm not. Thanks for your interest, I said, trying to be polite. I began to walk away but he kept talking. Yeah, well, do you have a man cuss? If you don't I can play the part. Jacob, if you can hear me, hurry back, I need you. It's this creepy guy talking to me and I have no idea how to handle humans. I said telepathically to Jacob, hoping he could hear me. Yes I do actually, he's around here somewhere. Luckily I was a much better liar than my mom. Only person I couldn't lie to is my Jacob and of course Dad. Well, what he don't know won't hurt him. How about you give me your number? I don't think that's a good idea. Come on now, why you gotta be like that? Because I have a boyfriend. He ain't here, is he? I was going to say something but I just began to grin because I know this stubborn bastard was about to get cussed out. I could hear my dad and my Jacob walk up but I smelt Jack more strongly, so he must have been closer. Play as my boyfriend Jake. Yes, he is here, said Jacob in his husky voice, looking calm, but I know he was pissed. He sipped on my Slurpee drink. The man looked very scared because of Jake's 6.7-foot frame and muscular body, but little does he know that is the least of his worries. So why are you disturbing my girl? Jake says as he wraps his arms around me. I couldn't help but blush at him calling me his girl and can't but feel safe in Jake's arms. Well, she wasn't stopping me, the man says, trying to sound confident, but we all could hear his fear, especially Jacob, and that only made him grin. Oh really? Ness, was this man disrespecting you, hun? Jake turns and looks at me. Yeah, but it's fine Jake, let's just go. Yes let's, but first, let me say is. Jake turns back around to the guy and looks him dead in the face, looking furious while the guy looks like he's about to shit himself. If I see you touch, talk, or even so much a look at her again, there will be no conversations necessary because I won't be nearly as merciful as I am right now, do you understand? Jacob said, looking extremely scary with a very menacing voice. Why yeah man, it won't happen again, the guy stuttered. Jake all of a sudden looked too damn happy and said in a cheery voice, good, glad we had this talk. Now have a nice flight. We walked off and I chuckled just a lit. While Jake and my dad still looked a little pissed, but then out of nowhere Emmett burst out laughing, and then all the rest of the family laughed too. I didn't get it, but I still laughed. We're lao. Hing because Jacob scared that poor man so bad he peed a little, my dad said with a grin on his face. Jake, you are so mean, I say while still giggling. He just smiles and looks in my eyes and he beg. In searching my soul while I search his. Our deep eye connection is cancelled when my mom shakes us and tells us the intercom just called our flight. We were so distracted we didn't even hear. We sat there in our first class seats, me next to Jacob. Jacob had his head on my shoulder, eyes open, reading a car magazine but looking like he was almost asleep, when a fake boob stewardess came over and looked at Jacob like a homeless person looks at a lobster. She pushed up her fake boobs and walked over to us, or should I say she walked to Jacob. Sir, would you like anything? Said the slut in her fake slutty voice with her fake contacts just so fake. Nah, I'm good. Ness, would you like something? Jake asked, looking at me. Before I could answer, the slut cut me off. Are you sure you wouldn't like anything, mister? She said, basically wagging her fake boobs. Jacob: and no, I don't want anything, but I think my friend does. Jacob: what an awesome name, I bet you get compliments on it. The host said. What kind of line was that? I bet you get compliments on it. Then the hoe crossed the line. She brushed her fingers against my Jacob's bicep. I snapped and my mind said, oh hell no. Listen here, Miss IT. Hink, you better leave right now before I cuss you out. He has tried to be polite, but he is not interested in slutty stewardess, so if you don't mind, I'd appreciate if you walk your hoe ass back to the cockpit. Ask the other stewardess to bring me a Sprite before I decide to call the airport and get you fired for sexual harassment. I tell, say at a medium-sized voice so only me, her, Jacob and my family can hear. She looked at me looking shocked, angry and a little sad. She walks off and the other stewardess brings me my drink. Luckily she is elderly and married, so no more flirting. Jacob is just looking at me. What are you looking at? I say, a little annoyed that he's staring at me. Then he starts to laugh at what? I'm not sure, but he leans his head back against my shoulder, takes a sip of my Sprite and goes to sleep. I get caught up looking at him sleep so peacefully that I go to sleep with my head on his, the most peaceful thing I've ever experienced. Wake up, Ness. Jake is whispering in my ear. Wake up, we're here, he says, but I really don't feel like getting up. 5 more minutes, Jake, I say with my groggy voice. Jake just laughs and I feel him put his arms around me and cradle me in his strong arms. I turn over in his arms and put my face to his chest and fall back asleep. Ness, sweetheart, you gotta get up now. We're here, Jake said. Lemme handle this. I think that was Uncle Emmett. I don't think you should, Jake was saying, but before he could finish, extremely cold. Well, probably just cold, but because of my body temperature, extremely cold water was dumped all over my body. Okay, she is in a coma if she didn't wake up from that, said Emmett. Little did he know I was up and I was about to whoop his ass. My dad read my thoughts and I could hear the smile in his voice as he said, run, Emmett. Emmett was too slow. I inherited my father's speed, still not as fast but close, but thank God, so I was faster than the average half vampire, so I got up real quick and tackled him to the floor and began to hit him in the face with all my half vampire might. I knew it wouldn't hurt him that bad, but it would hurt a little. Okay, Ness. I'm sorry. I didn't care he said. The only thing that stopped me was Jacob coming over, laughing, may I add, and lifting me up by my waist and carrying towards our new house. You are so lucky Jacob is holding me back, Emmett. Emmett was laughing and I was close to killing him. Only reason I didn't was because Jacob was holding me back and his presence was calming me. After I had calmed down, Esme wanted to show us one of her passions, architecture. Okay everyone, let's go on inside, Esme said, almost as giddy as Alice is about clothes. We all walked inside and the place was a sight for sore eyes. Oh my God, this place is beautiful. The first thing you saw was the huge living room. It had the classic Cullen white with beige and off-white couches. The classic Esme floor to ceiling back window walls. It was a beautiful house with beautiful cherry wood floors. The kitchen was right next to the living room and it had thick glass counters with beautiful white swirl designs on the side. This is not the thing I want you all to look at. I want you all to go look at your rooms and tell me if you like it, okay? Now me and your father's room and Carlisle office is on the top floor along with 2 guest bedrooms. The 3rd floor belongs to Rosalie and Emmett, Edward and Bella. Esme, why would you do that to me? Said my dad, looking literally sad that he has to share a floor with probably the most sexual vampires in the vampire world. My parents can't complain though because they come in a close second. Because Jasper and Alice had their floor in Forks. Thank Esme, shouted Jasper. We all shared a laugh. Anyway, as I was saying, 2nd floor is Jacob, Renesmee, Alice and Jasper's room. 1st floor is living room, kitchen and a pretty nice sized game room just for the boys and Alice. There is a ballroom in the back. Now go look at your rooms. Everyone was gone in vampire's speed except me and Jake, who walked each other to our rooms. We were on the 2nd floor and me and Jacob's room are right across from each other, but we go in his room first. It is so him. It has white wall with a brown what feels like Egyptian cotton comforter. He has a big room, like 10 times the size of his room at Billy's. A master suite, bathroom with glass shower and big closet in the bathroom. This place is awesome, said Jake, looking awestruck. I know, right? Now let's go see my room. We run over to my room and it's pretty similar to Jake's, but it is a little bigger, and I have an underwear and pajama closet in my bathroom and a huge closet in my room due to all of me and Alice's shopping trips. Also in my bathroom I have a SMA shower and smaller bathroom closet, but in place of the space I have a jacuzzi tub. Jacob was sitting on my Tempur-Pedic bed looking so relaxed. Esme is so fucking awesome. Our rooms are amazing. I hope you heard that, Esme. Jake said, the last part little louder but not nearly a shout. I did, Jacob, and I'm glad you like it. Now you, Ness and Rosalie, it's garage time, said Esme, knowing that was Jacob and Rosalie's weakness and my hobby. Oh hell yes. Jacob jumped up so fast it made me dizzy, but I was right after him. Jake and Rose made it down at the same time. They didn't even need Esme to tell them where the garage was. They could smell the motor oil. Esme was standing at the garage door with a smile on her face, just when everyone else arrived. Okay, we ordered the cars back in Forksa. ND, they all arrived yesterday, and even against Jacob's wishes we got him a car just in case you don't want to ride you motorcycle. Ooh, Esme, I asked you not to, looking mad and happy at the same time. Yeah, but I don't care, it's already here so you have to accept it, squealed Esme as she opened the garage door. Both Rosalie's and Jake's mouth went wide as they looked at what looked like almost every tool known to man. There were also 7 cars with white tarps on them and Jake's motorcycle looking newly shined in the corner. Esme went in vampire speed and pulled the tarp off of all the cars, and they all were, wow. Okay, now, Alice, you have the yellow Porsche Turbo Coupe this time. Emmett, you have of course the Lincoln Navigator. Rosalie has the 2012 Chrysler 200S, Jake has the 2012 Camaro 1 Zelati. Jake seemed so happy he looked like he would cry. Now little missy, your father decided to get you the BMW Alpina B7. Carlisle, Mercedes E-Class Coupe, and Edward, Aston Martin Rapide. Go enjoy your cars, you guys. Esme loved us, and although I think Jake was her favorite, she loved making us happy. Jake ran to his car and I walked on after him, and he grabbed the keys from Esme. He looked like he was in a rush. Then stopped, turned and looked at Edward. Edward just laughed and nodded his head, and before I could look up, Jake had me in his car, passenger seat, with Mom yelling for him to not go over 100. Whatever bells. It was obvious he didn't care because he pulled out the driveway getting closer to 115, and I just sat there laughing. Renesmee and Jacob. Alice, is this really NEC? Essary, the outfit is cute, let's not overdo it, I tell my too fashion crazy aunt. Alice gasped as if I just insulted her mother. Ness, I swear, you better not be getting your mother's fashion sense. Spent too much of my immortal life trying to stop that from happening. Now just put on the heels. Fine. I sigh. It's the first day of school and I am nervous. I don't want people to think we're losers. But I don't want them to think we're all spoiled brats. Alice has me in a white tank top with dark denim skinny leg jeans, nude tan cardigan, and nude tan 4-inch heels. I will admit the outfit is casual, yet cute, but the heels may be a little too special for first day. I listen to her though, because she's probably gone to school 5 times while this is my first. They flat ironed my hair so it's flat, for now at least, and I have a nude Gucci bag. I get up and look at myself in the mirror and I will admit I'll look cute in a mature way. The nude color matches and yet makes my hair look good. I will admit I look good, Alice. Thanks, I say and give my little auntie a hug and she just smiles in her victory. I know now. Head downstairs. Jacob is already down there eating breakfast, hopefully he hasn't eaten yours. We both laugh and I head downstairs. I get to the kitchen and see my Jacob looking so delicious. It was a good thing we weren't alone because I was on the verge of jumping him in broad daylight. He had on a nude, tan-colored jacket that matched mine's. He also had on a white t-shirt with dark loosely fitting jeans and tan, nude loafers. He looked amazing and we matched. We kind of looked like a couple. Or was that Alice's idea? Looking at Jacob made my stomach tickle, but in a good way, like it had been recently, so I just ignored. I finally got a hold of myself and walked over and sat next to my Jacob, who was staring at me with dark eyes that kind of looked like desire. Hey Jake, you look nice, I say in a small voice. He doesn't answer at first, but then he says, Ness, you look wow. You ready for school? Jake goes back to eating his breakfast and I join him. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. You got any advice for me? Jake just laughs and then smiles. Yeah, don't let any girls get to you and don't let any guys flirt with you or I might go to jail. You are so overprotective. Can I ride with you today? Of course, you don't even have to ask. Me and Jake go back to eating and we do our little ritual of playing footsie and laughing at each other. By the time we got done eating, everyone was ready to go and we were heading to our cars. Me and Jake hopped in the black Camaro and drove off to the school. There was a comfortable silence, but when we pulled into school all had turned and I almost had a stress freeze, but Jake touches my arm and calms my nerves. Hey, you can do this. I'm here. And he was right. As always, I would be alright because he was there and that was enough. We got our cars all together and walked up to the building together with all the kids' eyes. Our staring or whispering with Jacob's and mine's hands intertwined with one another as we all listened to our fellow peers. Damn, them is the new kids, they are hot, especially that blonde chick, she Lou. KS like something straight out of a magazine, said some guy. Right, I like the brunette and the smaller one, they're hot. In fact they look so good I just had a vision of my future children. Yeah, but check out the bronze head girl, good God, I plan to tap that and make her mine. She is sexy enough to be my wife. Once I hit that she'll never wanna leave. Oh my Jacob, were they talking about me? I listened in again, but this time I heard girls. Oh my God, those new boys are so hot. I like the one with bronze hair, he's fine. I think I'm in love. Yeah, but I like big boys, so I think I would go for the one next to the blonde. I don't care what y'all do, I am so going to make that tall native boy my boyfriend. Evelyn, I think he's with that pretty bronze-haired girl. Do I look like I care? I don't. She ain't gotta know, and by the time she find out he'll already be mine. Oh hell no. I will kill her. I will suck her dry. She must have a mental illness if she thinks I'll let her get my Jacob. I don't know what it was, but the whole time after the hose comment my mind kept saying, mine. We finally made it to the school and into the office to get our papers. Miss, I am Edward Cullen. We are here to get our schedules. The secretary turned around and stared at us as if in awe, which she probably was. She stared at all the guys a lot longer than the girls, then her eyes settled on Edward. Ew. My father began to look really uncomfortable, probably due to her thoughts. She was cute, I guess, in human standards. I saw my father tap my Bella's wrist and I felt her put up her shield and Dad look instantly relieved. Miss. Oh yeah, can I get all of your names? The lady says, snapping out of her Edward trance. I'd been working hard on saying Edward and Bella instead of Mom and Dad, and I have practiced the story 1,007 times. Edward and Renesmee Cullen. Bella, Alice and Emmett Masson. Rosalie and Jasper Hale and Jacob Black. My father says extremely slowly in my ears, but I don't know if that is slow enough for the human secretary. Oh, you guys are exchange students? Yes, Mom. Cool. Well, I don't want to hold you guys up, so here is a map of the school. If you have any problems finding classes, just come back to me, okay? Yes, Mom. We all left and looked at our schedules, well, me and Jake, to see what classes Dad has us put in together. When you have money you can do things like that. We had advisement on Wednesdays, but every other day of the week we had 7 classes. Out of those 7, me and Jake had 5 classes together. I had classes with other members of my family, but I didn't really care for anyone else. As I was looking at me and Jake's schedule, one heard Emmett talking stuff about the secretary's obvious crush. I looked up to laugh at it all. Then I noticed Jacob's eyes on me, looking at me with what seemed to be adoration. I knew I wasn't right, though. He doesn't look at me like that, it's more like the other way around. I look at him with adoration, he looks at me like a child. Jake, yes. Come on, we have to get to class. Bye everyone. Be careful. Try not to let your temper or thirst get to you, okay? My mom says, always the worrier. Luckily she said it low enough to not be heard by humans. Yes mom. I whisper back, knowing she can hear me. Jake and I continue down the hall to our class, which one Stuart seems to be world history. T.S. would be an easy subject for us, seeing as though we live with people who have been around for hundreds of years. We get in class and sit next to each other and wait for the teacher to do what he does. Wow, this stuff is so easy. Me and Jake already know everything this guy is talking about. Jacob used to sit with me during my home school studies, so he knows most of this as well, so we just sit in class and text one another or whisper so low humans nearby can't hear. This shit is easy, even for me. Jake, you make it sound like you're stupid. Yeah, Jake, you have to stop doubting yourself. You are probably the smartest person I know. You're my best friend, Jake. I hate to see you doubt yourself. Don't ever think you're stupid, for me. Please. Jake just laughs. You're too good for me, you know that, Ness. I'm really not, but I'll take the compliment, I say, and I almost lean my head on his shoulder, but I remember we're at school. What's the best way to remember your first day? Oh, that's right. To have some bitch interrupt me in Jake's moment. Now I know this may sound bad, and I usually don't call girls out of their birth name, but this is the girl that had no interest whether or not me and Jacob were together. She was just focused on taking him. Hello, is your name Jacob? Yeah. Why? Jake holds my hand under the table. He does that when he's frustrated, so I know I'm not the only one who doesn't like the interruption. I've heard about you. You're the new guy. Hi, I'm Evelyn. Evelyn Scott, she says and puts out her hand for him to shake. I will admit she was pretty, EVN for vampire standards, so I know she turned heads as a human. She had a nice body, but I don't think it was as curvy as my own. She had black hair and fair complexion, only a little lighter than Jake. She looked mixed with some type of tribe, possibly Navajo. The Navajo is a hoe. A possessive side came out of me in that moment, and like in the parking lot my mind screamed, mine. He's my Jacob. Jacob must have heard my mind. How embarrassing, because he looked at me for a little and then smiled. Hi, this is my best friend Renesmee Cullen, or as I like to call her, Nessie. Jacob introduces me to the witch with a smile on his face. Oh, is it? Hi, you have a weird, it's kinda name like the Loch Ness Monster, she said with an evil smile on her face. It was pretty obvious she was making fun of my name, and if Bella were around she would have gotten cussed out if not drained. I was about to stand up for myself, but as usual my Jacob had my back. I think her name is cute, but then again she's CU. So the name fits, Jake said, smiling down at me. My Jacob called me cute. Yeah, me. Luckily I hadn't shared that thought. Enough embarrassment for one day. That trick knew Jake was not interested, so turned back around to her table desk. Jake and I just sat quietly in a comfortable silence, enjoying the rest of the class with each other. Although the girl was smart not to say anything else this go round, I had a feeling it was not the last of Evelyn Scott. Jake thank the spirits I had Ness. Now I know this isn't the first time I've said this, and definitely won't be the last. I am so lucky to have Ness. This school is boring as hell. Most of this stuff I already know, and all the other stuff is either not too hard to figure out or extremely too difficult. I couldn't help but think all this while I was in my last class of the day, one of my classes without Ness, of course. I sat there texting her and she would text back at vampire speed, keeping me from going into depression because of the shit. Jake, just try to listen to the teacher, you might actually find something you're interested in, Ness. But this is so boring, some of it is easy, and right when I begin to comprehend a lit. It goes all brain surgery difficult on me, Jake. You just want an excuse to text me, Ness. I know, and since you seem to know as well, that indicates that you don't mind Jake. Not at all, my Jacob, Ness. I don't think she will ever understand how much I love to hear her call me her Jacob. It just makes the world seem like heaven, like all the B.S. in the world doesn't matter because I'm her one and only Jacob. Glad to know, hun. Jake. Try to enjoy yourself, Jake. We only have 20 more minutes until we get to leave and get in the car and go home, Ness. 20 minutes feels like eternity, Ness. I want to see you now. I miss you. I know that sounds pathetic, seeing as though we've only been separated for about an hour, but I can't help it, Ness. I need you. Jake. I honestly did not mean for my emotions to slip out like that, but once I started I couldn't stop, and by the time I thought about all that was in that text I had already sent it. Great, Jacob. I didn't want her to know all of that because I didn't want her to feel rushed into this. It took her a while to text, and I was starting to get depressed when my phone vibrated with her text. Ditto. And it's not pathetic, Jake. I miss you too. We will see each other in a little bit, and I'll give you a huge hug, my wolf. Ness. I would like that, Jake. Good, now get to work, Ness. All right, Nessie, bye, Jake. See ya, Ness. I am so happy she didn't freak about the "I need you" thing. You would think I'd be excited about her saying ditto, but I wasn't, because it was obvious she didn't know what I meant. She didn't know how much I needed her. I needed her like water, like sunlight. I needed her like I needed air. Even when I do tell her, even when, and praying to whoever, if we get together, I don't think she will ever love me like I love her. But if she loves me even a fraction of that, it would be enough. I sat there thinking about how much I loved Ness, and those 20 minutes went by a lot faster. They always do when that girl is on my mind. I ran out that boring as class when the bell rung, rushing to go see the reason I'm here. The only real reason I didn't complain about going back to school was because Ness would be here with me, that and Bella would have forced me to anyway. She told me when Ness was younger that she wanted me to go back to school. I told her would, but not at the moment, because in that point in time I was too worried about losing Ness because of her rapid growing. I thought about this as I walked toward the door we came in when I saw my cherub. My Ness sat there looking just as beautiful as she had been this morning, and let's just say she looked so hot this morning. It was a good thing Ness hadn't been looking closer, or she would have noticed my pants get tighter. I was behind her, and with her vampire sense I knew she heard and smelled me, and if not from just pure knowledge of my love, then her cheeks slowly rising slightly into a smile was confirmation. I was right behind her, and I tried to whisper seductively in her ear, and luckily I saw that beautiful blush. Hey you, I noticed you over here looking beautiful, and I couldn't help but wonder if I could talk to you. She turned around with a blush and smile on her face. Well, sir, I would love to, but I have a friend that is very jealous and overprotective of me, but I'm pretty sure he won't mind you walking me to his car. One step ahead of you, I say as I pull out the keys to my new baby Camaro. He's already given me permission to escort you on home. He's being understanding, with a devilish smirk. Well, I think he has a soft spot for your happiness. We're still talking as we were walking towards the car when that same bimbo chick, whatever her name is, starts walking towards us from the crowd surrounding my car. I guess they wanted to watch the cool cars, although only two were here, Emmets and Edwards, pull off, and honestly I didn't care what this chick said. Me and my angel would be right behind them. Hey Jacob, she said, and I PPED and turned out of the kindness of my heart. I overheard talking about us having a project where we'll need a partner, and I was wondering if you and me could, ever since this morning his chick has either been trying to win me or spite Ness. Either way, she's pissing me off. Sometimes I wish I could tell everyone just how bound I am to Ness, then she would know. Even if she wasn't so mean, she would still not have even the slightest chance against Ness. She did have one thing against me though. Biology was one of the two classes that I didn't have Ness, but did have this girl. I didn't really have much of a choice. Let me think on it. I basically blew her off and still had Ness' hand as we walked towards my car that was crowded with my rude peers. I could telephone. She was happy with my reaction to that chick. She didn't have to accidentally send me the mental picture. Hey this is my car, so move. I know I might have sounded rude, but damn, if you see me walking towards my vehicle, pave a way. I just hope none of these people touched my car or we'll have to move again because I will go wolf out here and murder someone. Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration, eh? Situally ever since I imprinted it's like I am a lot calmer. Like her eyes and heart and words just make the world a better place. Ness just laughs and holds onto my arm tightly. I love how she holds me like that, we look like well a couple. You are so serious about your car, she says as I start the car and pull off towards the Cullens. Well yes, there are certain things I am serious about. Like, well, my first and main priority is you, then my family, which I guess is the pack and the Cullens, and then there's my well-being. Jake, don't make me the head of your priorities. You need to put you first. I sighed, thinking of ways I can explain this to her without letting it all out. Ness, you are my best friend, you mean the world to me, you make me happy, and that is why I put you first. He was quiet for a second and I got scared. Jake, you need to start thinking about yourself. Stop putting everything and everybody before you. Why are you so worried? Again she was quiet, but this time I wasn't scared. I actually kind of hoped she would say, well, what I've been too cowardly to say. That she's worried because she's in love with me. Jake, you're my best friend too, and I don't like to see my life without you. So yeah, I worry about you overstressing yourself, immortal or not, so please just try to sit and relax, okay? I am relaxed, Ness, every time you're with me. You are the only reason my life does not completely suck. If me having Jacob time would make you happy, then I'll do it. But only under one condition. What? Only if it's Jacob and Nessie time. She just smiled and so did I. She leans over and gives me a hug and kisses me lightly on the cheek, making my day. Of course, my Jacob, I would love nothing more. Miss James, what is the answer to the following board question? My trigonometry teacher, Ms. Nam, asked. I think she specifically picked on people who wouldn't know the answer. 7. Stacy answered. Stacy was one of those whores that hung out with Evelyn. Oh, and the stereotype for pretty girls being dumb in her case was true. It was nowhere near 7, it was 45 halves or 22.5 for those who like decimals over fractions. No, Miss James, it is not 7. T is 45 halves, the teacher said, sounding very annoyed, which she should be. I just sighed, not being able to help thinking about my Jake, when all of a sudden I felt calm and serene only coming from my Uncle Jasper, who sat in the seat behind me. Thanks, Jazz, I whispered in a voice only a vampire could hear. No problem, Nessie. I went back to rechecking my finished work now that I was happy. Honestly, it's probably been the most enthusiastic I've been since school started. The best thing about all of this so far was to see how human teenagers acted towards one another. They were really rude and uncaring for one another. I guess I expected them to act nice to one another because the only teenagers I'd ever been around were shifting wolves who all had a brother-like bond to one another. I guess the same rule doesn't apply for normal humans. As I got up to go hand in my paper, which I had finished within the first 5 minutes of class, Stacy just so happened to stick her foot out as I was walking by her desk. Bitch. Luckily I'm a half vampire or I would have fell flat on my face and embarrassed myself, but heightened senses and all, I saw her foot before it came all the way out and I jumped so quickly it looked like I stepped. I tried to be non-suspicious, but I don't know if it worked though, because she still looked shocked I hadn't fallen into her trap, pun intended. Instead of saying anything, I just turned around and gave her the sweetest smile I could muster up, while she gave me an evil glare that I internally laughed at. Ha ha ho. After the bitch's display of affection I was able to breathe a little easier, because after the class after next was lunch and then I had gym with Jacob. Usually I would still be a little sad to have to wait another class period to see Jake, but I had a friend and she just so happened to be in my next class. Me and my new friend Lavana, or Van as I like to call her, met in art, the class I'm heading to now, and we were friends from the start. Hey Renesmee, you made it in just before the bell, my strange friend said just as the late bell rang. My friend was really pretty for a human, she had a light natural tan to her and she had burgundy highlights in her long dark brown hair, hazel-like colored eyes and a petite frame but with very defined curves. Hey, I guess I did. So what are we doing today? Why, of course today is free day, she said as though it were obvious. And that's a good thing. She gasped as if I told her she smelled like a dog. Why, of course it is silly, it's the best part of art class. Free day is the day you get To draw whatever you want with whatever materials you want to use. My friend loved art. She even told me she wanted to be an art major in college. Even though she was a little strange, I guess I liked her because her honesty and always positive energy. I think Jazz would like her too. She was funny, and although completely too overjoyed by art, I was a little excited too. I already knew what I wanted to draw. We walked in and I put on my apron, grabbed all the paints required and a giant piece of paper and went to my stand. Halfway through, me and Van began to talk again. So what are you drawing? Something you'll have to wait to see. Ah, you suck. Ah, I'm so sad. You hurt my fragile feelings. I mocked. Hurt. You should be. So what's up with you and that Jake guy? I was a little shocked. A little might be an understatement. I had frozen in shock. I think she thought I was mad because she began to ramble. I mean, I was just wondering because well, there had been rumors about you two being together and as friends. I was just. Don't worry, Van. I'm not mad at you. I was just a little shocked you asked. You don't have to answer if it's too awkward. You were awkward. I law. D to lighten the situation, and luckily she laughed too. But I mean, me and Jake are just friends. We're best friends and have been since I was born. I just want to be his friend. Lie. Shish. E said as if she knew I was hiding something. Well, since you two are just friends, I guess you won't mind hearing that Evelyn plans to invite him to her annual new school year party. What? I said, obvious venom sinking off my words. Yeah. Now, listen, you said you like my honesty, so let me be honest. She says, putting down her paintbrush. It's obvious you two like each other, and let's face it, he's hot. Girls all over school think he is their Native American dream, and it's obvious, to me at least, that you like him, and I see the way he looks at you, the way I want someone to look at me, and if you want to keep him, claim him. She says, almost angry as she goes back to painting. Van, what's wrong? What makes you think something is wrong? She says, violently throwing her paintbrush in the blue paint. Well, you just threw paint everywhere. I say, whipping some blue splashed paint off my apron. Come on, what's wrong, Van? She sighed and began to look sad, like she would cry, and then he did, and I hurried to comfort my new friend for a little over a month, although she feels like family and like I have known her forever. Come on, she said, taking me out in the classroom and into the hallway. She began to look around, and then when she had confirmed nobody was there, she inhaled and exhaled hard. Listen, this is a big secret of mine, so don't tell anyone. I honestly don't know why I'm telling you, no offense. But I just feel this urge to be open with you. So Pinky promised to keep this no matter what, okay? As much as I wanted to laugh at my friends, Pinky promise, I don't fear that she might not trust me, so I put my extra hot pinky, which she doesn't seem to mind, on hers. She exhaled as tears began to form in her eyes again. Last year I had a boyfriend, if that's what you want to call him. He was more like a dictator. He used to tell me what to do, and eventually he began to hit me. She was crying and I was shedding tears too, as she told me all about her abusive boyfriend. I gave her a big hug as she continued her story, or should I say nightmare. I didn't want to tell on him, but I didn't want to be with him anymore, so the night I wanted to leave him, the night I broke up with him, he told me that I owed him for the wasted time, and he brutally took my virginity in the backseat of his car. She was still crying, and so was I. She had been through more than I could ever know. I felt for my friend. She began to pull herself together. After that, he actually had the nerve to come to school the next day. I didn't let it slide though. I put his gun in some cocaine in his locker and had him suspended. That was good. Not nearly as good as my Aunt Rosalie, but good for a scared teenage human girl. But why didn't you just go to the police or tell your parents? My parents don't care. Hell, they wanted my first child to be with him, saying at least he has money. And I didn't tell because at the time I guess I still kind of loved him, and yes, I know that's stupid, but I couldn't help it. She stopped crying and looked me in the eyes real serious, and that is why I was angry. Ness, like I said, I see how Jacob looks at you, how protective he is of you, and how it seems he isn't him without you. You shouldn't let something so good go. I won't. But Van, what about when he comes back? I asked. She was quiet for a long time, but then she sighed. Ed, and a little smile played on her face. Rick's his name, and well, I have a friend now, and a working brain, so I think I can handle him, and if I can't, I can always get him suspended again. she said with a small sad smile. She wouldn't have to get him suspended this time. This time she had me, and if Rick put his hands on her in any way she didn't approve, let's just say I'd have my first raw human blood. I smile a little at that as me and my friend walk back into the classroom to work on our paintings. It's amazing, Nessie. I know Jacob will love it. I hope so, I said as I carried my painting into the cafeteria, walking through the line of kids. I know he will. I mean, I love wolves, so I know a little something about them, and let me just say your drawing is very realistic. Oh, and after he tells you how much he loves it, just remember Van told you so, my friend says as we walk to the cashier and pay for our lunch. As I am paying, a humanly handsome boy walks up me. Let me handle that, he says, and pulls out his wallet to pay for my lunch. Thanks. Hi, I'm Drake, and you? I'm Renesmee, but people call me Nessie. I would say Ness, but only Jake and family can call me that, and Van. Nice to meet you, Nessie, he says and smiles at me, kisses the back of my hand and walks away. He's hot, Nessie, Van says from behind me. I guess for a human he is, but I still am too awestruck by Jacob to even notice anyone else. Yeah, I guess. Girl, whatever. Bye and go get your man. Van winks at me and I can't help but laugh. I walk over to the direction of the table and I notice Jake isn't sitting there. When I notice this, I also see him walking and laughing with that bimbo Evelyn. He's laughing and talking to her, and I think I'm going to cry. I've never been jealous. My whole life I've been told how pretty, smart and unique I was, and yet I felt second best to this human. I mean, what if that's what Jacob wants? What if he wants a normal girl, a girl less complicated, pretty fragile human girl? I turn my back and walk towards my table where everyone else is talking, trying to blend in, but Jasper is trying to calm me and my dad just has a smirk on his face like this isn't serious. What if Evelyn is the girl Jake has that special connection with? What if she takes my Jacob? My dad just tries harder not to smile and I just want to smack the pale of his ice-cold face. Just when I'm about to break down in tears, Jacob sits down at the table and leans his head against my shoulder. I don't want to shrug him off, so I don't, but I do want to talk about him and Evelyn. It'll just have to wait until next period when we're alone. I sit down in my English class with Jake and he just stares at me as I don't sit in our usual spot. He sits in the seat behind me and then I feel my phone vibrating in my pants. I look at it to see a text from none other than Jake. What's wrong, hun? Are you okay? Jake, even though I'm mad I can't help but melt at how much Jake cares for me. Jake, why did you walk in with Evelyn? Ness. Who's Evelyn? Jake. Don't play stupid. The girl you walked in the cafeteria with, Ness. Oh, I see you're jealous, Jake. I'm not, Ness. R2, Jake. I'm not, Ness. R2, Jake. Fuck you. Never mind, Ness. No, I'm sorry, Ness. In all honesty, I didn't even know her name. I've been calling her Eve all day. Jake. Well, I hope you and Eve are happy together, Ness. He stopped for a minute and then I heard his fingers hit the phone. I just know he is going to drill me for that comment. Ness, don't be like that. She means nothing to me. Look, you are my favorite girl, always have been and always will be. Ness, I was talking to her because she is my biology partner and she just walked with me to the cafeteria. Honestly, I didn't think you'd be jealous. I thought you knew my fake laugh. Tisk tisk. But anyway, Ness, you are the only girl who matters, and if I knew you would feel that way I would have never let her. I was just trying to be nice. Jake. I felt bad. Jake was just trying to be nice to the bitch and I should have let him. I just couldn't get over my possessive side. Sometimes I love Jacob more than for my own good. I'm sorry, Jake, I am so selfish. I don't deserve you, and I didn't. I would understand if you were mad at me, Ness. Jacob didn't text back, he just got up and moved to the seat next to mine and took my hand in his and rubbed it with his thumb. Signaling he had forgiven me for my stupidity. I could never be mad at my favorite person, Jake said. Although the gesture was very comforting, he had to stop because his touch was doing inappropriate things to my overly hormonal body. I just slowly slid my hand out of his hand and picked up my portrait, as an excuse so I didn't have to tell him how my body reacted to even his slightest touch. Here, I made this for you in art. He picked up the painting and looked at it for a long time with a beautiful smile on his face. He turned in his seat and gave me a huge hug. I love it, Ness. You are So amazing, and if anything I don't deserve you. I love you, Ness. He said with such love and adoration as he looked in awe at the painting of a russet wolf, himself, looking at the ocean on a cliff in La Push. Our cliff. I would have argued with him about him not deserving me, thing, but we would go on forever, and I just wanted to cherish this moment. He gave me a chaste kiss on the cheek before the teacher walked in and began the lesson, and although he was talking, the only words I could hear were Jacob saying, "I love you, Ness." Best thought ever. Me and Jake had just got out of our last classes and had met in the hall and were now walking towards the Camaro together when Evelyn stopped us. "Hey Jake," she said with a fake smile and too much cleavage showing. "Hey I couldn't help but laugh at the fact that Jacob couldn't even remember her name. "Evelyn, it's fine if you don't remember. I kind of like Eve and you can be Adam," she said with that seductive slut voice. I hung onto Jake slightly harder because I was close to cussing her out. "Anyway Jacob, I was wondering if you would like to go to my annual, happy school year, party. You know, play on words like happy new year," she said, twirling her hair like the dimwit she was. Jacob looked a little ticked off and I could see and feel him tense, and so did I. I'll think about it, all right Evangeline. It's Evelyn, but thanks. You do that. Bye," she says, obviously a little ticked that he is so interested in me and can't even remember her name, but blows him a kiss just as he turns around with my hand in his as we walk to the car. We got in the car and began to drive, and as we got closer to the house, I couldn't hold back my question anymore. "So are you going to the party?" "I don't know, Ness. I don't plan to. Not unless you want to be my crashing date," he replied with a devilish grin that I couldn't stay mad at, so I just let it go. We got to the house and Dad and Mom were arguing with Alice about something. Jake should totally go to the party. Him going would show that we're not all just silent freaks. It would help us seem normal to these humans. In fact, I think Edward should go to seeing as though Stacy asked him, argued Alice. Was she out to hurt me? I don't want Jake to go. What if Evelyn tried something? Okay, Alice usually gets her way, so what can I do? Dad, okay, I have a deal. I will. Allow Jake to go, but only if you keep a good eye on him when he goes to her party. Deal. My dad just looked at me and smiled but nodded. All right then, let's get you guys ready, Alice said, probably ready, seeing my dad's answer to him and Jake going. Who is you guys? I don't wanna go to some girly party. Jake pouted. I just hugged him and sent him a mental note telling him I wouldn't be mad. And that he should go so as Cullens don't look so weird. He looked pissed but sighed and nodded his head. The next hour was painful as Alice got Dad and Jake ready to go to Evelyn's party. I actually thought I would back out and beg Jacob to stay, but I held it together, that is until they left and were out of hearing range. Then I broke down. I sobbed and cried, to myself of course, so I wouldn't look weak. I hated crying, but I hated being without Jacob more. Even Jasper couldn't calm me. They almost called Jacob and Dad back, but I begged them not to and pretended getting myself together. Saint left the house and walked around our hunting area a few times, just running until I broke down near a tree and began having those thoughts again. What if he wants a human? What if he imprinted on her or anyone at that party? Would Jacob forget about me? All of these questions just made me cry harder until I walked back to the house. As I was walking back, I could have sworn I saw something move in the trees, but I didn't smell anything, so I just left it up to my sad and overactive imagination. Once I got back, I just stayed up eating ice cream and watching movies and waiting for Jacob to get home. Just when I had begun to cry again from watching Jacob's favorite part of The Green Hornet, he and Dad walked in with Dad just running upstairs and Jake looking sad, angry and tired. Jake, what's wrong? I ask as I begin to put my tub of ice cream to the side, but before I could, Jake rushes to me and pulls me in a huge hug. His hands around my waist, him pushing my small body to his as if trying to make us one, and his head drowning in my bronze curls. Ness, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I'm sorry I wasn't here with you, I shouldn't have went. I missed you so much, he says, his mouth still in hair taking in my scent while I'm just enjoying having him back, feeling tears of joy sprinkle down my face. Jake picks me up bridal style and carried me back to the couch and flops down, resuming the movie with my face in the crook of his neck and his head slightly leaning on mine. So how was the party? I asked, my head moving to his chest with my arms holding him and his holding me. It went terrible. That chick tried to force me to sleep with her. Luckily Edward was there because when she started disrespecting you I almost went to jail for assaulting a woman, Jake said once again angry. I looked up shocked and then angry as well. I can't believe that Ho tried to sleep with my Jacob. Well, at least he sees her now for the manipulative slut she really is. I don't know if that's good enig. But it will have to be, seeing as though it was Wednesday and I was not going to leave Jacob to beat her down. To stop myself from getting angry I just buried my face in his chest and breathed deeply. Oh Ness, I won't be at school tomorrow. I have a client sending his car down and I have to work on his car, he said and gave me a kiss on my forehead. I don't know why I was being such a crybaby lately it's been hurting me more to be away from Jacob, and not having him to be at school with me tomorrow is going to totally ruin my day. Okay, I said muffled into his shirt. As much as I didn't want to, I sobbed a little into his shirt. He grabbed me, picked me up. Ness sweetheart, please don't cry, you know I hate you being sad. Listen, I'll drop you off and pick you up, alright? Just please don't cry, Jacob cooed. I pulled myself together to not look any weaker in Jacob's eyes. Once I did, Jacob just pulled me to his chest again in the cradled position, and that's how we feel asleep. Jacob. I woke up the next morning with The Green Hornet DVD on the table and my Ness little arms around me and her head on my tear-stained chest. My arms are around her and I would like it no other way. I wish we could stay like this forever, but I know it's over when Eddie comes downstairs and I'm pretty sure he doesn't like the PDA. I really wish you would stop calling me that, in your mind or otherwise. My name is Edward, no variations, and if I wanted to break up the PDA, I would have done it last night. I'm nothing if not thorough, he said with a grin. He was telling the truth though. When he D something he did always go to the extreme. I could see him snarling over my head at 3 o'clock telling me to get off his daughter. He just laughed at my thought. My next thought was, why wasn't he doing that? Because Jacob, I trust you. I can read your mind. I know how much you love her. I know you only want what makes her happy and safe. Besides, lately she has been a lot more intense about you two being away from each other. Until I had Bella shield me, I heard her thoughts and how much she missed you. I knew she would be upset if I took her away from you at the time. He was right, and I would have cussed his pale ass out. He laughed, but he knew I was as serious as a vampire bite. I actually came down here to tell you 2 things. 1. You need to tell Ness everything, and soon. She's been getting jealous and scared. I knew he was being truthful. She was scared of that slut of all people, as if she had a chance. Then let her know that, he said. He knew why I did not want to tell Ness all of this, because it was a lot of BS. She can handle it. I did not want to hear this. I would tell her, and soon. I had to, because like I said, because her feelings are more intense, so are mine. Hell. I damn near cried when I had to go to that lame-ass party. Okay, maybe it was just me being without Ness, but me and Edward being away from our soulmates both just kind of looked bored as shit at that teen party. I still remember how that How was acting. Jacob, come and dance with me, she said, pulling on me. It's a good thing Edward was there. I guess it's his demeanor, but it just makes me not want to be rude. It must be a 1901 thing. So anyway, she tugs me to the dance floor and is dancing all on me and shit. Now of course I'm not even noticing because my mind is on my baby girl, but everything snaps back when she pulls me down and tries to put her lips on me. Oh hell no, bitch. I pulled back and she was still trying to hold on to me, so I'm guessing she didn't get the picture. I smiled mentally, thinking of how I would surely show it to her. Listen here, Ekraman, I don't like you. I figured you'd be smart enough to get the goddamn picture, but obviously I overestimated you. I began to walk away but turned back around. Oh, and by the way, Renesmee is a much better girl than you, and you need to stop trying to be like her. You'll never get there. I put on a bright smile. Have a nice party. I went back to Edward, who was just holding the car keys and smiling, obviously ready to go. Alright, what's the next thing? I said, snapping back into what was going on. Wake her up in a few minutes to get ready for school. Where are you guys going? We're out for a quick morning hunt. We'll be taking the cars with us and jumping straight in them and heading to school afterwards. I expect to see my daughter there. Oh okay. See ya, I said. He got up, ran off in vampire speed out the door to hunt. I began to get lost in the moment, and it turned out I had been watching Ness sleep for about 30 minutes. Shit, she was supposed to be up 20 minutes ago. As much as I hated to, I had to wake her from her peaceful sleep. I had to. Ness, honey, wake up. I began to shake her and she stirred in my arms. Yes, my Jacob, she said like the angel she was. I almost wanted to ask her if she would skip school and stay here in my arms all day, but then I remember why I couldn't go to school with her. I had a job to do. Shit, Ness sweetheart, you have to wake up. You have to go to school. Her eyes fluttered and she looked at the clock. I thought she would freak and hop up. See, Ness didn't really find school interesting, but being Bella and Edward's kid, she still always wanted nothing less than a 3.9 if that, but she was unmoved still in my arms. Then she looked me in my eyes with those big chocolate orbs of hers. Jake, why can't I stay with you? She said with a pout to her lips. Yes, I had to tell her soon because it hurt how close I was to putting my lips on those pouty ones. Because your dad will be worried and pissed if you don't make it to school. Besides, all I'm going to be doing is working on a car. Nothing huge. I shrugged my shoulders. You know I don't care, I just want to be with you, she said, hugging me tighter. Then she sighed, knowing that despite the fact that I didn't want her to, she had to go to school. She got up and headed upstairs. She took a shower, got dressed, at vampire speed, and came down looking beautiful, casual, and my worse, sad. She had on a purple Darien sweatsuit that hugged her curves, breast and ass in only the best way. Oh my dear Ness, I almost jumped the poor girl. I'm ready to go. Oh, and I want to take the motorcycle, she said, still sad but facing her fate. I walked up to her. I had also changed into some regular jeans and a black t-shirt. I gave her a big hug and kiss on the cheek. It's okay, sweetheart. It'll be over soon, okay? Keep your phone on you, okay? I'll see if I have time to come and see you for lunch, okay? Jacob. It's just I'm going to miss you, she said, looking back up with tears forming in her eyes. I didn't know what to do. I just knew I had to stop her from crying. If I didn't, I would not be able to let her go. I began to kiss her face, starting with her eyes and working on down. I got caught up and was so close to her mouth. But then I stopped against my will and looked up to see her breathing hard, looking relaxed with her eyes closed. Once I stopped, she looked at me upset that I had. I kissed her again on those soft pout-like lips and had never felt more at peace. She relaxed in my arms and opened her mouth to grant me entrance, which I gladly took. I felt like the world could have been being attacked by aliens and I wouldn't give a shit because I would have died happy with this woman in my arms. It felt so amazing and yet was so wrong. Damn, why did I kiss her? I looked up and pulled away. She actually groaned a little in protest and then smiled. All right, let's go, I said with a small smile on my face. What? That kiss was amazing, but I just knew it had to be wrong. I mean, she's only been alive 6 years, you fucking perv. Yet I didn't think like that unless I made myself. We got on my motorcycle and she held on tightly to my waist, and I loved it. How we rode in non-awkward silence was beyond me. I guess since she was my soulmate, she was everything I wanted and needed. She was good with what I gave her. For now at least, but I knew it wouldn't be too long before she wanted more, or at least an explanation for why I couldn't give her a kiss like that anytime soon. We pulled up to the school with basically the whole school as goddamn audience. I didn't care too much though, I was just glad Ness wasn't late. Although the rumors didn't faze me because quite frankly I didn't give a damn, I still heard them. Why are they late together? You know she's giving him some. I heard she's pregnant with his baby. Probably. As stupid as the whole conversation was, I couldn't help but smile at the thought of Ness being big and glowing with my seeds. Hopefully that vision wouldn't be too far off. Once the bike stopped, Ness took a while to let go of my waist, but she did and sighed as she got off the back. So I guess I'll see you later, she said, looking like she would cry again. I kicked down the kickstand and walked up to her and pulling her towards me by her waist and holding her as close as I could. It'll be okay, sweetheart. I promise to be here to come and get you after school, and I'll try to sneak in during lunch and come to see you, okay? I said as I gave her a kiss on the forehead with my arms holding her close by her waist, her soft curvy waist. Our audience was still watching, but I didn't give a damn, they could all kiss my modular coupling. She just nodded, and let go of me as I got back on my bike. I sighed and so did she. We knew today would be a long day without the other. See you later my Jacob, she said to me. I don't think it was loud enough for humans to hear, but honestly if they did that'd be fine too. I just smiled. See you later my Renesmee, I said, and she just smiled. She ran back to my motorcycle and hugged me again. After our second hug, I kick up my kickstand and vroom off with Ness eyes on me. I feel our cable cord stretching and I hate it. Fuck, I hate being away from her. I know we have an obsessive and uncontrollable relations. Hip, but shit, I don't know any imprint couple that doesn't. Ours is just stronger. I don't know if it's because she is half vampire or if it's just me being born alpha, but damn, it only makes us being away from each other hurt more. I get to the airport. I went wolf so I wouldn't have to get someone to drive my car back, and the car keys are waiting for me in the office. I go in and pick them up. IHEAD on back to the Cullens and go straight to the garage. The owner, the Richardsons, have asked me to do will take about 3 days. Luckily it was Monday. Now usually that'd be a bad thing, but it's some weird ass holiday starting Wednesday, so I only had to leave like this tomorrow, and then the next day she would be here with me. I worked extra hard while also doing my best so I would have time to see Ness for lunch. Luckily I was ahead of schedule and would be able to see her, but only real quick. I texted her to tell her the good news and to calm my, without my imprint, nerves. Hey Ness, I'll be able to make it to lunch but only for a minute. Would you like me to bring you something, and how is school Jake? She texted me back immediately. I miss you so much Jake. School just isn't the same with OU. Please hurry. I've been waiting all day for a text but I knew you were busy so I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, and I would love a wolf-style Ness. Ness, you could never disturb me. If you wanted to talk to me just do so. Oh, and one wolf burger coming up. Jake. I got up from my work and headed to the kitchen and quickly made a wolf burger. Basically a huge burger with almost every piece of meat known to man on it. After I made it I put it in a bag. I hopped on my motorcycle and zoomed back to the school. When I got there I headed straight to the cafeteria, and the first thing I saw was Ness standing in the doorway. She had some weird guy in her face, but she told him off and headed straight towards me with a huge smile on her face. I looked at the table to try and see what was going on, but all the Cullens looked pissed off, especially Edward and Bella, who looked like they were just barely holding back their fangs. They looked up and saw me and visibly relaxed. She got up to me and hugged me so tight I think she cut off my circulation, but I didn't care. Jacob, I missed you so much. Are you sure I can't just sneak out? I've had way too damn much today and I just wanna feign sick and go home with you. I actually looked at Edward, who just shook his head, and so did I. Here, I got your burger, I said, handing her the hug burger. Ness, being half vampire, didn't really grow, she just developed, and I actually think she's done with that. Good thing neither she nor the wolves could gain weight because we ate these things way too damn much, and if we were human we would have had a heart attack. Thank you. She gave me a hug that lasted forever and I felt smile tears on me once again. I pulled up her face to see her crying and I went into protective mode. Ness, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Did that guy annoy you? I swear all. She cut me off. Jake, no, I'm fine, I just don't want to be here without you. I mean, seeing Van and all was the high point of my day. I mean, yeah, that guy and others have annoyed me, but I don't give a damn about them, I just want to be with you. She held me so tight and I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't just let her cry like this, she was hurting. I took her hand and walked her over to the table and we sat down. I let her eat her burger with her head on my shoulder while I gave Edward the one down on how he had to let Ness come with me. Listen Edward, the first understand she should be in school, but it isn't like she doesn't know this shit. Come on, she doesn't want to be here. This is her first conscious day of being away from me since she was about 7. I'll have her go tomorrow, but she can't do this, not today. He sighed and nodded. Once she got done I just grabbed her hand and we hurried out toward the lunchroom door. What are you doing, Jake? You don't want to stay here. You want to go with me, right? More than anything else, but will my dad let me? She said sweetly and so innocently. That's what me and him were discussing, and the answer is yes. She just smiled hugely and hugged me, then she ran close to human speed towards her friend Van and told her she was leaving. Her friend just smiled, gave her a hug and then ran back towards me. We made it outside undetected, and that's when the real hug came. She jumped onto me and wrapped her legs around my waist and hugged me tight. "God, I miss you so much," she said with so much sincerity. "I miss you too. Now let's get back. Maybe with your help I'll be able to make it to school tomorrow and we won't have to ditch." I laughed and so did she. We got on the bike and zoomed back to the house. When we got back, my sweetheart put on some plain jeans and a black shirt and some old tennis shoes. She made me some lunch and we sat on the couch watching cartoons while I ate. She had her head in my lap, and when I finished I wasn't ready to get up, so I knew I would be working well into the night so I could finish on time, but I didn't mind. "Ness, what happened with that guy?" "Shish." He hesitated, which only got me more curious. Instead of telling me, she just put up her hand to my face and showed me. He was trying to get her to go and have lunch with him at his table when she was sitting with Lavana. She refused and told him she was waiting for me. He began to get upset and starting babbling on, talking about how she was wasting her time and how she should sit with him. She said again, but that's when he went too far and grabbed her arm. The fact that he touched her at all pissed me off, and the way he touched her sure as hell didn't help. I growled. She went on and she led her arm away from him and told him to fuck off and to never touch her again. Then she softened. "Why? I don't know." She told him that if he ever wanted to befriend her, pushing was not the way. Damn straight I should go back up there and whoop his ass, but I'm pretty sure Ness would beg me not to. She stopped showing me what happened and I was visibly pissed. I could feel the urge to phase in my blood, but I calmed down for the sake of Ness. "Ness, why didn't you tell me? I would have whooped that dumb fuck's rich ass," I replied through clenched teeth. "Because I didn't want you in trouble. Don't worry, I'm fine." She leaned and kissed me on the cheek, calming my nerves. "Fine, but if he tries that shit tomorrow there's going to be no calming down. I'm going to whoop his ass." "You should probably warn him," I told her. She just laughed and said she already did when he manhandled her arm. "Good, I don't want you near him." She just nodded her head on my chest. "I'm serious, Ness. I care about you way too much to just let that motherfucker put his hands on you. God, it pisses me off to no end. I might just have accidentally miss school tomorrow just so I can go up there by myself and whoop his ass." Ness just laughed, and against my better judgment I smiled at her joy. I just couldn't help it. She snuggled closer to my chest and mumbled, "I love you, my Jacob, so much." I smiled. "I love you to my Nessie. More than you'll ever know." We went outside after that and got started on the car. We played and worked, but with her help I was more than halfway through before the end of the day. I loved her so much I don't know how I had gone so long without her my entire life, but I was glad that I didn't have to anymore, and to make it all even better, my Ness loves me too. What could be better? Renesmee. It had been a month since me and Jacob had worked on the car, and also a month since we had kissed, and I was becoming more and more impatient for the next one to come. When he had kissed me I was sure that he had kissed me in a passionate way, one that showed all his love for me, and not just as a friend, but every day that he didn't bring it up only further confirmed my suspicion that it was purely out of comfort. The thought made me sad. Only thing that kept me from wallowing in sadness was my friend Lavana and the new crew. There was Yasha, a short, curvy, interesting girl. She was funny because of her weirdness like Lavana. She always said the weirdest things that would make you crack up laughing. Because of her weird stupid jokes some thought she was stupid, but you don't judge a book by its cover. She is very intelligent and surpasses most of the teachers. Then there was Herschel with a well-toned build, hilarious guy and always knew how to make you feel better. I think besides myself he was the comforter of the group, the one who kept people happy. There was Lachey and Alexander. They were a cute couple. They made the saying opposites attract and were like a cute little Lifetime movie. Lachey was a pretty girl with a tall, thick build that she looked great with. She was the smart girl, the one that some people used to call a nerd, until she hooked up with star football quarterback Alexander. They argued all the time, but they loved each like vampires loved one another. Hurting one was like hurting the other. If you don't believe, well, Alexander would take a bullet for Lachey. Literally he has, and when he did she fainted just from the sight, but that is a different story. Now that is the love all humans should have. I thought about my friends. as they sat across from me and on the sides of me as we ate lunch. I had been eating lunch more often over here to keep distance from Jacob. It hurt me to be away from him, but it tempted me too much to be near him. I sat there thinking, not really in their conversations. I missed Jacob and I longed to have my head against his shoulder. I would do that as soon as we got home. I don't care about the temptations. I had not wanted to be near him because I did not want to make things awkward between us, but my patience was running thin. "Nessie, girl, get up before you're late to class," Van yelled in my ear. I got up and just sped off, not vampire speed, to class. I knew Van would want to talk about why I had been so out of it, but I honestly didn't want to talk about it and I didn't know what to say. I walked into my class with Jacob right behind me but not speaking. Damn. At my attempt for things not to get awkward, they were slowly getting awkward. If only I could tell him how much I loved him. Just then I got a text message and I was almost sure that it was from Jake, but it was from my dear Aunt Alice. "Hey dearie, listen, the family is going up to visit the Denali's. I just saw them inviting us since Tina has found a mate. Yeah, anyway, we'll be leaving early right after school and your mom wanted me to tell you she will miss you and be good, and Edward Saeed don't do anything he wouldn't approve of with Jacob. P.S. I keep seeing something to do with Van and some guy, but it's blurry and then all of a sudden blanks out, so I'm guessing Jacob will get involved. Just heads up. Love ya, Alice." "Thanks. Have a nice trip, Ness." My family knew me so well they didn't have to ask whether or not I would want to go, they knew I wouldn't. I love my extended cousins, but I hadn't been down lately and I didn't really care to see another completely in love couple when I didn't have the one I loved. Me and Jacob were silent throughout the rest of the day, maybe saying 2 words to each other and barely that. I knew we would have to talk though because I missed him like crazy, and as much as I loved my BMW, it just wasn't fun without Jacob. Through the month that had become our routine slowly getting worse. We used to joke, and then as the sexual tension for me grew, it got harder for me not to notice the beautiful biceps of his arms, the way his body flexes without him trying to when he stretches. It was so fucked how I loved him and how he wasn't showing me the same attention. I thought about this and sighed as I waited by my car, so he could come in, of course, just to get my feel of him. Yes, I still checked him out and loved on him behind his back. Whatever. I must have saw red because I saw Jacob walking outside and talking to Evelyn and some of her groupies. Evelyn had just felt Jacob's BICEP and I got so pissed it took all the inner Edward in me not to go over there and bite the shit out of her. Jacob began to walk to me and he said, "Hey," not even worrying about my response and hoping in his car. What the hell had happened between me and him? I hoped it wasn't that I was a bad kisser. I don't know about him, but the kiss for me was magical. It was like I had taken my first breath when our lips connected. Maybe it was not enough for him. My insecurities of not being fully human came back and I almost cried, but I promised myself I would not show weakness in front of Jacob. We go home and in vampire speed I ran up to my room. I could no longer hold in my tears, I lost it. My mind went crazy. All negatives were shooting through my mind. He doesn't love me, how could he? You're a freak. He wants a human. You will never do. He just pitied you and didn't want to let you down hard, so he didn't say anything. Before my thoughts could get any worse, Jacob ran in and pulled me in. A hug, comforting me in his warm embrace. I wanted to push him away but I couldn't, not in my vulnerable phase, but once I was done crying I used all my half-vampire strength to push him off. "Ness W. Hat's wrong, sweetheart," Jake said with so much sincerity it almost made my will crumble. Almost. As if you don't notice and now all of a sudden you care. Jake, you have done nothing but ignore me and stay up on that hoe Evelyn since I didn't have to finish. He knew what I was going to say. He put his head down and looked sad. I wanted to comfort him but I couldn't, not until we finished. "I'm so sorry, Ness. I didn't know you felt like that. Ness, you mean the world to me. You have been my best friend since you were born and I would never do anything to hurt you. I always have your best interest at heart and I am so sorry if it didn't seem that way. I love you." I walked to him and gave him a hug. I just couldn't help it. "Jake, I love you too. I am sorry I tripped out." Jake looked hesitant but then he sighed and sat me down on my bed. I began to get scared. "Ness, we have more we need to talk about." "Okay." Ness let me start by saying that the kiss was the most magical and beautiful thing I have ever experienced. I have known you since the day you were born. You mean the world to me and you have no idea how long I have wanted to do that, to kiss you. I was blushing by now. So the kiss was good for him. I wanted to be happy but something in his voice was unhappy. I feel the same way, Jacob, I said and cupped his face with my hand. He leaned his head against my hand and sighed and then, "And that's why we can't be together," he whispered. I froze and then jumped up with a tear rolling down my eye. What do you mean we can't be together? I stuttered. I don't see the problem. Why couldn't we love each other and let everyone else see it? Ness, he stood up with me. I told you, your best interest is what I am concerned about. You're not ready, it's too soon. I love you, Ness, but it's too soon. You're not ready and neither am I. Besides, we're best friends, we can't be like that. Quote, how do you know what I'm ready for? I snapped, and then he went and played light on the situation, saying best friends don't date. That's just it, he doesn't want me. Ness, just please try to understand, he said in a voice that sounded like he would cry. I couldn't cuss him but I couldn't look at him anymore. It only made me think of the one thing I wanted the most but couldn't have. Get out of my room, Jacob. I wanted to scream. I hate you, but no matter what I could not hate my Jacob. Ness, just leave please. I sobbed and fell to my bed. He tried to walk towards me but knew it was more effective to just leave me right now. He knew me too well, so he did. Before he left though, he whispered how he would always love me and that he was sorry. That only made me cry harder until I cried myself to sleep. I woke up the next morning with puffy eyes from all the crying. A tray of all my favorite breakfast foods on a tray and text from Alice. I am so glad that I was able to go to sleep through crying last night, because I already knew that unless I cried myself away again I would not be able to sleep. I sat up and didn't have an appetite, so I just let the food sit and went straight to the text. Ness, listen, that friend of yours Van, yeah, she is going to need you. I saw that some guy came back. I can tell he is bad news. He is trying to do something with Van. I couldn't see too well with you being there, but I just know that she is in trouble. Okay, see ya, Alice. I began to cry again. Oh great. First Jacob, now I lose Van too. No, I would not let that happen. I got all the courage I could muster up and went downstairs to find Jacob not there but just walking in looking like he hadn't slept at all. Did you enjoy your breakfast? Jacob asked me, his voice raspy. I didn't answer. Couldn't. I would do nothing but break out and cry again, so I just turned away, which received a sigh from Jacob. Ness, I'm having Embry and Seth come up to stay for a little while, maybe in a few weeks, to catch up and maybe keep an eye on Lavana since Alice told me she saw something bad. I just nodded. He huffed this time almost angrily. Ness, look, I am sorry, but you have to understand I only want what is best for you and I don't think me or you is ready for what it is going to take to handle this relationship. Whatever, Jacob, were the first words I muttered to Jake right before I got up, walked off and went back upstairs to wallow in my sadness. I see. Read for hours, and as much as that is all I wanted to do, I had to get it together. Van would need me and I would be there no matter what goes on with me and Jacob. Jacob, what the hell did I do? I just ruined everything, that's what. I was thinking about how I just fucked everything up with Ness. I mean, everything was great before I kissed her, I think. Shit was it. Of course, anyway, I was in wolf form, just running around, which is all I really ever do now. No sleeping. Because when I sleep I dream, and when I dream I have the same nightmare. Ness, no longer mine, someone else's, and never coming back to me. If you're so worried about that, then stop being a bitch and tell her how you feel. Of course, this was Seth, my second conscience. I'll take that as a compliment. Anyway, I don't see the problem. Your feelings have changed, so have hers. Why are you holding out? It just feels too early. Don't lie to me. Even if that was the problem, I know you wouldn't hurt her and go through all this shit if it was that simple. You'd just tell her to wait instead of making it seem like you don't want to be with her. I've been your beta for a while and in your mind since I was about 14. Don't play stupid, Jake. I sighed mentally. Sometimes I hate how well my friends know me, but I know them just the same. Alright, I am afraid of messing things up. First, why? And second, because I know there is more. Ah, see what I mean? Only my beta would know that as was more than just me being afraid of not being good enough for her. Well, Seth, just because she's my imprint doesn't mean she has to have or keep a romantic relationship with me. It's just so far been the norm, but what about me and Ness is normal? True, she could leave me if I fucked up, and seeing as I am printed I would know that there is no one here, now or in the future, that I will love more than her. If she leaves me and decided that I ain't good enough for her, I'll hate it, but I love her so much I would eventually accept it, and ICA NT risk losing her because she feels we're ready. It seems like you're losing her now with all the waiting, but whatever. Second question. And Seth was right, all of the waiting was breaking me and Ness further apart. But it was for the best. Right. And Seth said, sounding impatient now. And if I start to date her, I'll have to tell her everything. I understand that can be a scary thought, but Nessie loves you, man. She may be mad, hell, even pissed and disowning and distrusting, and wow, thanks. But she will get over it and she'll forgive you. Being scary is no excuse to be a bitch and hurt her. I was thinking about what Seth was saying, and he was right. Just because I am afraid of how she will take it doesn't give me the right to hurt her like this. No one has the right to ever hurt her. And I will try to be good enough for her if it takes every single fiber of my being. Besides, you don't have to tell her now. Just be with her for right now, and after a while, not too long though, Jake, tell her. You are right. I usually am. I don't know about usually, but he was right this time. I would show her how much I love her. I will show her that I am worth her precious time, and maybe, just may be, she won't be mad enough to leave me when I do tell her. Yeah, whatever the plan is, do it now. That girl is probably on the verge of depression now. Oh, and me and Embry will be down around next Friday. That gives you about 9 days, so you better have fixed it by then. Got it. Whatever. Bye, Seth. As much as at times Seth annoyed me, he was always there when I needed a strict voice to tell me to get off my ass. Him, Embry and Quill were my best friends, and I couldn't ask for better ones. I ran as fast as I could back to the house. It was 8:30 at night, and Ness would probably be on her way to her room. Not to bed, seeing as she hasn't slept in days either. I walked toward the house, and the first thing I see is Edward. Where's Ness? I am glad that you have come to your senses. Now I can stop worrying. I knew Edward cared about his girls more than anything else, especially his own life. Sorry. Where is she? She's not here. Huh. Well, where is she? She is out on a date. I froze and my mind went blank. Once I could think again, the first thing that came to mind was my nightmares. Don't worry, Jacob, she did not want to go, but her friend set her up and she couldn't decline. She is still only interested in you. That didn't make me feel better. Even if when she left she felt that way, her feelings could change if she had a good time. Who did she go with? I sadly whispered to Edward through my mind. Drake. Edward saw Ed with obvious distaste. I didn't like him either. First, he's the idiot that put his hands on Renesmee, but even if he was a good guy, the first wouldn't like him, and neither would Edward, more than likely. Well, me and Edward had gotten close, and he had gotten so used to it being me his daughter would eventually be with, and the idea of someone else confused and upset him. Long story short, he didn't like someone taking my spot, and I damn sure didn't either. She should be home in about 30 minutes. Me and everyone else are going out to give you two some time to work things out. Thanks, Jacob. I am trusting you to handle things appropriately, but don't get too carried away. Of course, I understood completely. Although Edward was lenient and understanding, Renesmee was still Hi's little girl, and he didn't want that to be changing anytime soon. With that thought, he nodded his head and headed off. I went in the house where everyone else was already gone. I sat down on the couch and watched the news. Apparently there has been sighting of what looked like big bears and some missing kids. A few that so happened to go to our school. Some sad parents in a hot tips number, and then some frivolous gossip on some celebrities. News reporters these days. This story gave me a bad feeling inside, like when that whole Victoria incident was going on. Whatever it was, probably just my wild imagination. Besides, I am still too preoccupied with my Ness to honestly care too much. I hated waiting. Renesmee. Why is my life so sad? I mean, some may think I am being dramatic, but when you get rejected by someone like Jacob, you have every right to be depressed. I hate life. I love this guy so long, only to be dissed, and his excuse, I am not ready. What the fuck kinda excuse is that? He just didn't want to tell me that he didn't love me. You know what, fuck him. It hurt when I thought that, but I couldn't help but wanna be mad at him. I take a picture out of the box next to my bed and set it down and begin to cry. I pull my knees to my chest and hold myself. Whenever I think too much about Jacob, I am falling apart. Ring, 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 ring. I wasn't going to answer, but I looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Van. I would answer because ever since the whole thing happened I have been very distant with my friends. I owed her all of my thinking of making it up to H. Went out the window when I answered the phone. Ness, you have 23 minutes and 49 seconds to be ready for the movies. Me, Herschel, and your date Drake will be there and I am expecting you to be ready. 27 seconds. What? I don't wanna go. I just wanna stay here forever. Are you done now with your dramatic ass? Good. Now, I am so sick of you being depressed, it is bringing me down. So we are on our way. You better be ready or I will be dragging you out looking any kind of way. I mean, she said and hung up. I wouldn't put it above my friend to bust in here and drag me out. I sighed. Alice, I need you to style me. Before I could even finish the statement, she was inside my closet going through things. Oh Ness, we need to go shopping again. Of course we do, I said without emotion. I dragged myself to the bathroom to shower and by the time I got out my clothes were already out. I threw them on, put on some makeup to cover up my bags. I looked like Santa had delivered all his toys under my eyelids. 2 minutes Ness. Thanks Alice. I sighed and headed downstairs. I went to go wait outside so that they didn't have to come in and meet my socially awkward vampire family. I was just glad that Jack was not here to see me go out on a basically date. I don't think I would have been able to hold back crying simply at the fact that it should be me and him out on dates. Hey Nessie, you're ready? I streetly thought I would have to go in and drag you out, said Van. Then she looked up and joined in the kinda like Herschel and Drake, of my house. Wow honey, you have an awesome house, stated Herschel. I put on a fake smile and hopped in as we drove off. We got to the movie and bought our tickets to a horror film of my preference. It turns out we were like an hour early, so we went to eat first. I'm not hungry, I said emotionless. Well, now I feel bad because I will be adding pounds. That is my way of saying I don't give a damn you are coming to eat with us. I just sighed and we walked to the nearest Italian restaurant. I never really liked Italian food too much, it always made me think about the Volturi. I know, stupid, but yeah, what about me isn't weird? We sat and ate and we eventually went back to the movie theater and sat in our seats. I wasn't really paying attention to the movie, I was too busy thinking about getting home. Somewhere in the time of watching the movie, Drake had snaked his arm around the back of my seat. I felt so uncomfortable, so I pretended not to notice. I just sat uncomfortably for the rest of the movie, deciding to pay attention if nothing more than to just distract me from this guy's arm. I guess I got so caught up in life that I hadn't even noticed that we had just got done dropping off Van. I am so sorry. I know I haven't been much fun, but I'm just going through some stuff right now. I understand, and honestly it should be me apologizing. I apologize for how I handled things in the cafeteria. It's just, well, I don't know if you have noticed, you were really pretty and I thought you were just blowing me off cause you were Evelyn type. Please don't ever compare me to her. Yeah, she is kinda a bitch. Kinda. Well, yeah, major bitch. For the first time in forever I laughed. Well, not really laughed but chuckled. That was still a plus though. We pulled up to the house and he stayed in the car. Well, we're here. Yeah, I guess so. Look, I'm sorry, seriously. I should have been a better date. You know you're too nice, he said and took my face and kissed. I don't know why, but I let him. I don't know how it felt to him, but to me it was nothing. Emotionless. It could never in a million years compare to my Jacob's kisses. It honestly made me sick to my stomach, literally simply kissing someone other than my Jacob, and he pulled away. I thanked the gods that he had before I threw up. Yeah, I said and hopped out the car. See you, Ness, he said, smiling at me, and he waved. I headed up the stairs and pulled out my keys. I sniffed the air and smelt him. I didn't want to go in. I knew it would hurt to see him, but I locked my windows in my room so I couldn't climb those, so I breathed in and opened the door. I turned off the TV as I heard a car pull up. Please dear native spirits, don't let her bring that boy anywhere near this house or I will kill and be forced to go to jail for murder. Her heels clanked up as she walked up the stairs, alone. Thank you spirits. She paused, sighed and unlocked the door. She walked in looking beautiful but not her usual radiance. She looked tired, though I was not surprised. I have looked in a mirror since Pixie forced me and I will admit I look like shit. She had dark rings around her eyes, her skin was pale, well paler than usual, she just looked sad. Hi. I say, trying to start this conversation. Hey, she said, putting her keys down and heading upstairs. Before she could get far I got up and grabbed her to sit back down. I already felt the spark between us and I know she can too. Her heart flutters for a second before it goes back to its normal. What is it? She said in a flustered tone. I couldn't help but smile that I could still get her like this. We need to talk. She got angry. There is nothing to say. You have already made it clear you don't want to be with me, her arms crossed and tears forming in her eyes against her will. I never said that. You kinda did. I didn't want to argue. I wanted to make things right. Look, we need to talk, so can you please just sit down and listen? She sighed but sat down. I was hesitant but sat right next to her, ready to spill my guts and put all the cards on the table. Ness, I am in love with you and have been for some time now. You mean the world to me and that is why I thought me not being with you was the best. You deserve better, and if you did pick me I don't know if I would be good enough for you. I don't want to mess things up with you, but that seems to be all I have been doing lately. I love you and am terrified of fucking up with you. So I won't be mad at you if you have decided not to be with me. I just want you to know. I paused and turned her so she was staring in my eyes. I will never stop loving you, and it would mean everything to me if you would forgive me for what I put you through. Tears were flowing freely in her eyes, and this time I decided to comfort her. I held her tight before she could protest. It felt so good to have her in my arms again, and it ended way too soon when she stopped crying and looked me in the eyes with anger flowing. She pushed herself off of me. It isn't good enough, Jacob. I confess my heart to you and then you ignore me and leave me hanging. Jacob, I was hurting and you let me down. I have to think about it, Jacob. She said and ran upstairs. Luckily I knew Ness better than I know the back of my hand, so I had a plan B for when she ran to her room. I wrote a note. I waited about 20 minutes outside of her door until I heard her move and head to her dresser. So obviously she hadn't read the letter yet. I waited another 5 minutes when I heard her head to the door, so I got up off the floor. As soon as the door opened she grabbed me and pulled me into a longing beautiful, yes beautiful, kiss. Jacob, do you really love me? More than my own life, I said seriously. She hugged me and then looked at me in her eyes, sending me a mental note. Then kiss me until we either die or can't remember our own names. I laughed but happily obliged. I put my lips on hers and she automatically reacted by putting her arms around my neck. I pulled her onto my lap as I sat on her bed with her straddling me with both of her legs on either side of my stomach while I held her tight. As she was kissing me and opened her mouth granting me entrance, our tongues began to wrestle for dominance until I won, and with that she began to send me her love for me through her mind. I was overjoyed, overfilled with so much happiness I thought I would explode. She began to cry and I stopped, scared that maybe she had changed her mind. I pulled back to see what was wrong and she looked sad that I had. What's wrong, sweetheart? She just smiled and pulled me by my neck back to her lips and we kissed again. I've never been so happy, Jake. I love you, my Jacob. We kissed for what was actually about 20 minutes but only felt like a minute. That night, I held her close to me and she snuggled into my chest. I held her knowing she loved me, knowing that despite all the shit I had put her through she was choosing me and I would love her forever. I would make me worth her time. I thought about this as I heard her whisper, I love you, my Jacob, and I always will, and I smiled from joy. I love you to Ness and don't you ever forget it. Renesmee. I woke up in Jacob's arms, again. Last night we stayed in my room and we were doing homework, seeing as we didn't go to school all the rest of last week and most of this week. We didn't want to go and it was sunny so family couldn't go. And me and Jake just called in sick because I had to go camping, and I honestly was a little sick while all the rest went camping with me when we both passed out. I woke up in the middle of the GHT and Jacob was on my love seat, so I got up and decided to lay next to him. Tomorrow would be Friday, our first day back together as two happy people. As a couple, I guess that's what we were, and yet that word didn't quite fit. We were so much more. I looked at Jacob as he slept, enjoying the way he looked so peaceful. I could have stayed like that forever, but my alarm clock went off and told me it was time to get up. I began to stir so I could get out of Jacob's protective cocoon to go take a shower. I kept trying until I was almost out when Jake pulled me closer and began smiling. He was up, but didn't want to let me go, and in all honesty I didn't want to go. "Jacob, come on, we have to go to school." "No," he said with no hint of him changing his mind, but I knew he would. "Jacob, you have to pick up the wolves later from the airport and we both have to get to school." "No, Jakey, please. I have to be there. I am trying to stay close to Van because of Alice's visions." Alice was not Sue. When Ricky would come, but she knew it was getting closer and I didn't want to take chances. I was already missing days. "Fine, go take a shower," he said sadly. I got up, but before I did I turned arrow. And kissed Jake, granting him entrance of my tongue. It was magical, as if the whole world stopped, and for that second I felt whole, as if this is what I was born for. Damn, I loved this boy. We went at it until Alice yelled down the hall for me to stop before we were late for school. Jake said under his breath, but loud enough to hear, some very inappropriate words. I stopped and ran to the bathroom giggling. After my shower I went to go pick out my clothes. Something I hadn't done since me and Jacob's first fight. Alice had been picking out my clothes, and the days the family was no tea here, all I wore was old sweats or PJs and stayed in my room. I was so glad I was out of my depression state that today I decided I would wear a dress. I was trying to decide between my white Hervé Leger aqua foam bandage dress and my black Rachel Pally Adele dress. "Go with the black Mariah Carey sweater dress and your Prada bag," whispered Alice from down the hall. I don't know how she saw tea dress would be best, but I mean whatever's best. "I didn't. Your dad just told me what you were thinking about," and I looked ahead at some of the girls at school today and saw how they were so jealous of the dress. "Whatever. Okay, Alice, thanks." I put on some Victoria's Secret and threw on the dress. I grabbed my Prada Vitello Shine double hand tote and already knew what shoes would go perfectly with it. I ran to my closet and pulled out my Alexander McQueen platform pumps with metal toe and heel. I went to my mirror and smiled. I looked awesome. I was glowing with happiness, and my adult look only made it look better. I would have not been able to wear this in Forks because I would have looked like a spoiled bitch and way out of place with the quiet town. That was a pro of being in New Hampshire. Although the school we went to was small town and the town was quiet, it was still full with people with money and people who loved fashion, so I wouldn't look snobby, just classy and sexy. I walked out of my room and Alice clapped in her happy way, which made me laugh. I headed downstairs to grab some breakfast and to see my Jacob. Of course he looked better than me even when looking casual. He had on a white t-shirt that matched his perfect white teeth. Sean John jeans and white Vans. He was just as radiant as me, but more so. He was always beautiful, or as he would prefer, handsome. I walked down the stairs and stood in front of him, and he just stared me up and down and then gave me a quick peck on the lips that lit me up and a hug. When he pulled away I couldn't help but whimper. Luckily, he didn't say anything, though I know he heard. "Wow, Ness honey, you look beautiful." "Thanks." I blushed. Damn my belliness. We walked back to the kitchen and ate bacon and egg omelets courtesy of my mom. When we were done I got up and Jake automatically grabbed my hand and we walked to the Camaro. I missed it. I hadn't ridden in it for so long, it was comforting to be back. When we got to school, everyone automatically noticed the difference in our moods. We walked to all our classes hand in hand. Wow, they look different. Yep, they make an awesome couple. Must be the fact that she got that abortion Jacob wanted. Of course this was that bitch Evelyn. All I did was smile though. She could hate all she wanted, I got the man she wanted. Ha 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 bitch. O and F. Why, you stupid hoe, if I was pregnant with Jacob's baby I would never give it away. I would love it with all my heart, being it was part Jacob part me. I went through my first flu classes a complete blissful bubble because me and Jake were together until he had to leave early to go get the boys, but he promised he would be back when school was over so he could pick me up from school. Luckily I wouldn't be too depressed seeing as though this hour I have Van. I walked into class and Van had this overly happy expression on her face with sad eyes that looked like they had been crying for hours. Something is wrong. Hey Nessie. What's up? She was just trying to skip past the problem. Like me, she doesn't like to cry, she doesn't like too much attention and doesn't like to be thought of as weak. What's wrong, Lavana? I'd already tell how much she wanted to lie to me, but she just couldn't. She was too good of a person. She grabbed my hand and pulled me outside first, making sure no one was in the hallway before she broke out in tears, sobbing incoherently. I calla ankuded in no www. Slow down, Van, what happened? She slowed her breathing just barely so she could tell me what was wrong. Ricky called me over the weekend and he is supposed to be coming here at the end of the day to come and get me. Oh shit. Renesmee. Listen to me, Van. I will not let that loser hurt you, I promise. You are my best friend, and any friend of a Cullen is always safe from losers like him, but unsafe from the possibility of getting drained by a vampire, but we won't talk about that. I just learned that that bastard Rick was coming here to pick up my friend. As if I would let him see her after the shit he put her through. Shit over my half-vampire immortal body. Van, can't your parents do something? Like call the police or get a restraining order? Please, Ness. My parents don't give a damn. Hell, they are the ones that told him where I was. They said maybe if I didn't have such a smart-ass mouth then maybe Ricky would be a little nicer. I forgot her parents are total jackasses that don't care about the fact that their daughter is in trouble. Whatever, she has a good friend in me, and although I don't want have human blood on my hand, maybe my parents will forgive me. I pray to who the hell ever that Jacob forgives me. My Jacob. Ding, gasped my Jacob. The wolves are coming in today, they can like prot. Van and surely scare this Ricky guy away for the time being. I worked my whole plan out in about 3 seconds. I had a smile on my face, so Van became curious. Renesmee, why are you smiling like that? What are you thinking? Don't worry, Van, I have it all under control, just meet me at my locker at the end of the day and walk with me outside. Ness, you don't know Ricky. He may be an ass, he is a thorough ass and will be there before school ends. I would leave school now, but I know he'll find me and he'll now I'm scared. He feeds on my fear, she sobbed with fresh tears falling down her cheeks. I figured that okay, just trust me, I have everything under control. Now come on, let's get in class. It's free day, I said, trying to brighten the mood. Luckily it worked and she smiled as we walked into the class. I got into the class and immediately texted Jacob getting all the things set up and he would be there with our guest for protection of Van. She was like a sister to me and that meant that she had the Cullen's protection and the Pax, although she wouldn't need it all. It's nice to know who you have in your corner. We went through the whole day together, and if we were not in the same class then we were texting each other. With all the worrying, the day went by pretty fast until the last bell rang and she was waiting outside my last hour, computer, pacing like Edward and Elle. Ooking like she was trying extremely hard not to cry and have a panic attack. I went to her and pulled her into a hug to get her to calm down. She hugged me back and I felt her relax slightly. Ew, look at the freaks. So what? Jacob leaves and then you're all up on some chick. You are such a waste. Of course this rude comment came from the one, the only whore Evelyn. You know, as much as you're calm and was meant to insult me, it only makes you look stupid because out of the both of us I'm the waste Jacob chose. Evelyn looked pissed, her 2 flunkies looked confused. Dumb bitches. That means that even though I am supposedly a waste I am better than Evelyn, I said, using a voice as if talking to a kindergarten who didn't understand the concept of 1 + 1 = 2. Oh. Dumb flunky number 2 said. Whatever. I don't know why Jake even waste his time with a hoe like you. First Drake, then Jacob, and now you're doing chicks. She shakes her head as if ashamed. Such a waste. Shut the hell up, you stupid fake bitch. You are so insecure that you hate on Renesmee because she has naturally beauty. You're just mad because even with your fake breast, nose job and collagen in your cheekbones you still are nowhere near Renesmee. You know it, she knows it, everybody else knows it, so instead of being in her face, go slit your wrist, you stupid bitch. Evelyn's mouth was hung open and so were her flunkies. They were shocked as was I by Van's comment. You're a freak anyway, Flunky number 2 said. They all just walked off, but you could tell Evelyn was still in shock from someone standing up to her. I grabbed Van and we walked out. As we made our way outside, I thought from Van's display of obvious dissatisfaction with Evelyn that she would have more confidence. That was far from the truth. Once we got outside to the parking lot, there was a black Mustang parked in the middle of the parking lot, taking up space. I will admit the guy was cute, especially for a human, but he had none of my respect and never would. He began walking towards us as we headed to her car so I could take her home. Van's grip became tighter on my arm. Luckily she didn't realize how even with her death grip I had not one scratch, how my skin was hot. Ricky got closer and I fought the urge to snarl and jump like the vamp I was and bite the human off of him. He finally caught up to us and I felt Van's heart race and her breathing speed up. Then he caught her by her arm, getting her attention. I automatically hissed, "Hey Van, where are you going? I called you on Saturday to tell you me and you are going out tonight. I've missed you." The weird thing is he seemed so sincere, especially when he said he had missed her. It looked heartfelt, like he meant it, but he had a possessive tone to his voice, like she could only be his and no one else's. Well, me and she was stuttering. She was stuck, so I decided to fill in. "She's made other plans, she's coming with me tonight." He looked at me and spoke in a tone as if I insulted him. "I don't think so. See, she is my girlfriend and my Vanna. She's coming with me." "Come on sweetheart, we have to get home and catch up," he said confidently, as if she would really leave with him. As if I would let her leave with him. I was going to respond, but Van decided it was her turn to speak. Ricky, I going to hang out with Renesmee today and, well," she was quiet for a while as if she didn't want to speak out of fear, but I understand that was probably why. "Me and you aren't together anymore and I would like for you to stop contacting me," she said in one breath with her eyes closed. When she opened them is when I decided to look back at Ricky. He looked pissed and hurt. I was confused. He seems to love her, but maybe not in a healthy way. I don't mean me and Jake unhealthy, I mean physically hurt unhealthy. "You are going to come with me, Lavana. Whether you want or not." Like hell. The nerve of this guy. He grabbed her firmly by her arm and began to yank her by her arm. Luckily I didn't have to kill this guy before one of my favorite wolves appeared at my defense. "Embry, I don't think she wants to be with you right now, and as her bodyguard I'm going to need you to leave," Embry said with so much confidence and anger it made me flinch. Ricky began looking Embry up and down, probably weighing his options. I guess Ricky isn't as stupid as he looks, because he let go of Lavana and whispered in her ear how this wasn't over, that he would be back and last, and of course most shockingly that he loved her, while he kissed her on her cheek, causing her to flinch and shiver in fear. Once Ricky got in his car and was out of sight, she gave me a huge hug, thanking me for being such a good friend and whatnot. Then she turned to Embry. "Thank you so," she started but didn't finish. Her and Embry just stared at each other as if all this drama didn't just happen, as if they were the only two people on Earth. They stared like that for what felt like forever, until I was picked up by a huge set of warm hands, pick me up and spin me around, and I automatically knew who it was. Seth. I turned around and hugged him with a huge hug. Jake just sat there and stared at Embry and Van, looking lost in their lostness. I walked up to him and took his face in my hands and kissed him fully on the lips. He was shocked for the first few seconds but quickly fell into it. I missed Jake so much, and seeing him only made me realize even more just how much I had missed him. We kissed for what only felt like seconds but must have been a little while, because by the time we were done only was Seth in the car, but Embry and Van had talked and somehow they ended with him driving her home. The way home, although I was very vocal and stayed in the conversations, I couldn't help but wonder how Embry and Van connected so quickly. I mean, is that normal? They just met, and the minute their eyes met one another it was like they would give and do anything for the other, because all they needed were each other to make them happy. Maybe, oh my Jacob, Embry made that special connection with Van. How did I not notice before? Once I realized that was what it was, as much as I wanted to be happy for my friend that she had someone who would always love her, someone as loyal as Embry, I couldn't. The only thing I could bring myself to think about is what about when Jacob makes that connection. I mean, Embry looked at Van with such adoration it almost made me cry. I mean, of course me and Jacob are together now, but will he always love me the way he does, or will someone one day come in and become his Van, Emily, Kim, Allie, Rachel, Tori, or even Claire? The thought made me want to cry, knowing that one day I would be replaced and Jacob would move on. I couldn't even think of finding comfort of me one day having that connection, because I know that I could only ever love Jacob. He is my everything, and one day my light in dark places, my rock, my entire universe would nay not love me the way he does now, because he would find someone better. Someone who deserved his russet skin and pure white teeth, his laughter, his cropped hair, his attention, his and even his heart, would one day replace me. That day I would fight for him, but once he realized that I was not right for him, that would be the day I lose my will to live. I would not kill myself, because just the court that he is happy with someone else is just enough to keep me together, but not enough to keep me whole. Only me knowing that I could be Jacob's forever and he could be mine, that is the only thing that could keep me whole forever. Sadly, that is not the case. My Jacob, well Jacob, wow, it even hurt to not think my Jacob, being so in sync with me, knew that something was wrong. He was looking at me as we both sat in the back. He tried to take my hand as a sign for me to show him what was wrong, but I just pulled away, letting him know I didn't want to talk about it. He looked so concerned, and he knew I was sad, and that made him sad. He snaked his arm around my waist and pulled me closer to him, and although I knew he wasn't mine, I laid my head on his chest and listened to Jacob's heartbeat, the heartbeat that kept me breathing. I snuggled closer to him and he tightened his hold on me and held me so close it felt like he was trying to suck the sadness out of me. Knowing him, he probably was. He is so selfless, and he deserves someone who is just as selfless. We finally made it back to the house, but laying on my favorite pillow, Jacob's warm chest, I didn't even want to get out of the car, and he could tell. Yo Seth, we'll be inside in a little bit, she's a little tired so we're gonna lay here for a bit. Cool bro. Hurry Ness, we have to have a food eating contest, Seth said with so much enthusiasm I couldn't help but laugh into Jacob's chest and nod my head. We sat there for a little while, and instead of me getting up I ended up falling asleep. Damn Jake for being so comfortable. I woke up in my bed with a little note taped to my stomach. Hey, you went to sleep in the car so I carried you upstairs. I can tell something is wrong Ness, but I'm not going to rush you, just make sure to tell me soon. Go to sleep, I'll be outside running with these mongrels. Be back soon. Love you Ness. Jacob. P.S. Seth said when you're up to it he is going to murder you in a pizza eating contest. I doubt it, but can't blame him for trying. I couldn't help but smile as I read the love of my life's note. He was so sweet and I couldn't help but want him to be mine. I decided to put on some different clothes. I mean, what is the point of wearing this stuff? I went to my room and took a shower and put on some jeans, a black tank top and some black Vans. I made my way downstairs just as the boys were making their way inside. Wow, I must have been out for a little while. I jumped on Jacob as soon as he got in the house. Well, someone missed me, Jake said, laughing and hugging me tight as he plopped down on the couch with me on top of him. All of a sudden Jacob's face looked sad, and I already knew that this was about how I was feeling earlier. He wants me to tell him. Maybe I should. I mean, he may be my boyfriend, but he was also my best friend, and I had to tell him. Maybe he could make me feel better. Even tell me that one day when he does find his soulmate that he will still love me and won't forget me. That settled it. I had to tell Jake. I telepathically asked him if we could go sit on the porch. He lifted me up and we walked to my room. We ended up on the balcony of my room. So are you final? Why going to tell me what's wrong? Jacob was never the beat around the bust type. I just sighed and sat down on my ledge. Jacob, what I am about to say, I need you to listen and not interrupt, okay? Of course. Okay Ness, you can do this. Jake, I am in love with you. I saw him smile at that. And I know that you could never possibly love me as strongly as I love you. He looked upset and tried to interrupt, but I just continued. And I know about how wolves have that special connection with someone, but seeing with my own eyes today made it very clear to me that you don't belong to me. That you can. Because one day you're going to find that one girl who means everything to you, and you may not admit it now, but you will forget me. That's why I was sad, because I don't want you to forget me, but I know that someday it will happen. All I ask is that for now you at least let us be friends, because I don't want to lose you. I know that one day you'll leave, but I'm willing to accept at least for me t. Oh, be able to say that I had you for a while and it was the best years of my life. I hadn't even noticed I was crying until I felt the salty water slowing seeking into my mouth. I looked at Jacob and he looked sad, but mainly like he was trying to decide between something. He sighed, got up and kissed me forcefully, making tears fall down my cheeks, seeping in between the both of our cheeks. When he pulled away, I whimpered at loss of contact. I looked at him and he still looked sad. He pulled me back into the chair and sat next to me. Renesmee, I have to tell you something. It isn't going to be good, but I need you to listen to it all, he said sadly. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I have a feeling from Jacob's tone that this won't be the only tears I shed tonight. Jacob, I knew so. Nothing was wrong in the car when Ness was looking so pitifully sad in the car. I wanted so bad to comfort my love. I asked her about it and knew whatever it was would be a deep one because Ness is no way a crybaby, but gets sad when she feels she's losing. In this case, I don't know what she thinks, but she couldn't lose me if she cut off my foot and sold it for cotton candy, too. She kept staring like I would leave. When we got to the house, I had to tell Seth to go inside because Ness. She led me upstairs to her room on the balcony. I don't know why when everyone can still hear us. She sighed. So are you finally going to tell me what's wrong? I got straight to the point. I would hate to prolong her pain. Jacob, what I am about to say, I need you to listen and not interrupt, okay? Of course. Oh Shazam. Jake, I am in love with you. I couldn't but smile at the fact that she loved me and that she knew she did, and I know that you could never possibly love me as strongly as I love you. What? She can't really think that. She can't be so blind as to see that not in all her immortal could she ever want, love or need me as much as I do her. I was going to defend my love, but she just continued. And I know about how wolves have that special connection with someone, but seeing with my own eyes today made it very clear to me that you don't belong to me. That you can't, because one day you're going to find that one girl who means everything to you, and you may not admit it now, but you will forget me. That's why I was sad, because I don't want you to forget me, but I know that someday it will happen. All I ask is that for now you at least let us be friends, because I don't want to lose you. I know that one day you'll leave, but I'm willing to accept at least for me to be able to say to I had you for a while and it was the best years of my life. Damn, I knew this was coming. I had a feeling when she saw Embry imprint on Van that she would be curious as to what that actually meant. I loved her and I couldn't have her in pain like this. I won't have her thinking that she could ever lose me. I love her and she loves me, and she deserves nothing less than the truth, the whole truth, even if it would ruin everything. I sighed and got up and gave her the most passionate kiss I could muster up, saying everything I could never describe in words. I felt her tears from when she gave our speech, and that brought me back to what had to be done. I pulled away, receiving a whimper from her, and I sighed sadly. Come on, Jake. She loves you. You love her. She can handle it. Maybe. Renesmee, I have to tell you something. It isn't going to be good, but I need you to listen to it all. I could hear the sadness and depression in my voice. Yes, Jake. She seemed sad and I couldn't conjure up why. But it convinced me to continue, because knowing her, she was sad because she thought I was breaking up with her. I sat down with my head in my hands, trying to think of all the ways I could say this. Quote, Renesmee, you know how when you were younger and I told you that wolves have special connections with certain people? What the fuck kind of opening was that? Of course she knew. She's the one who brought it up, you idiot. Of course, Jake. Work with what you got. Well, that connection is called imprinting. Isn't that like what deer do? Deer. I don't know about deer, but it's a wolf thing. It's more than just some connection. It's like, how do I describe it? How do you describe the best moment of your life? I just tried to think of how I felt. It's like gravity shifts. Like everything that mattered before. Everything that seems so important just doesn't matter anymore. That person is the only thing that matters. Gravity no longer holds you to Earth, but she does. She is the only thing that matters. You would walk through fire, fight dragons, climb mountains, circle the stars, and whatever else was needed for her without complaint. I paused, letting myself out of my rants, thinking of how I would do all of that for Ness, how much I loved her and how much I knew that I might lose her at this moment. I looked at her. She seemed deep in thought, but also interested to hear more. For us shapeshifters, it's like our home. even when we belong nowhere else we are home when we're with our imprint. For shapeshifters it depends on age how the bond goes, breathe in, breathe out. Sam imprinted on Emily, Jared on Kim, Paul on Rachel, so on, and even Quill on Claire. I guess Quill being my best friend, he was the first to come to mind, but he wasn't the only one. She looked stunned but composed herself as if she had grown to be okay with it, if only it could be that easy. Quill on Claire. Yes. See, of course right now Quill and Claire can't be together, she is still too young for him, but they're going through 3 stages. The first stage is known as Big Brother. When Quill will be just that, a big brother, her protector from bumblebees and boogie monsters and bedtime at 7. She smiled and so did I. Then there is best friend stage, in which he'll keep her from getting grounded, keep her company when she's sick, he'll be her best friend. I paused, not knowing how to go into the next stage. The last stage, the stage we were so obviously in. She looked thoughtful and then, without looking up, what's the last stage? Although I had a feeling she already knew. The third stage is the stage of lovers. I really couldn't say anything for that one. Quill and Claire aren't the only couple like that. There's Vincent on Carmen, Quentin on Elia, Drew on Allie, and... How the hell was I going to say this? And, she prompted. And Jacob on Renesmee. She looked thoughtful and we waited for what felt like forever until finally she looked up. Renesmee. It's like gravity shifts. Like everything that mattered before, everything that seems so important just doesn't matter anymore. That person is the only thing that matters. Gravity no longer holds you to Earth, but she does. She is the only thing that matters. You would walk through fire, fight dragons, climb mountains, circle the stars and whatever else was needed for her without complaint. Jake was trying to describe that connection that was also known as imprinting to me. He seemed to get lost when he thought about it, like it was the strongest thing on Earth. That thought, that only, made me more troubled, knowing that someday someone would have something so strong with Jake and I could do nothing about it, and yet I was interested to know more. For us shapeshifters it's like our home. Even when we belong nowhere else we are home when we're with our imprint. For shapeshifters it depends on age how the bond goes. Sam imprinted on Emily, Jared on Kim, Paul on Rachel, so on, and even Quill on Claire. Quill on Claire, him, that's weird. All the other he named were in a relationship, but I don't think Quill would be that way with Claire, especially not with her being like 9. After I actually thought about it, it didn't seem so weird as long as he wasn't like checking out a 9-year-old. He was still cool in my book. I was still curious, so I asked, Quill on Claire. Yes. See, of course right now Quill and Claire can't be together, she is still too young for him, but they're going through 3 stages. The first stage is known as Big Brother. When Quill will be just that, a big brother. Her protector from bumblebees and boogie monsters and bedtime at 7. I smiled, thinking of how that used to be me and Jake. Then there is best friend stage, in which he'll keep her from getting grounded. Keep her company when she's sick, he'll be her best friend. I thought him that used to be me and Jake too. In fact, a lot of these things fit me and Jake. Maybe no. Don't jump to conclusions, Ness, you'll get burnt. What's the last stage? I noticed how Jake was hesitant, like he didn't want to say that one, but I wanted to hear, although I already knew what it was. The third stage is the stage of lovers. He didn't elaborate on that one. What could he say? Quill and Claire aren't the only couple like that. There's Vincent on Carmen, Quentin on Elia, Drew on Allie, and what was he stalling for? And Jacob on Renesmee. Oh my God. I was in so much shock I couldn't even respond. I was Jacob's imprint. Jacob had that connection with it. He loved me, and most importantly we were in the lover section. I could tell Jacob was waiting for my reaction, and I was trying not to leave him waiting for too long, but I just didn't know how to react. Jacob, does this mean that you love me and that I'm the one you want to be with forever? He got up and wrapped me in his arms, holding me tightly. Yes, I'll love you forever and you are my imprint. I didn't say anything. I just started shedding tears from pure joy, and I guess Jake began to get hesitant because he went stiff and backed up. Ness, I know this is hesitant and I should have told you before, but I just didn't know if you would. I cut Jake off and immediately put my lips to his. Jake, I have never been so happy. I love you with all my heart. We went on kissing forever, but eventually Jacob broke apart and sighed, looking even sadder than before. What? Was there more? Ness, I have something else to tell you, and although I may have not predicted your reaction to the last situation, I know you won't like but you have to remember this was before you were born, he said, sounding sad and hesitant and mainly sure that I would not like this. Okay, Jake. He breathed in and breathed out. Ness, well, when a shapeshifter is going to imprint, he is usually attracted or attached to whatever person is going to lead them to their destiny. He paused and then looked sad and lost. I wanted to comfort him, but if I did, he would probably never tell me. For me, that person was Bella. Mom. I was confused. What does she have to do with this? He just nodded, looking down. Well, I know you've heard about how Edward left your Bella because he thought it was what was best for her, and I know you've heard that when he did, she was a real mess. Yeah, well, when she was down I was her friend, and that was also around the time I first phased. See, when I phased I began to have this insane, unexplainable urge to protect Bella because she was tied to you and I didn't know at the time. He paused and I just thought, I fought for her. I thought she was being stupid choosing a vampire over her friends. He stayed quiet, but I knew there was more, so I waited, still confused. I thought that I loved her, he said quietly. Huh, and we kissed. Twice. What the hell is he talking about? He can't be serious. In the next second everyone was upstairs, but my father looked the most worried. I felt like I was going to faint. I could barely see straight. Bella, why are you shielding her now? Edward asked. What? I'm not. You can't read her. No. Maybe her mind is just at blank. I think it was Seth who said, I couldn't really tell. I would still be able to see her think about nothing, but now her mind is like Bella's when she was human. And with that thought everything snapped back. My mom and my Jacob were together and nobody told me. I began to shake more than a mad shapeshifter. Oh my God, why is she shaking like that? Aunt Rose screamed. Why didn't you tell me? I mumbled so low that only a supernatural being would hear me. I looked at my mother, glared at her, looking her straight in her golden yellowish eyes. Why didn't you tell me? You made me think that he loved me. Renesmee, I love you with all my heart, and don't. Shut up. It's all a lie. You all lied to me. Especially you, I said, now yelling and glaring at Jacob. He said he loved me, he said he would do anything for me, but it was all just a lie. I couldn't think about anything else, not about imprinting, not about our time, not even about how my dad couldn't hear my thoughts now. Renesmee, I am sorry, I just didn't know how to tell you, Bella said, looking at me sorrowfully. You didn't know how to tell me that the guy that I loved was at one point in a competition for your love. Ness, it was never me, it was always you, that's why he imprinted. Ness, I am so sorry, you just what, Jacob? You just didn't want to hurt me. You just didn't know how to tell me that it was never me. Well, you know what? I turned around and faced them all. I hate you, I said, staring at all of them, especially Bella, with tears flowing freely down my eyes. I got in her face. I hate you, Bella. I turned around facing Jacob with anger flowing all over my body. And I couldn't say it. I couldn't hate him, even after everything he had done. Please, Renesmee, he said, trying to touch my hair. You've betrayed me, Jacob, I cannot forgive you. I said, and hurriedly jumped off the balcony and ran as fast as I could into the forest. I was mad, furious at my mom, at Jacob, at all my family, but mainly I was mad at myself. Mad at how I believed that he loved me. Mad at how I trusted them all, and above all mad at the fact that even with Jacob lying to me, I still could not ever hate him. Jacob. I sat in her room. I couldn't move. Everyone was downstairs arguing, either blaming it on people or trying to make decisions. I already knew what I would do, and it went against all my werewolf natures and my desire. I would give her time. Time without me. I had to let her think things over. I understand things can be hard. Hell, that's why I didn't want to tell her, because this was a bunch of shit. I stayed in her room so I could inhale her scent. Damn, I love her so much, and if I wasn't such a damn dummy I wouldn't be in this shit. I don't deserve her. I felt so sick without her. I felt so empty, as if I was just an organism that had no purpose. Without her, I don't. I just hope that she will come back, and even though she deserves better, hopefully she will forgive me and agree to start over. I guess Opal don't really understand imprinting and underestimate the bond we have. Well, let me be as fucking clear as possible. She is my life. That girl owns my heart, soul, happiness, and everything that goes against the Constitution. She means everything to me, and if she doesn't forgive me or if she doesn't return, I will gladly go live life as a hermit, never leave my goddamn cave. The only thing that would be keeping me alive is knowing that she is happy and safe. Jacob, help. I need you. Please don't leave me. I saw Renesmee crying and screaming. I hurriedly stood up, and before I could go anywhere, Edward was standing in my face looking just as frightened as I felt. I was hyperventilating. What the hell was that? It felt so real, and every instinct in my body was saying, "Go get your life, she's hurt." Jacob, what was that? Edward saw Ed trying to sound calm, but I could detect the panic in his voice. I don't know what it was, and I don't give a damn. I am going to find her. I thought this, and Yuli thought he would try to protest, but he just said loud enough that me and him were going to look for her. Bella and Seth decided to go with us. Seth because I really wanted to be alone. GHT now got in the car, and I burst into my wolf, knowing it would be easier to detect her and I would be faster. My body was going off so bad with warnings telling me that I needed to get to her before it was too late. I ran and ran and ran and only picked up a small scent which was already off. I usually could detect her scent so strongly I didn't even have to look. I finally got a bigger scent and followed to a cliff. Since the scent was stronger, I expected her to be up there, but when I got there her scent started to fade. What the fuck, man? What the hell is going on? I kept searching. How the hell can her scent just disappear? I was very obviously getting frustrated. Edward finally caught up. Do you see this shit? Are you getting the same thing as me? Where her scent is strong and then cuts off. Yes, he said, looking just as peeved off but containing it. Help me, Jacob. I love you. If it's the last thing I do, I want you to know I love you, my Jacob. No, Renesmee, don't leave me. I couldn't help but shout that in my mind, begging and pleading for her to hang on and tell me where she is. I pushed myself harder than I ever have in my life, sniffing every goddamn thing a million fucking times. Still nothing. I didn't just search here. I ran cities, states looking for her. Please, spirits, please don't take her from me. She is the best thing my life has ever had. If you have to take me, but please don't take my angel from me. I tried to hold it in, tried to hold in the pain, because I grew up believing that showing pain was for the weak. But that's the thing, I was the weak without my Renesmee. There was nothing. They even checked the Denali's. There was only one thing that we had picked up, that her lingering scent, the scent that we could sort of pick up on the cliff, was mixed with another. Renesmee, psychologist, therapist and other people who study behavior all damn day would tell me that it is not good to run from my problems, and at the point I am right now I would tell them to fuck off. I ran and ran and ran until I could no longer smell their scent, but I could hear the water crashing upon land. I smelled the grass with moisture and I was familiar with it. It reminded me of La Push. I almost broke down in tears thinking about how I missed La Push, how I missed being blissfully unaware. Damn. I fucking hate crying, and yet lately I was usually crying. I only cry over Jacob, so I was going to use that as my excuse. Fuck. Why do I keep thinking about him? The thing I hated the most was my love for him. Yes, my goddamn love for him. Whenever old think something that should in every state make me hate him, my mind would always contradict. He cheated on me. Ness, he did not cheat on you. Stop being so goddamn stubborn. This all happened before you were even a thought in anyone's head. Are you really gonna blame him for that? He lied. He was just trying to keep you happy. He knew it would hurt, and although yes, it's still bad, think about how much he cares for you to put so much effort into keeping you happy. And the one that hurts me to think about the most, he doesn't love you. He is in love with your mom. The only response my contradicting brain could come up with was, "Are you sure?" I just sighed as more tears began to prick at my eyes. I loved him more than life itself, and he hurt me, and yet I felt like I should feel bad for how I treated him. How I yelled at him, and I could tell it hurt, but I was in a bad place. Again I pulled my knees to my chest and held them, trying to keep myself together, because the way I was right now, I'd have sworn that if I didn't I would surely fall apart. I just sat watching the waves, thinking about good moments me and Jacob had shared, and then of course crying about it. Ness, you can't just run into the water like that. Why not, my Jacob? My 9-year-old self said. Because Ness, you may get hurt and I don't want anything to happen to you. I walked up to him, and saw he was so sincere and scared. I grabbed my Jacob into a hug and kissed him on the cheek. I love you, my Jacob. He just sighed and put on my favorite smirk. I love you too, my monster, he said that and flicked some water on me, starting a water fight. More tears. Jacob, I don't feel good, I said, whining like a spoiled child, going against my 12-year-old self. I know, Ness, sweetheart, I will be in there in a minute. You're gonna hurt for a little bit, okay? He said, sounding so concerned it made me feel slightly better. I had just had my first period and Jacob promised to come and take care of me. Now of course at first I didn't want Jacob there during my girly moments, but he would have it no other way, and once I got used to it I practically begged him to say, "Here is your steak, mademoiselle," he said, handing my barely cooked steak. "Thank you, madam," I said, chuckling. "Oh no you didn't," he said, and put my food to the side only to pick me up, throw me over his shoulders and spin in inhumanly fast circles. "Oh my God, Jake, stop," I said, laughing my ass off. "I will if you say." He paused, thinking on it, that I am the best friend in the whole wide world and you love me. "And what if I don't love you?" I said, joking with him, but he froze. I turned around in his arms and looked at his face, which looked like he was in a deep painful thought. Jake, he snapped out of it, and I put my hand to my best friend's face and he fell into it, sighing. "Jake, I was just kidding, you know I love you, you're my best friend in the whole wide world and don't ever doubt that, okay?" He just smiled and then smirked. "Am I better than Seth?" I joked back. "I wouldn't say all that, but," and he began swinging me again. More tears. I sat there into the night, probably around 9. As I sat there, knees curled, tear-stained face, looking upon the ocean and the beautiful moon, I suddenly heard someone behind me in the bushes. I just sniffed the air, but for some reason couldn't smell anything. Whatever, probably just the wind. At there until I heard the sound again and then began to wonder. I still couldn't smell anything, but I was taught too well to just still sit there. I hurriedly got up on my feet in a fighting stance. One was stalking me and I didn't like it. I wanted to believe that it was my family, but I surely would have smelled them, and I honestly don't think they would fuck with me right now. Then from the bush I heard a growl. A growl. Okay, so it was either Jake, which I doubt, Embry, which I also doubt since he was probably just getting back from Van. So Seth, what do you want? I am not in the mood, I said, getting out of my fighting stance but still standing out of curiosity of why I couldn't smell him. Out of the woods I saw a wolf about the same size as Seth but not the same color, growling and snarling at me. His hair was standing, and Jake had taught me that meant he didn't like E and was close to attacking. I hurriedly got back into my fighting stance as he started to approach me. I let out a snarl. Who the hell was this and why are they after me? I was starting to figure it wouldn't be any of my wolves because they wouldn't attack me, it goes against their nature. So who was this? I had to let go of my thoughts as the wolf began to run towards me. I jumped up into the other side, not liking how I was closest to the cliff, putting me at disadvantage. He tried to rush me again, but this time I was ready and I grabbed him by his arm, using all my little half-vampire strength to throw him into the trees. People underestimated me. Yes, I was a half-vampire, so I was naturally not as strong, but I was taught better than most and I was pissed, so long story short, back the hell up. I would have easily hurt that wolf and ran as fast as possible back to the house, but then 2 more wolves came out of the trees and I knew I was a goner. Damn. They encircled me and all growled. I growled back, trying not to show fear. There were 3 wolves and I couldn't watch them all, but I could try my best to sense them. I could sense the one behind starting to run towards me. I hurriedly ducked down and was about to run. As I was about to run, the other wolf got back up and rushed me again. As going to run and show him just how fast Edward's daughter could be, but I turned around only to be greeted by the other wolf. Before I could think, I was being hit by the main wolf and he bit my arm. I started to breathe hard. Everything got blurry. "Help me, Jacob," I thought so loudly. I knew Jacob wouldn't hear me, and even if he did, he wouldn't want to save me after I hurt him, so I just shed a tear and hoped that he would hear my last thought. "I love you. If it's the last thing I do, I want you to know I love you, my Jacob." And then all went black. I woke up in a dimly lighted place and I began to stir. Where the hell am I? Oh, look at who just woke up. "The little half-princess," said this guy. He was quite handsome, but I guess he would be most supernaturals are. I snapped at him and as about to jump up and bite his goddamn head off when I was shocked and snatched back. Shit, that shock hurt like hell, so I knew it was more than what they could give a human. New princess. List. And while you're here you're going to follow directions, do you hear me? Fuck you. He just frowned and raised his hand and backhanded me. Listen here you little bloodsucking slut you. Tim stop. Sigh. D the guy who just so happened to come out of nowhere. Tim go take a break, I'll handle this. The guy the first I'm guessing to be Tim left. Hi sweetheart. I snarled at his little pet name. Hey, I'm just trying to be nice but whatever. Where the hell am I and what am I doing here? Well, me telling where you are is not going to happen, but I can tell you why. Well, you're here because there are only few LF bloodsuckers alive and you all seem to be different apparently. Now why the bloodsuckers find this interesting I don't know nor care, all I know is at the end we benefit and get more ground. What, WHO the hell are you? I said, now completely irritated. Oh, I surely did not introduce myself. He cleared his throat. I'm Marcus, better known as Beta, but you know you could use my name, he said shrugging. What? Beta? That means he is a wolf, but what pack do you belong to? Oh, so now you wanna make conversation? He sighed, joking way too much for the situation we were in. I just rolled my eyes. Fie. Nay little bloodsucker, I am not like your poor little wolf, my poor little Jacob. Oh my god, please don't hurt him. I will do anything. He just rolled his eyes as tears streamed down my eyes at the thought of Jacob being hurt. Geez, someone's dramatic. Anyway little vamp, basically you're here so that our partners can test you and use you as a way to do something, he shrugged. Basically I was experiment. You still didn't answer what my initial question, what type of wolf are you? He just walked away smiling and then turned around. As he got to the door he turned around. What time of day did you see the wolves? He didn't wait for my answer. What time of day did I see them? What kinda question is that? Wait, when they attacked me I gasped. Oh my god. Children of the moon. Jacob. October. November. December. 3 months. 3 damn months had passed without my Ness. I was honestly in every way surprised that I was still living, let alone still going to this stupid school. I walked into my room and got started on my homework. My grades were getting a lot better, seeing as though studying was the only thing keeping me from thinking about my Ness. The first 3 weeks she was gone, Doc had to make up some shit about how I had mono or something, and after those weeks I had gone numb. I was no longer living and I was just barely existing. I could no longer sleep nor eat, and it got so bad that Edward had to hold me down while they shot me a nutrition shot and some anesthesia so I wouldn't starve or get hurt from sleep deprivation. Oh will you shutup. Maybe if you could read her mind you would know where she went. Screamed none other than Rosalie. It's not my fault her mind is all of a sudden, and do you honestly think that I would have been able to do something? She doesn't want to come back yet. And that dog is blocking Alice's vision. Even without Jacob, Renesmee's future would still be blurry. Whatever, it would be better than nothing, shouted Rosalie. Yes, they still argued Lee. It was nothing, and now that I was numb I really didn't care. I used to defend myself, but honestly what the hell is the point? None of this arguing is going to bring my love back. That's if she was even alive. I flinched. I used to hate myself for thinking shit like that. I used to tell myself I couldn't think like that I had to keep some type of hope. But if I was being honest with myself, I had given up. I still don't like to think this way because it would just hurt me, just make me think of bad things. If I did think about it, I never thought for too long. I don't know why today was different. She's dead, and even if she was not, she obviously doesn't give a damn about me or anyone else here, or she would have at least contacted us for my sanity. I was angry now. So is she really so mad that she would wish me dead? I've told her how much I love her, and even if I hadn't, isn't it obvious? Edward burst through the door and got in my face. Listen to me, dog, my daughter is not dead. Edward hated it the most when I thought this stuff. He was probably the most positive of anyone. I didn't want to, but all the stress and sadness, I just snapped. You need to get out of your fantasy world. It's over. She isn't coming back. Like a petulant little child he huffed. She isn't dead. Everything will be fine. She just needs some time. Edward, you are in denial, okay? It's like you're blind. Alice sits in a corner all damn day. Bella hasn't spoke in forever. You and Rosalie argue 24/7. Emmett hasn't even made one joke and Jasper can barely think straight, and let's not even talk about C. Arlyle and Esme, who no one has seen in forever, and you think everything is fine. We can get through it, we just wait. It's been 3 months, damn it. You see how everyone is depressed, and the thing is, you guys hurt because she's your niece, or daughter or granddaughter, so yes it hurts, but you know what, Edward? She was my soulmate in my life. Don't use, was, she isn't dead. Think about it. Open your damn eyes. The last time I heard her was in my damn head telling me that if it was the last thing she does she wanted to say she loved me. Is that not an ending statement? I didn't even care what he was talking about anymore. I was tired, it was all just too much. I sighed. I don't even care, Edward. I'm tired of waiting. I couldn't even finish, I just jump out of the window, and before my feet touched the ground I was in wolf form. It is such a good thing I lived with the Cullens so long, I got used to Edward's mind reading. I let my mind go a blank so him and no one else would know what I was about to do. I ran and ran until I got to the runaway tree, as I called it. See, Bella was such a worrywart that after the whole Volturi thing, wherever we were, we would always have a runaway bag with things. I shifted back into my human form and grabbed the bag, which also contained some clothes. Of course the clothes were my size in case I had to shift like I on the fly like I did. I grabbed the bag and now I was close enough I could run to my destination and Edward couldn't hear me anymore. I finally got to the cliff. The cliffs where I last heard and smelt the love of my life. I took what I needed out of the bag and stood by the cliff. I looked over the cliffs and saw the beautiful waves of the water. I immediately thought of La Push and how much I loved being there with my friends, family and her. I pulled out the gun. Renesmee, my love, you are my everything, and whether we meet in heaven, the next life, or wherever as supernatural beings go, I will always be your Jacob and you will always be my Renesmee. With that last thought I pulled the trigger, ending it all. I couldn't tell if I had fell into the water or if I had fell on the ground. Cause the next thing I knew everything was black. Finally, it was finally over. Renesmee. 3 months I had stayed in this hell. I was surprised that I was still alive. I could easily piss off a guard, and they could end all the hurt and pain, but I didn't. The only thing stopping me was a knowing that my Jacob was out there and that he was doing fine without me. Don't get me wrong, it hurt to think that I didn't mean as much to him as he did to me, but just him being semi-happy made my life livable. These past months were terrible. I had originally thought that this was just some stupid werewolf bent out on hurting some half-breeds, but I had soon found out that the children of the moon were simply catchers and guards. My kind, vampires, were the true criminals. There were six different scientific psychopathic vampires. Rogue, James, Beverly, the complete bitch, Devin and Peter. They would stick me with all types of needles until they found only titanium ones could pierce me. I told them when they first started, but and yet insisted. They would throw me and punch me to see how strong my body was until I dropped and would throw up from pain. They shocked us until our bodies looked like we just got out of a burning building. You could smell our flesh. They would even bite us. Our blood didn't taste nearly as good as humans, but it still had a hint, and that was enough for these monsters. They would never let us use the restroom, so we were forced to go in our cells. We were only given water before we tested and before sent to our cells for bed, and it was never clean nor plentiful. They would shock me and even at one time tried to make me mate. Luckily that was nipped at the bud. I couldn't imagine being with any other than my Jacob. They said they would bring up that experiment at a later time though. Hopefully I would have died by then. When they tried to make me mate is when I found that I was not the only half vampire here. There were at least 5. Nahuel being one of them. Once I had found out that him and his sisters were here, I quickly found comfort in them. They and the sorrowful Marcus were my only comforts. I had learned a lot about myself though. I learned that I could now put a shield only around my mind. I haven't learned to lift it, but they keep forcing me and beating me until I pass out. I learned that if I tried hard enough and someone's guard was down, I could read their mind. Cool, right? It didn't make up for the pain, but it damn sure was a small light. As the testes, we were only fed at night, and when we only fed scraps. Last night I got the crust of someone's bread, and that is probably the best food I have had that they have given me since I got here. Marcus only came at the most once a week, and when he did he would always sneak me food. He pitied me. He didn't hit me like the others and only looked sorrowful when he saw me. I didn't need a mirror to know that I was now messed up completely. My hair was dirty, matted, and had a few bugs inside that I had learned not to care about. I had probably lost about 20–50 pounds, from lack of food and a proper diet. My skin was pasty, fragile, and looked like if you touched too hard you would tear me. My eyes had bags, seeing as I was only allowed at the most 4 hours a day while the other 20 I had to be tested. I had come to a conclusion that it no longer had to do with test, but that these vampires just didn't like half vampires. I mean, how many tests did they have to do? I was barely living. My heart only beat because it was determined that it would see him again. "You street, you PID half-breed," snarled one of the guards. I knew it was the guard throwing Nahuel in his cell, which was next to mine. I heard Nahuel hiss. The guard threw him in so hard I heard a piece of the cell fall off. "Nighty-night, you stupid blood-sucking demons. We had just been tossed our food, which today was some old pizza crust with fly smell on it." Lights out. It was pitch dark, and too dark for even a half-vampire's eyes. "Renesmee, you have to get out of here," whispered Nahuel. "Thank you for stating the obvious. I'm serious. We have to get out of here." "Yes, but you first." "Nahuel, I am not leaving here without you. I can't let you, Sasha and Sonia, stay here by yourself. And you won't for long, but you have to get out of here and go to your family, and then you'll have a chance of saving us." "No, I won't leave you guys." He just sighed. "Just please, think about it." "Good night, Renesmee." I sighed. "Good night, Nahuel." I went to sleep knowing I didn't plan to think on it. I was not going to leave them, and I very much doubt I was going to make it. I was too weak, but then something changed my mind. I saw him. "Renesmee, my love, you are my everything, and whether we meet in heaven, the next life, or wherever as supernatural beings go, I will always be your Jacob, and you will always be my Renesmee." What the hell is he talking about? I saw tears streak his face, and I immediately wanted to comfort him until I saw he had a gun to his head. What? Oh my Jacob. He pulled the trigger. He pulled the damn trigger. Jacob. I woke up screaming his name. "Shut the hell up, damn bloodsucker." I calmed down. It was just a dream. Right. I mean, Jacob wouldn't do something so stupid. But the bad feeling in my stomach and the emptiness in my heart was telling me otherwise. That dream, T.'s feeling, was all the encouragement I needed to convince myself that I had to get the hell out of here. Renesmee. It had been 3 days since I had come up with a plan that made sense and didn't involve me evolving into a bird and flying away. Yeah, I said flying. I haven't eaten or been treated right, so my brain isn't really functioning correctly. It took me all 3 days to come up with something sensible, and now that I was going into immediate action. It was almost time. Now why these idiots would open the whole door just to throw us scraps, I will never know, but tonight I was grateful for their idiocy. There was another reason I waited for this day. This was the day the two dimwits Scott and Will came in for guard. I kept thinking about my plan and how it was a long shot, but that I had to try. I had to see my Jacob, and that was enough motivation and more. "Hi bloodsuckers SSS. Here Scott, I've got Princess first. Go get the others food." "Good." I couldn't help but smirk a little at what I had in mind. "Hi Princess. How are you?" "Good. Great. Time for your meal," he said in a teasing sing-songy voice. I was focusing as hard as I could because despite my body whining protest my mind told me I had to be fast to accomplish this. As a half-vampire and Edward's daughter, I was faster than them, especially when they were in their human form. He was taking out the keys and had just unlocked the door and slid it open. I was slowing everything down in my head so I could concentrate, and just as he had thrown my food I jumped at him and put my hand over his mouth and bit into his neck. He was screaming, but it was muffled. I had to force myself to have control of me drinking him. They would let us go long periods without blood, and I haven't had any in almost 2 months. I sure was hungry. And it is like he wouldn't deserve it. I wasn't going to kill him, though it went against my teachings as a Cullen, but I damn sure was going to drain him to unconsciousness, which didn't take long. Just as he had went unconscious, Scott walked in and I hurried to him and repeated the process. I took their keys out of their pockets and locked them in my cell. "Nahuel, get up. What? Huh? Ust got done testing, he stuttered awake. I felt so bad, all of us had been mentally damaged to where now we wake up knowing the deal. None of us would ever be the same again, but hopefully we could escape and get better. I pray we make it out. If I don't make it out this time, I surely will be killed. I would welcome it gratefully. If I couldn't get back to my Jacob, death was the next best thing. Ness, how did you get out of your cell? He said, sounding amazed. I just smiled. You were right, I do have to get out of here, but I wasn't going to leave you guys in a cell. He smiled and I unlocked his cell, and as soon as he got out he hugged me and pecked me on the lips. I understood it was just out of appreciation because after that he thanked me, but it still felt unnatural. No one's lips felt right to mine, and no one's ever would except the one I was determined to see. Nahuel could see me arguing in my head on whether I should stay and help the others or go now. See, I could go get Sonia saying as she was only down the hall sleep, but the others were in a dungeon a little ways away from us and I didn't have time. My strength was limited, most of this was purely adrenaline, and before it all ran out I had to go somewhere safe. Nahuel came and touched my cheek affectionately. Go Renesmee. I'll handle the rest. I shed some tears and embraced my friend. Thank you Nahuel. Promise me you will. Contact me to let me know that you are safe. He smiled. I promise. I finally let him go and we both ran in our directions. I ran and ran as fast as I could through the woods. I didn't know where I was or where I planned to go, I just knew I had to get there fast, my adrenaline was running out. I finally heard a truck, the type that carry toys and gas. Thank whoever the hell is listening for TRUCK drivers and their obscene work hours. I ran as fast as my legs would carry me because if I didn't I knew the truck would pass me. I got to the middle of the road just as it was coming. The driver, an African-American woman, honked at me, but once she saw I wasn't moving and I was waving my hands she slowed down. Oh my god dear, what's wrong? My adrenaline was slowing down and I could definitely feel it. Come on sweetheart, let me get you somewhere where you can rest. She helped me up and into her truck. Don't worry little one, I'll get you somewhere to rest, you're safe now. Don't worry. Before I could question this woman, before I could find out where the hell she was taking me, I passed out. I was so tired. Jacob, I was in a white place. Yeah, I did make it to heaven. I was Saint about to celebrate when I heard, beep. Hey, what is that beeping sound? Beep, 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 beep. What the hell is that? It surely is annoying. Whatever. Where the hell is Ness? I mean, of course you would have to know that I'm only in heaven when I'm with her. I kept looking and looking. Come on now, my heaven wouldn't be this damn spacious. Wait, maybe the fact that I am cussing up a storm is making me not see her. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but who gives a damn? I mean whatever. I could still hear that damn beeping and it was pissing me off. Maybe I'm in hell and this is a trick. I am already annoyed. That sounds more like hell. You're not in heaven or hell. You're alive, you stupid dog. A voice that sounded like Edward Said. Oh yeah, I know I am in hell now. Edward is here. It's nice to know that you feel that way, dog. He can hear us, said Bella. I think. I haven't heard her in so long. I'm surprised I can still imagine it so closely. Oh Jacob, she sounded like she would be crying, but of course she couldn't, so she was just having a teary voice, I guess. The next second I could feel strong arms on me. Shit, I think she doesn't realize how strong she is. Love, I think you are hurting him, he sort of snarled. Why the hell do I keep hearing this ass voice? I mean really, what did I do so bad to where I have to spend even my afterlife hearing him and this annoying beeping, and even worse, no Ness? I mean, Edward is a good friend of mine and whatever, but honestly I would much rather hear his daughter, my life's voice forever, than his. That cause you are not dead, you stupid, inconsiderate. What did he just say? How can he read my mind? I'm dead, right? No you fucking idiot. Your half-ass attempt at suicide didn't work. What the fuck? Are you fucking kidding me? Where the hell am I then? He's confused. We were able to get to you a few minutes after you shot yourself, and when we did your brain was already healing itself. Luckily we able to get the bullet out before your brain recovered around it. I think that was Carlisle. Wow, Carlisle sounded sad, mixed with what sounded like exhaustion. Now I feel bad. Damn, it didn't work. Ain't this about a bitch? Open your eyes, Jacob, said Edward. He sounded a little pissed. I think I'm in for a lecture. No, I said like a petulant little child. I didn't win my little game. Now this bastard wants me to open my eyes only to be lectured and as proof that I failed at ending this shit. I don't think so. I think it would be best if you opened your eyes, Jacob, said Carlyle. Damn, he played the Carlyle card. Carlyle and Esme were like second parents to me. I admired Carlyle, hell I still do, and Esme was like the mom I was robbed of. I didn't want to open my eyes to see their disappointment, and that is another reason I was hoping this would work. Jacob, you need to wake up and face the consequences of your action, said Edward. Wow, now he seemed really pissed. I might as well just face the fact that I was not granted the pleasure of death, this time. I decided that if I could, I would open my eyes and get this shit out the way. I tried as hard as I could. Come on, self. Open them damn eyes. I tried and tried for what felt like hours until finally my right eye popped open, followed by the left. At least I had one damn victory. I opened my eyes and saw 10 pairs of eyes staring back. Seth, Quill, Embry, wow, must have been out a while if they were able to catch a flight and get here. I'm surprised Embry wasn't here with Van. Yes, she fell so in love with him from the imprint. They went back to La Push together and haven't been separated since. Barbie, Emmett, Alice, Jasper, Carlyle and Esme, and last Bella and Edward. Bella's eyes were shut, and if I hadn't known she was a vampire I would have thought she was going to phase. Slap. Oh spirits, I can't feel my teeth. Jacob, how could you do something so stupid? In case you forgot, I'm your best friend. Did you not think that you offing yourself would affect me? You dumbnut, she screamed. She was always bad at insults, especially for me. Bella, you are not a human anymore, and I am not 16. THES are my permanent teeth, they don't come back in. I turned. Carlyle, do you think I can get something for this? I had a puppy dog pout on my bright red face thanks to Bella. For the first time in Faux Reaver I saw Carlyle grin, and so did Bella. I looked around and everyone else looked like they were holding back laughs and smiles too, especially Emmett. Who knew my pain would make them laugh? Bella just leaned down and hugged me and kissed me on the cheek. Don't ever do that to me again. Then went out. It wasn't a question, it was a command. You know, dog, she wasn't the only one who cared about you, said, dare I say it, Rosalie. Wow, I'm touched. It went through like that for everyone, and Esme was so the worst. She looked like she was really going to cry. She hugged me so hard I would honestly prefer the slaps. That was so bad. Alice was sad and said she didn't want to lose me, and honestly I understand. Pixie is like the crazy, fashionista sister I never had. I had sister, but they damn sure were not Alice. The wolves didn't know what to say. They looked like they pitied me, and I hated it. Jasper and Emmett hugged me and told me I would make it. I guess. Just get some rest, Jacob. ND, please don't do anything like that again. You are a big part of this family, and I don't think anyone can take another loss. This came from Carlyle. I felt like I was going to break down in tears. Seth wanted to stay with me. That kid really was loyal to the bone, but I told him to go eat something apparently him nor Embry or Quill had eaten since they got here about 2 days ago. They had all left tea, and just as I was about to lay my head, a pale, gold-eyed, Edward guy came to me. Yes, Edward. Listen, dog. I am not going to lecture you, Jacob, this is all I'm going to say. He grabbed me by my collar, not hard though. Just so I knew he was serious. Don't ever do something so stupid again, or I will make you suffer way more than you are. My daughter is out there, and when she does come back, she will not come back to a dead dog. He let me go and I couldn't help but smirk. As I recall, Edward did the same damn thing, and he had a lot less proof than I did. He paused, sighed, and I could see the sadness. Damn, I should NVE thought that. I know Edward hates to relive that. Please, Jacob. For her, this family, for me. With that he walked out. 88,899,888. It had been days since I had woken from my attempt at suicide. I had been at home being watched annoyingly by the wolves. I tried not to complain because in all honesty I would be doing it again at some point until I got it right. I was at home as was everyone else. I don't think anyone cared for school anymore. I got out of bed finally and went to go eat. I didn't really want to, but I damn sure didn't want any more nutrition pills. Yuck. I got downstairs with Seth sitting protectively next to me. I just sighed and ate my damn food. I had just finished when the house phone rang. I already knew something was wrong because no one gives out the house phone. Carlisle went to go answer. Hello Cullen residents. This is Nurse Wigfall of Portland Research Hospital Portland. Who would call us from Portland? I have a lady here who has asked me to call this number. It came out sounding more like a question than a statement. Everyone got quiet and my heart stopped. Carlisle froze. I ran and grabbed the phone. What's her name? What does she look like? I damn near snarled into the phone. This better not be a game, or I swear to all religions, I will blow this damn planet up. I really will. She has what looks to be bronze chestnut curly hair, scratched up but extremely beautiful, pale skin, chocolate brown. Before she could finish, Carlisle grabbed the phone. I grabbed the car keys. Edward was booking a flight and we were all jumping into the car. For the first time in over 3 months I had hope. Hope that I would see her again. Hope that she would forgive me. Hope that I could kiss those beautiful lips, and soon. I let this thought consume me as I went down the road going about 200. It's a good thing we all had great senses. Jacob and Renesmee. What the fuck? How long does it take to ready the damn plane? I snarled to those around me. I didn't have to be Jasper to feel the anxiousness in everyone. I just so happened to be the one showing mine the most. That is probably why no one has stopped me yet. I could tell Jazz was trying to calm me, but he was wore out. He had been trying to make everyone feel better since Ness left. He was exhausted and driving himself insane. Flight A19 to Portland, Oregon, boarding first class. I ran through this goddamn place so fast you would have thought my life depended, and you would have been absolutely correct. My life in every way depended on it. It depended on if this girl I was flying miles to see was my girl. I strapped up my seatbelt and bounced on the plane. I was going to have a damn anxiety attack. It took fucking ever to load this goddamn plane. Didn't Edward know how to fly? He just nodded. Why the hell didn't we take you guys' plane? It would have taken longer to get the plane out there and all the things needed to man it. This is slow, I agree, but the fastest we could do. We could have ran. You and the wolves would have been tired. I just let it go, but in my head I was telling myself, no. For her, I would run to Oregon even if it meant me being the most tired I have ever been. I would do it for her. It took forever on this goddamn plane, but we finally got there. I didn't need to do anything else. As soon as my body got out of the airplane, I felt it. I felt it. I felt her. I didn't need any directions. I knew where I was going. I also for some reason felt the strange urge for some apple juice. I hate apple juice. Whatever. I saw Edward's face light up a little, and I am pretty sure it had nothing to do with the juice but with my feelings. I saw him watching his pace as he ran over to me. Are you sure? I don't really know. Am I? I mean, I haven't felt her in 3 months. Maybe I am wrong. But my inner conscience was telling me, no, you are not wrong. Go and get your life. Now. That was enough for Edward. Edward told me to lead the way. We got the fastest rental car out there, Ferrari, California, and I didn't care enough to admire its beauty as I zoomed down the road. I pulled to the front of this hospital, Portland Research Hospital. I could feel our connection pulsing. I ran inside the hospital, not giving 2 shits if these people saw me going at a non-human pace. I was inside the hospital when I saw this okay-looking redhead sitting at the counter on the phone. Excuse me, miss. I am looking for a Renesmee Cullen. She was taken in a few days ago, bruised up. A nurse Wigfall contacted us, said Edward. I saw him flinch when he said bruised, and so did everyone else, including myself. He could smell her because I knew I could. He was just so damn courteous and decided to go to this lady. Yeah, Brenda was so licking all on him like he was a sucker. I told her she could stick her excuses where the sun don't shine. Yeah, like totally. I think I couldn't take and I could see Edward getting pissed too. It just so happens that I have the worst temper, so I snapped first. Hey, I am trying to ask a question. Get off the damn phone and assist. Everyone around D looked astounded but knew that I had been really testy ever since this happened. She huffed. Girl, I will have to call you later. Show. What do you? She turned around and paused when she looked at us. She had lustful look on her face when she looked at me and Seth. PFF'd as if. I pray to the spirits she isn't his imprint. Of course she isn't. Being alpha, I had a special connection to all my wolves. So when they imprinted I could feel it. Hello. Yes. My name is Caroline. How may I help you? I need to find Renesmee Cullen. We were called by a nurse Wigfall. She said that she was down here. We need her room number. She just stared and then blinked. Oh. You can't go up there until the doctor gets here. Fuck no. I just walked off, in the direction my pull was telling me to go. That was yelling at me and I am pretty sure Carlisle was trying to fix it. Fuck this. I had waited 3 damn months. I was not waiting anymore. I got to her door and my pull was telling me. Go to your mate. Go get her. Protect her. Go home. I took a deep breath and walked in and gasped in shock. She looked so fragile and frail. She was small, banged up and looked tired, but she was my girl and you could still see her obvious beauty. I walked up to her slowly and noticed the gang behind me. I didn't care though. I put her soft fragile hand in mine and sat down in the nearest seat. I still had her hand and I don't give a shit. I don't plan to let it go. I sat there for hours and for the first time in months, I purposely put my head down on her bed and went to sleep in peace. I still questioned whether or not she would forgive me. But even if she didn't, I now knew what it was like not to have her, and I would rather her be upset than gone any damn day. Few hours later, I woke up from a jerk movement in my hand. Renesmee, you have to wake up. You have to get back to your Jacob. He needs you. Wake up. I looked at her. That was her. Oh, I don't know why, but I felt so damn good. I mean, I hadn't heard her mind as so long. Jacob. I heard her voice. Her real voice. It was scratchy and it sounded as if she needed water, but I almost broke down when I heard that it was still beautiful. I put my hand to her face affectionately and she leaned into it. She sniffed it, inhaling my scent. She was smiling and the next thing I know she is crying her eyes out. I couldn't help it. I know. She was fragile, but I just had to touch her. I got up and tried to hug her when she hopped up out of the bed so fast and was at the end of the wall snarling at me and everyone else that I had just noticed was in the room. Edward was looking at her in a funny way. He walked to her with his hands up in show of surrender. Renesmee, this is not a dream. I can see what you've been through. He snarled and closed his eyes when he did. I hope it wasn't too bad or I might go to jail and that would so suck. Renesmee, this is real. You smelled him. You know that scent is too real and too strong to be fake. I understand that after all the pain, it's hard for you to trust anything, even your own mind, but I promise I will never let this happen to you again. You are here. I'm here, we're here and we aren't going anywhere. She looked at him, like she was scared, and she obviously was. She got out of her fighting stance and slowly walked to Edward. She was finally close to him. Daddy. I could see he couldn't hold himself anymore and grabbed her urgently in a gentle hug. She sobbed into his chest and he just held her. It hurt me so much to see her so hurt and broken. I literally wanted to fall into the world. She looked so completely weak, I could tell she hadn't had any blood in a long time. After she got out of Edward's embrace, Bella came and repeated the same process, put a lot more hysterically. Rose and Alice didn't want to ever let her go, and Esme looked even worse than when I tried to kill myself. It seemed as if Emmett didn't even notice that she was fragile because he hugged extremely tight until Edward had to actually pry him off. Jasper hugged and looked really emotional, but then again he had the emotions of everyone else on his hands and his own. The wolves hugged her and Seth actually cried. I was surprised to say the least. He didn't even cry when his dad died. Finally everyone had gotten their hugs in, and as if we were reading each other's mind, Renesmee turned Ed around and stared at me with what looked to be love in her eyes. Did that mean she had forgiven me then? She walked slowly to me. Oh shit. What the hell am I supposed to do? I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to hug her. Kiss her. I wanted to never let her out of my sight or embrace ever again. As she got closer I noticed a tear going down her face and I couldn't help but lift my hand up and pay it from her face, letting my hand linger, knowing I may not ever be able to touch her again. She leaned into my touch and when I took my hand off she quickly closed the distance and kissed me. I was Caught off guard and didn't move with her. I guess she got scared because she began to pull back, but I refused to let her accomplish that. I hadn't had my love in over 3 months. There was no way in hell I was letting her go. I wrapped my arms around her slimmer than normal waist and brought her face a lot more fiercely to mine than usual. I tried to my best ability to be gentle, but I happily failed. I put my hand to the back of her head and took her mouth with so much force I thought we would explode, but we would explode together. That sounded terrible, wanting to explode together, but it was not a penny less than the truth. I heard someone clear their throat, and I don't know exactly what they were expecting, but I am pretty sure it was not my middle finger, although I gladly gave it to them anyway. I would feel bad if I pulled up and found that I had flipped of Carlisle or Esme, but in all honesty I couldn't think about that right now, and it seemed like Renesmee wasn't either. She showed me the love she had for me through her connection. She showed me how I was basically her rock, and I couldn't help but smile against her soft lips. We finally pulled away, and when we did I had notice that we were on the bed and in the room alone. When the hell did that happen? I don't know what the hell I was expecting to happen, but it damn sure wasn't what happened. I started off depressed and contemplating my death again, and now the love of my life is my arms and I am kissing her neck as she rubs her head against me. Damn, what a day. 888 quadrillion 888 trillion 888 billion 888 million 888,888. Recap: and still unconscious. Renesmee. I was dead, I think. I mean, the last thing I can remember is me in some lady's car giving her the Cullen household number. I couldn't feel anything except being carried somewhere. Oh goody, I think I am going to heaven. I knew we could go to a good place. I would see my Jacob. Well, in vision, but it would be real enough. I heard beeping. What the hell is that? I listened a little harder. It was a damn life machine. Shit, I was on a life machine. I was unconscious. Well, yeah, bright side, I still had a chance of seeing Jacob. Yeah, right, Ness. I mean, those stupid wolves will be looking for you and the others. What is the chance of you getting out of here? You can tell that damn cell did things to me. My subconscious used to be so damn positive. Well, you know what? I don't give a damn. I would get out of here. I had to. I felt stronger than I ever did for Jake. As if me living, me being strong would somehow make a huge difference in his life. And his life was the most important thing in mine. I heard voices. Oh shit, I forgot. I was in a hospital. They would try to take tests and things. They would try to pierce me with human needles. It wouldn't work. I could not allow that, or the secret would be out. I began to move my toes. Like Kill Bill, wiggle your big toe. I love that movie. Any damn way. I finally was able to open my eyes to see a bunch of humans surrounding me. Sweetheart, would you like some water? I just nodded my head. I was given some water and my throat felt a little better, but I knew I needed some blood. The lady that dropped you off gave us a number that you gave her. Would you like us to call the number? I started dropping tears. It's okay. We won't if you don't want us to. The older woman doctor came to comfort me. I shook my head so fast I got a slight headache. No, I would like you to call. What hospital are we at? Portland Research Hospital. Thank you. No problem, if you need anything just call. I cut her off. I would like to make sure that I am given no shots or anything that involves piercing my skin. Well, sweetheart, there are certain tests that. No, I need a guarantee. Please, at least not until my guardians get here. She looked like she was debating. I hated to use my newly found power. I felt like it was wrong to search through others' minds and speak to their brains. That's what my new power was. I could basically act as a conscience. I focused and got into her. Come on, it is obvious that she has been through enough. Just let it slide, and then when her parents get here you can ask if they want her to get shots. No problem. With that she agreed, as I knew she would. She came back with some more water, but I could tell it had something in it by the strange smell. There is some anesthesia in the water. It will touch. Tay disgusting, but you don't want to get a shot, so I'll get you some apple juice to wash it down. Okay, sweetheart. Thank you. I drank it, or pretended to at least. I was tired and wanted to take the stuff, but I wouldn't. What if she tricked me and gave me a shot? So I poured it in the trash next to me. I began to watch television and was just about to fall asleep from boredom when she walked back in the apple juice. I drank, thinking about how me and Jake used to drink apple juice with our breakfast. Jake didn't like apple juice as much as orange juice but would drink it, for me. I went to sleep, by accident may I add, thinking about my Jacob and hoping that he wasn't so mad that he would just hang up my call. Hours later, I was dreaming about Jacob. His beautiful looks, his hair, his warm, soft and yet hard body, and how much I loved him. I was not just stuck in his looks though. I felt like I could hear his voice telling me I was braiding the string wrong, or him telling me to not stay in the water too long for it would mess up my skin. I could taste him. He tasted like vanilla and cinnamon mixed into a person. The one that was the strongest though, the one that was so realistic. See, I was honestly starting to believe that it was not a dream was his scent. He smelled almost as good as he tasted, and I would recognize that beautiful scent that only came from my Jacob anywhere. I felt something touching me and seeing as though I was not in a self-medicated coma like these damn nurses tried to do. I just woke up. I woke up saying his name. I was saying his name because even though the vision of him, the taste, the sound was gone, I could still smell him just as strongly. I was tired though, and I didn't want to wake just to find out that he wasn't there. Renesmee, you have to wake up. You have to get back to your Jacob. He needs you. Wake up. Okay, mind shit. You don't have to be so angry. I opened my eyes fully prepared to cry when I would find he and no one else was there. And that this was all just a sick nightmare. But I was mistaken. I opened my eyes and saw two dark brown eyes looking at me. I knew those eyes anywhere, but I didn't believe it. It couldn't be, could it? Jacob, I said in this weird, desperate voice. He began to reach out to my face. He put his beautiful hand to my face, and I couldn't help but inhale him so deep that I could feel him in my veins. I was smiling thinking about his beautiful scent and then cried my eyes out. This is a dream and I wanted the real thing. I loved him, but he wasn't here, and now I was so insane that I was now envisioning him. He got up and looked as if he was trying to hug me, and that is when I jumped to the back of the wall and hissed at him. I had just noticed that all my family, including my favorite wolves, were in here looking at me. That's when I noticed my dad and realized that my mind must be off guard. Renesmee, this is not a dream. I can see what you've been through, he snarled. I could see the seriousness in his voice. Renesmee, this is real. You smelled him. You know that scent is too real and too strong to be fake. I understand that after all the pain, it's hard for you to trust anything, even your own mind. But I promise I will never let this happen to you again. You are here. I'm here, we're here, and we aren't going anywhere. He was right, I could smell my Jacob so potently it didn't even make sense. I looked around and could see the sadness in their eyes. In my dreams I always saw my family as happy and content, so did that mean this wasn't a dream, that this is real? Daddy. It came off stuttered, but he knew what I meant. I ran off and hugged him. I cried into his shirt. We were like that forever. I finally let go of my father and was immediately hugged by Mother. It was like a merry-go-round with everyone hugging me. Seth hugged me and cried, and I shed tears for my best friend too, and how much I missed him. I hugged everyone, but there was only one person I wanted to be in the arms of. I looked to him as he looked at me. I didn't know what to do. What if he didn't want me? I didn't think long about it though. He was my rock and I needed him. I walked to him and kissed him first, and I could tell he was off guard. Even without his assistance the kiss was amazing and I felt tingles all on my lips. I was about to pull back from fear that he didn't want this, but he quickly grabbed me and kissed me with intensity. I left the world when our lips touched. I was so gone. I could hear someone clear their throat, but I didn't give a damn, and neither did he. We finally pulled apart and somehow we were on the bed with no one else in the room. I moaned as he began to put warm, open-mouthed kisses down my neck. I wanted him more than I wanted anything else. He sighed and pulled away. Damn, I knew he wouldn't. I mean, Renesmee Cullen, you were in a hospital, don't be so raunchy. I put my head on his chest and he held me so tight with his nose in my hair. I love you, my Renesmee. I smiled. I love you to my Jacob more than I love life. With that fell asleep happy. Renesmee. After me and Jake had our little lovey-dovey moment in which we kissed about 3 more times. We would have went on if my dad wouldn't have bum-rushed through saying that was enough and that the rest of them missed me too. I was still trying to force myself to believe that if I blinked my eyes and all this would not be gone. But I decided that if it was I would have to just enjoy the beautiful moment. Now everyone was in the room and looking at me like I was the eighth wonder of the world, and I was getting uncomfortable, and Jacob, being the love of my life, could feel it and tucked me under his arm with my face to his chest. I smiled as I got a quick glimpse into his mind. Another power. Renesmee, I would like you to elaborate on that, Edward said to me. I hate you guys. Always having mental conversation. Of course, Uncle Emmett. Edward, what is it that you and Renesmee are talking about? Said my mom. Apparently during her absence, he said through gritted teeth. I flinched and Jake just held me closer. She acquired some insight into certain powers harboring inside her. I smirked. My father always had to make the simplest things sound so professional and complicated, but I loved him for it. Oh really, Nessie? Would you care to elaborate? Carlyle replied with interest in his voice. I tried to speak back, but then my throat began to ache. Wait. My father ran to the bag my mother had set down and pulled out an all-black mug. I could smell what it was and almost exploded with joy. I hadn't had any in almost 3 months. I gulped faster than humanly possible. Jake laughed when I burped, well belched. Ness, would you care to talk now? I got scared. I was so not in the mood to talk about the whole story. I would talk about my powers and how I am supposedly the most talented half-vampire and unique among all vampires because of my multiples of powers, but I was not ready to talk about everything else. It hurt. Do I have to talk about everything else? He just shook his head and I sighed with relief. I sat up in Jacob's arm, but he still held me tight and I snuggled into him. Okay. Well, during my absence I have learned of some added powers. I have learned that I can shield my mind. That is why Edward couldn't hear me, but unlike Mom was when human, I can shield it as I please and I can only shield myself. I can still project images, so there is nothing new with that. I can also hear others' mind, but only if they will allow me access, if I am familiar with their mind. I can only do up to 2 people at a time or I will get a headache. I can also, when reading someone's, I can get access to their conscience patterns and influence what they think and their decisions. I said that. Everyone stared at me and was completely silent. I went back into my hiding, Jacob and he continued to hold me. Carlyle was the first to speak. That is amazing, Renesmee, everyone agreed. I have never heard of any vampire, let alone half-vampire, with multiple powers, especially powers so wanted, said my dad, astounded. Seth got up and pulled me into a hug and I laughed with my best friend. I always knew you were awesome, but you just topped my thoughts, Nessie. You have finally beat my awesomeness. Please, she beat your awesomeness the minute she walked in. Push buddy, sorry, said Embry. I am surprised to see him without Van. I missed her. Edward all of a sudden looked at Bella with almost fearful eyes. They will never know, none of them. What are you two talking about? Asked my Jake in his beautiful husky voice. They looked at each other, then Edward answered, the Volturi. I don't think too many should know about this new information. The Volturi has Alwa. YS been interested in you even before this, and your new powers will be just a temptation to them. Everyone agreed. I didn't even care anymore. I just kind of allowed myself to relax in Jacob's arms. 7,092,349,871. It had been a few days since my family had come to get me. Luckily Carlyle was known damn near everywhere and he knew the head doctor. He was able to get the supplies needed and permission to work as my doctor, so I didn't have to hide. Over the past few days I had gotten so much better. I had to drink a lot more blood than normal so my body would heal correctly, but it was fine. Esme had me on a diet so I could get my curves back. Jake was also on this diet. Apparently he had been miserable and had lost a lot of weight, and dare I say it, even some of his magnificent muscles had gone a little weak, but he was going back to him old self, muscles, beautiful eyes and non-raspy voice. The thing I hated though was how miserable he had to be without me, and even still I think everyone was hiding something. Whenever they talked about Jacob's pain of me leaving, they all got this awkward look and get real quiet as if they didn't want to speak of it. They would even go far lengths to shield me from their thoughts. My mom even had to shield Seth, because he had a soft spot for me and would tell. Whatever, I wasn't that keen about hearing it. It would only make me sad for him and mad at myself for running away and making him hurt so much in the first place. Alice and Rose had went out and got me a few outfits for the hospital. They showered me up and it did awesome for my self-esteem. I was really starting to look normal and not like a weird bronze raccoon. I sat on my little hospital bed reading a book I had picked up from the store. It was some vampire book about a vampire who had an attachment to a baby, and as she got older he fell in love with her. It was quite interesting. Anyway, it was my last day here and tomorrow I would be released to leave. As I sat there reading my book, Jake was behind me, laying down curled and yet still holding my waist. He hadn't let me really leave his sight since we got together. He had to touch me. I couldn't be happier. We hadn't really discussed our relationship, so I wasn't really sure if we had gone back to boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, lovers, I didn't feel BF and GF was good enough. I mean, I wouldn't mind us going back to our relationship, but for some strange reason I couldn't help but at times think about why Jake chose me. If he would have chosen me had he not imprinted. I just couldn't get over those questions. I would avenue to move on because whatever the hell me and Jacob are, we are serious. I felt his arms tighten around me and decided to lay down with him. I closed my eyes and began to dream. The thing was my la dream was nothing but an unmoving image, 3 sets of emerald green eyes with specks of dark brown in them. As weird as it was, I should have been afraid. I have never seen these eyes a day in my existence, and yet I couldn't help but want to cherish them, and the thought of them made me smile. I woke up and saw that Jake was staring at me with so much emotion in his eyes that it made me shed a tear of joy. When I looked into his eyes, for some strange reason I saw those green eyes back at me, and a big smile found its way to my face. I shed more tears at the scene of those eyes. I don't know why, but I was so happy. Ness, what's wrong, sweetheart? Jake said as he came to me, causing those green eyes to leave. No. Jake stopped moving. He paused, looking around. Even though he had stopped, I could not see those eyes anymore. Just small fading specks of green, which were soon gone as well. They went back to his beautiful charcoal brown eyes. I loved them, but I missed those greens. What? Is there something on me? Why are you crying, sweetheart? Nothing. Never mind, I just know what's wrong. He walked to me and took me in his arms, wiping away my tears that had already evaporated from the heat of my and his body. I just had this little vision-like thing, and when you moved it disappeared. It doesn't even matter. Don't worry, I am fine, love. He just pulled me closer into his arms. If said thing were possible, which obviously it was. He inhaled my scent and I did the same for him. We sat there in our own little love bubble. Yeah, love bugs, it is time to eat. Came in my favorite Aunt Alice in with some sandwiches and my favorite clam chowder. How's my favorite and only niece and my favorite little puppy? Fine, Pixie, said Jakey. Oh, supernatural, did I just call him Jakey? Wow. Good, because tomorrow we're going home. She seemed a little too excited. Why are you so excited to go back to New Hampshire? Jake and Alice both smiled. What? I said, looking at both of them. Not going back there until January, said Jake. Alice was bouncing up and down on her toes. So where are we going? Home, sweetheart. We're going to Washington. I was so excited. I am going home. Things are getting better. But those beautiful green eyes, and these weird feelings keep telling me that this nonsense is nowhere near over. Jacob, life is going so very awesome. I mean, I had my girl. I was back home on the couch with Ness, Paul and Rachel. And let me just say, my sister, well, she was in her last month, and I will admit she was scarier than any supernatural being I have ever met. Paul, what the fuck is wrong with you? Huh, I fucking hate you. I asked for one goddamn thing, a motherfucking cookie, and you still haven't come back. Ugh. She threw a pillow at Paul. I could hear it as it hit him. Lot of force behind it. I heard her crying. Yep, crying. I am so sorry, Paul. You know I love you, it's just my hormones are out of whack. You mean the world to me and I love you, but sweetheart, while I am still sane, I think it would be best if you leave before I go all psycho and kill you. I will call you back when I feel better, said Rachel. She sounded sad, and Paul, although you could tell he was wore out, walked in real slow, showing that he missed her. That is one of the things about imprinting. It is so freaking pure that no matter how much your imprint may piss you off, you can't help but love her and always want to be around her. Paul walked out of the room and looked tired as shit. Hey, how is Rachel? I whisper, laugh, which is really hard, so I settle for chuckling. Why do I chuckle? 2 reasons. 1. Rachel is fucking insane and will beat me for laughing at her husband. 2. Nessie is laying with her head in my lap, and if I move too much I might move her head. He is way too close to my manhood for me to allow that. I don't know what the hell has been up, but ever since we got back to La Push, we have been seeming a lot more like the sex-crazed teenagers we pretend to be. We always took our make-out sessions too far. We had began groping and touching, and damn, I was getting a little too excited just thinking about our last make-out session. I had just settled Ed for stroking her bronze hair, causing her to smile in her sleep and hug me. I didn't know if she was reading my mind, but I just told her that I loved her anyway. She beamed brighter, but I could tell she was still asleep. Bro, Jake, are you even listening? Huh, what you say? Of course you didn't hear me, you were too caught up. That's fine, one day it'll be you. Hell, soon it'll be Embry, saw. Id Paul grabbing some chips and sitting down. Shit, I had totally gotten caught up with Ness, as usual, and forgot that she wanted to go visit Van about 30 minutes ago. I really didn't want to wake her, I knew she was tired. We had went to the cliffs yesterday and dived many times. We ran, we hunted, and my favorite, we made out for hours. We stayed up basically all night, and unlike her I am used to staying up all night. I couldn't wake her up, so I just lifted her up, dismissing myself from the house and setting her gently in the car. As soon as I let her go and left her side, she began to stir. I could see her arms moving everywhere as if they were looking for me. I smiled and grabbed her and pulled her into my lap. Luckily I am supernatural and an awesome driver, so she had no effect on my driving. Also, hell, my dad is best friends with the chief sheriff. I texted him and he gave me his and Van's address. Yes, I know, they have only dated for about 4 months but were completely in love. Embry had to tell her because she was on the verge of leaving when she found he kept sneaking out for patrol when she thought he was cheating. Of course he checked in with me first and I understood. She didn't believe. He had to show her, so yes, he phased in front of her. He was so scared that she would think he was a freak, but Van, being one of Ness' weird friends, she didn't find it creepy but extremely cool, and said that was probably the reason she loved wolves so much. They fell in love more than before, of course. They moved into a small property that Esme helped them find, and from what I was seeing in Embry's perverted mind, they were definitely enjoying themselves. We finally got there and I knew I would have to wake Nessie. Ness, sweetheart. She woke up with tears in her eyes but a huge grin. So I knew it was happy tears. She had begun to have those tears a lot ever since she had seen the green eyes, as she called them. I don't know why she was so happy, but as long as she was, I couldn't help but smile at her. Come on, Ness, we're at Embry and Van's. Jake, I saw them again. They were so beautiful. I don't know why, but they look like yours but green. I love you, Jakey, she said. I don't know why, but she had begun calling me Jakey. I guess. I just shook my head and pulled her out of the car and into me. She smelled so good. She looked at me and she looked so beautiful. Then all of a sudden I saw her eyes turn emerald green. I pulled back and then stared at her. What the hell? What's wrong, Jakey? I heard her in the background, but I couldn't get that beautiful green out of my head. I mean, she had showed me through her vision, but I never truly understood until I was looking at them. They were amazing and for some strange reason filled me with happiness. Ness said she only saw the green when she was truly got lost in my eyes. Now that I was lost in hers, I could see them, and I could totally understand the joy. Ness, I see it. I see the green, I said in a shaky voice. She squealed and jumped on me and the green was gone. I'm sorry, Jake, I know my movement made them go away, but I couldn't contain it. Aren't they so lovely? I just nodded my head. I guess our visions were slightly different, she said. They looked like mine. Well, the ones I saw looked like hers but green with chocolate brown specks. Renesmee. Came a joyous Van, hugging Ness as hard as a human could. Van. She had fully let go of me and was hugging her friend. I heard about what happened and Embry tricked me and snuck out so I wouldn't go. I was so angry. Oh my God, are you okay? Van was crying. Lavana was a true friend and now they're bound to be forever. Here's the thing, since Ness is my imprint, she is basically loved by everyone. I don't just mean because of her awesome personality. All the pack is bound to protect her because she is mine, and therefore, as much as I hate to say it, she is in a way their imprint. They are bound through me to protect her. Since they have a bound with their actual imprints, their imprints automatically have respect for her. Long story short, she is like an alpha but not a werewolf. Yes, sweetheart, I am fine. You look so different, said Ness. She did look different. I think she had her hair pressed, no streaks, just pure dark brown. She didn't look so sad, she looked like she was truly happy. Soulmates can do that for ya. Her and Ness had began to walk into the house, when out popped Embry running to me. He pulled me into a wolf hug. Ah, my dear best friend. You know, Embry, you don't have to hug me so hard, I just saw you like 4 days ago. Once Ness woke up and everyone was assured that she would be okay, Embry and Quill left, they had to go see their imprints. Seth was the only wolf that stayed the whole time and just came back with us. He was her best friend, and seeing as I knew he didn't have feelings for her, I just let it slide. So, he waved his hand dismissing it. You were still my best friend in the ONLY time I saw you. Either you were sad because of Ness or I was on suicidal Jake patrol, he said. I heard a glass break in the house. Damn, she heard that. The next thing I know, Ness is in my face looking demonically pissed. What did you just say, Embry? She said in a low voice. She was talking to Embry but staring, well, glaring at me. Embry was stuttering, so she grabbed him by his collar. Embry, what did you just say? Oh spirits, I am going to die. Well, at least this time I died knowing she was safe. We were on vampire patrol for Jake. She just set him down and closed her eyes and then sighed. No, you didn't. You said you were on suicidal Jake patrol. Jacob, she said, looking back at me. I gulped. What does that mean? And I want the truth. I wanted to say the cheesy line, you can't handle the truth, but it would probably get me half vamp slapped. The thing is, Ness can be very scary when it comes to me being hurt. I remember when I was playing at the beach and this chick threw a ball at my head, and although it didn't hurt, it caught me off guard, so it looked like it should have. Ness cussed her out so bad. She grabbed the girl by the collar and told her if she ever hurt me she would assure that the girl never saw the light of day ever again. The girl literally tried to get a restraining order and almost sent us to court. Yeah, Ness can be very scary. I know she will kill me if she found that I tried to kill myself. Well, I was not going to lie to her, so I guess it is my time. The saddest thing is the time I shot myself, it was just that, but now I am seeing my life flash before my eyes. Ness, when you left I thought you had died because I caught a whiff of your scent mixed with something unknown and I saw your blood. The last thing I heard of you was you telling me that you loved me and that those words were your last words. I thought you had died. Ness, you mean the entire world and more to me, so I went insane and I shot myself in the head. Edward N. Carlisle got to me in time, and that was that, I sighed and said quickly. She was quiet for a long time, but when she got out of her state she cried and fell to the ground. I tried to touch her but she snarled and almost bit my hand. She got up at vampire speed, picked up a tree and swung it at me. What the hell, Ness? I live here, yelled Embry. Get inside now, Embry, if you don't want this next one to go in your head. She snarled. Embry ran inside. Oh spirits. Jacob, what the hell is wrong with you? She yelled and then ran up to me super fast and smacked me. It hurt slightly. She was mad, but she would never purposely hurt me. She wanted to yell some more. I could tell by the way she kept trying to open her mouth, but she couldn't and just dropped on the floor in fetal position crying. T.S. time I ignored her snarl and picked her up and carried her off into the woods and held her until she stopped crying. Jacob, why would you? I love you, and think about what I would have done had I came back and found you were dead. I really cannot and will not live without you, she said through her mind. Because Ness, you have to imagine if the tables were turned. If I had gone missing and the last thing you heard me say was through our connection, you heard me tell you that I love you one last time, then my voice disappeared for 3 damn months. I was slightly angry, but not at her, at the situation. I don't want you to answer. Exactly. You don't want me to answer because you can't handle the thought of me killing myself. Jake, this may be hard to understand, but even though you imprinted on me, doesn't mean that my feelings are not just as strong as yours, if not stronger. You are not the only who would not hesitate to give their life for the other. I love you, Jake, and if the tables were turned I know that I would give my life. I flinched. But that is different. My life is not worth yours. You have to stay here, you mean so much to everyone else. I don't mean enough, and the only tie I really have to this world is you. You are my life. Even if I did die, my life is not worth you giving yours. She began stroking my arm. I was steaming. I turned her around and she could see the anger in my eyes and began stroking my face to calm me. Ness, you are intelligent, but you are extremely stupid. What the hell makes you think that I would or even could live without you? Ness, you are right, your life is not worth mine. It's worth so much more. You are my life. Without you I am a body, a dead body. I cupped her face with my hands so that she would know that I am serious. Ness, I have been with you since you were born. Other than those 3 months you have never gone without me. I lived 17 clouded years without you. The day you were born was the day that I saw the light, the day that I had a reason to live. I am not ever going back to the dark. I refuse to live without you even if I could. You are my life, literally. The day you leave this world is the day that Jacob Black dies. 'Cause if you leave I am right behind you. Do you hear me? I said sternly so she knew that there was not one lies in my words. Had I been positive that she was dead I would have shot myself a long time ago. She had tears in her eyes and she was laying her head on my shoulder. She knows me well enough to know that when I was this serious there was no changing my mind. She nodded but still spoke. But Jake, I don't want you to leave this world. Please don't ever hurt yourself, no matter what happens to me. Please promise me. I couldn't promise her any of this. So I just held her and said, I love you my little bloodsucker. My Renesmee. She cried a little harder. She finally looked up at me and we had one of the most intense makeout sessions in the history of makeouts. Spirits, the only way I promise not to leave is if you never ever take her from me. Renesmee. I had spent my Christmas break in La Push and Forks. I hung out with Charlie and Billy who had heard of the nonsense but it was due embed down so they wouldn't know the worst of it. But since Billy does know of vampires and werewolves we got a lot more information, so when he saw me he basically threw his wheelchair at me just to get over to me. Renesmee. Oh my child. He hugged me and since I knew he knew I cried in his arms. Charlie knew I had gone missing because I found out, he didn't know that I was vampnapped. We even had an amazing bonfire in my celebration. I got to see Claire and man was she getting older. She was soon to be told of her fate with her favorite. I saw Van again and explained why I ditched last time. I saw my other best friend Rachel. She was getting much bigger. I would surely have to come back next week for her time. Sam and Emily's children were really beginning to get that Yuli look. I honestly don't think we should go back. I mean none of this shit was happening until we went to that place. I mean I am in no way willing to put her in jeopardy, said Jacob. We were having a family meeting. Because we were planning to go back to New Hampshire tomorrow. We had been talking about it for the last few days. Jake, Seth and my dad all agreed that it would be better if we just moved elsewhere. As stupid as this may sound to some, I argued against them. I mean really it is not like moving will stop those idiots from finding me. They know my scent, one of them is a fucking tracker. Besides I had actually started to like New Hampshire, I am not going to start over. Jake, they will try to find me whether we leave or not. At least if we stay it symbolizes that we are not scared and that in turn will mess them up mentally, I said. I, of course, was the only one who could even try to change Jake's mind. He would listen to no one but me. I was flattered. Ness, I realize that you would like to stay with your friend Renesmee. But your safety is the most important thing to me, Jacob, and everyone else. Jacob, Seth and my dad's opinions honestly meant the most to me, but they are not getting my point. Dad, it won't matter. They will look for me no matter where I go, so why move? I understand, Renesmee. He sighed and just nodded. I smiled. I love my dad. He can be an overprotective oof at times, but he only has my best interest. He would allow us to go back, but he would be cautious. I got up and hugged and sent Jacob and Seth the message. Jacob and Seth both glared at Edward and I knew. He felt it because he stayed out of their eye levels. Seth, Edward and Jacob always the team, until one falls for my advantages of sweetheart. I just gave Seth a kiss on the cheek which caused him to calm and I went to sit in Jacob's lap. Just as Jacob became comfortable, he jumped up along with my father and they both started growling really loudly, and Jake looked as if he would soon phase. "Yeah, what the hell is up?" said Seth. I didn't understand until I smelled it. No one should be able to smell them unless they had been around the scent long enough, or if they allowed people to smell them. I could tell it wasn't the second, or everyone else would know as well. "Bella, watch her," snarled Jake in a low voice. Both Jake, Edward and Seth all left. My mom tried to hold me back, but I shook her and chased after them. I am scared shitless of seeing these wolves again, but I was even more terrified of them hurting my Jacob. I will gladly follow them if it means that Jake and the rest of my family will be okay. Emmett and Jasper were trying to catch me so that they could stop me, but they were not fast enough. Again, thank you Edward's speed. I stopped in a field where Jake and Edward and Seth were standing. Jake was in the front and Edward was on his left while Seth was on his right. They were all snarling. Jake was just the loudest. "I told you to stay, Renesmee. It's not safe. I am not letting you go out here on your own. You are my Jacob and I won't allow you to get hurt." He just huffed. "Leave now." He tried to use his alpha voice on me, and in a way it almost worked because I found myself starting to turn around without my knowledge, but I quickly gained control. "Not without you." Then out of nowhere Edward stopped snarling, and slowly so did Jake and Seth. Then, out stepped Jacob. "Okay, so Nahuel, why is he here? I mean honestly, like, one minute I am sitting there with the love of my life, then the next I am smelling that same weird scent that I smelt in the woods when Nessie went missing. That automatically pissed me off. The scent that Ness had identified as the Children of the Moon. She never told us the whole story, just that it was the Children of the Moon and that EY had other half-vampires, but that she helped the others escape and that she had gotten some powers. She refused to tell us the things that she went through, especially when I began saying that I would find those bastards and kill them. She is such a worrywart. I had stopped snarling along with Seth and Edward. I was still in my fighting stance though, and apparently Seth had warned the rest of the wolves because I could hear Embry and Quill tell me that they are on their way. Good, because I needed someone to take Nessie out of her. I don't really know why she would go against me and come when I basically told her she couldn't. Besides, even if I hadn't told her to stay, she knows me well enough to know I would never want her to follow me, especially after all the shit that happened. I am in no way the type to fall for a trap. I know what I smell, and I know I am not crazy because Edward smells it too, so I am not falling for the whole Nahuel is the only one here shit. I sniffed and I could still smell that smell. "Nahuel, what is going on now?" said Edward in his serious tone. "I actually came here to speak to Renesmee, but since I see that you all smell my guess, I may as well introduce him to you both. But please listen, for he is not a threat," he begged with his hands up showing surrender. I shifted back, but I told Seth to stay in his form. I pulled on my pants just as Nahuel was about to introduce his friend. "Marcus, With that Renesmee stood up, but she didn't look scared, really just slightly fearful and maybe worried. Marcus," she stuttered. She tried to run to the off. Our side as a tall, tan, slightly muscular, blonde-haired guy walked out, but I quickly grabbed her arm and held her beside me, and Edward growled at her. I understood why, because he growled. He was just upset with her for being naive and trying to run over there, but in turn I growled at him for growling at her. It's in my nature, I can't help it. Princess. He actually looked a little relieved, as if her being here would stop him from having to give me an explanation. I growled, "Okay, look here guy, don't you ever call her princess again. Her name is Renesmee, and if you call her that again I will skin you alive with no type of guilt in my heart, understand?" He just nodded and gulped. He called himself walking towards us, but that is where I draw the darkest line. I growled and he began to look at me with fear. "Good. All right, Marcus." I sneered his name. "Why are you here? How does she know you? Why do you smell like them? And you better get talking like right now." He was about to talk when Embry showed himself. "Embry, take Renesmee home." "No, Jake, I know him and I am no longer in danger. I am not going anywhere without you." I thought about it and just sighed. Fine, I would allow her to stay, but she has to stay by Embry. She just nodded her head, confirming she read me and would agree. She moved closer to Embry and Seth, and I could feel myself slightly untense. "All right, now explain." He went into a brief explanation of who he was and what he was. Me, the wolves that were there and Edward were all snarling whenever he brought up an incident in which Ness would be mistreated, but she would always defend him with her too damn nice ass. She would quickly explain how he was against the torture, was rarely ever there, and when he was would always tried to help her, but he didn't know what to do because he was technically going against his only family. I had gone from being extremely to well slightly pissed, I guess. I couldn't fully forgive him because he still had to do with disappearance of my Nessie, but I understand it is hard to go against your only family even when what they are doing is wrong. When I thought of his story, I thought of myself 7 years ago when I had went against Sam to protect Bella and my unknown imprint. I didn't know what to do until I saw Nahuel escaping. I could have easily contacted the rest of the pack and they could have gotten everyone back, but I just couldn't do it. I knew what they were doing was wrong. I felt that there were too many lies, but I didn't know how to be my own person. I just hope that you will forgive me, Renesmee. I truly am sorry. He spoke to Renesmee. I still was not allowing her to go over there, and now she was standing next to me. I forgave you a long time ago, Marcus. If you don't mind, I would actually like for me and you to, well, be friends, she said in a question-like voice. He smiled. I would love that. He began to walk towards us, but then he just stopped and frowned. But now that we are friends, I need to tell you and the rest of your family everything, why this stuff happened and what is soon to come. I nodded. Maybe having this guy for some info won't be so bad. We will be a step ahead. We had all finally gotten back to the house and everyone was snarling. Well, of course, except for Esme and Carlisle, but they looked pissed. We had to hurriedly calm everyone down so that he would explain. Well, we were all told a while ago that we had to work with some vampires against some vampires. I thought it was stupid, but our alpha said that it would be to our best interest in safety and it would be beneficial if we helped these vampires. They said we would get land and we would no longer be hunted by them. That was already a plus because they were killing off a lot of our new wolves. They said that they needed our assistance and that all we had to do was capture some half-vampires. We were to keep them imprisoned for some test or whatever and then we would be repaid, Marcus was explaining. Well, why do those vampires want a bunch of half-vampires? Asked Emmett. Apparently there is some hierarchy-type group that is interested in half-vampires. I forgot their name, but the Volturi. Everyone sneered. Cutting him off. Of course it had to be those dumb-ass, never get the fucking memo vamps. Wait, I would have saw something had they planned to take Renesmee, pointed out Alice. Exactly. This was not a plan of the Volturi, this was a rogue job. See, the vamps I was working for want to be a big part of the Volturi, like guards or something. They knew that the Volturi are interested in half-vampires and think that if they do what the Volturi could not, if they can get this information and stick it to you guys, seeing as apparently there is a big conflict between you guys and the weird vamps, that the Volturi would take them in. From what I have heard, that isn't likely. Not at all, replied Carlisle. This is fucking idiotic. I mean, why would they even want to be a part of those Italian vamps? And why the hell did they come to you guys? Snarled Seth. He surely was my beta. He cared just as much about Renesmee as everyone else, so he is obviously pissed about our being in danger, but I was glad he was asking these questions. I was focusing too much on staying calm with Ness in my arms to ask those questions that Seth had. Seth, some people are just greedy for what they are not given. So they hurt others for what they want. Power, said Carlisle. And as far as why they came to us, the Cullens are well known in almost all the supernatural civilizations. Everyone is aware of the incident of 7 years ago. As well as the Cullens are known, the wolves are known even more. Well, shapeshifters. When people saw the Volturi become frightened and even stop at wolves, they began to see these wolves in a new light. They began to realize that wolves are dangerous. Anyway, the scientist would in no way be able to hurt the Cullens, get Renesmee and go against wolves and still have all their body parts. They couldn't have done all of this on their own. He just hung his head in shame. We all just sat there until I decided to ask what everyone else wouldn't. Do you know their next moves? I know that they will try to get all the half-vampires back, but it will be a while. They must have time to retaliate, but I am almost certain they will be back. Especially for Renesmee. Everyone got stiff. I stayed pissed. Why me? Asked Renesmee, still sitting in my lap but now huddled closer to me. I don't care, because I would not allow anyone to hurt her. Anyone. Renesmee. You don't get it. You were one of the most well-known people in the supernatural world without the extra stuff. Now you have all these extra powers. I don't know much of the Volturi, but I was told of their talents, and let me say that you could very easily surpass all the people on the Volturi guard. You have desired powers, not just one. He is right, Renesmee. The Volturi already have wanted me, your father and Alice, and now that you have such amazing powers, of course those scientists would give you to the Volturi and they could probably gain at least a little of the power they seek. But it is still stupid. The Volturi are power hungry and would never give a piece of their power. If anything, they will take the information and kill of them all, replied Bella. Everyone just sta. Yet quiet, but we all knew that we were in agreement to Bella's statement. We're going to have to be a lot more careful with Renesmee, said Alice, frozen in gaze. I still want to go on living my life. We should just stop. I don't know. I just don't want to lose everything for this. She was not going to cry, but she was getting emotional. I pulled her into a hug. Don't worry, my Nessie. I will never let them hurt you again. I promise. What are you all going to do? Edward asked Nahuel and Marcus. Well, I am going back to South America, but now me and my sisters are under much higher security. I think we should all stay in contact though. Ness just nodded her head at Nahuel's statement. What about you, Marcus? Asked Renesmee through my shirt as I rubbed her hair. I don't really know what I plan to do. I mean, I don't think I can really go back to my old life. Maybe I should just start elsewhere. Renesmee looked up and stared at Edward. I knew they were having a discussion. Edward sighed, signaling that Renesmee had won, as she always does. I think you should come with us. You know, at least until this whole situation is over. What do you say? Renesmee asked. Are you serious? Thank you, Renesmee. I don't deserve your friendship, but I promise to value it. And with that, we had just added a child of the moon to our already crazy family. I am so scared. I was terrified. I mean, what the hell do they expect me to do? I will be in an unfamiliar. I will be in a new place. Well, it damn sure will feel like it. I was going back to school today. I am freaking out. Renesmee, you really need to calm down. We already have your background story. You were out because your real-life aunt from Germany was fatally sick and you had to go take care of her. You just came back. Don't overreact. We will be right there with you, and Marcus is patrolling the outside of the school building. Now you have to put this on, said Alice. She was so excited. I had not wore any heels since my disappearance, but today I was. I had on some light denim skinny leg jeans, a light pink t-shirt, a white pea coat and Miu Miu pink bow tie heels. I had my hair in their natural curls but in a ponytail to the side. After I got dressed, I walked downstairs and ate my breakfast in Jacob's lap. Marcus was just walking downstairs. He looked tired but greeted everyone. He sat next to me and began talking to me and Jake, who had, as I thought, warmed up to him. He had quickly become my best friend, second to Seth, of course. After our conversation, it was time to go. I got up and finally looked behind me to help Jacob up when I noticed he had gotten so much more beautiful since the time I saw him at the hospital. He was glowing. I think I could literally see the happiness and love in his eyes. I looked over him and he has definitely gotten his muscles back, and I think they were a little more defined. He was wearing a white t-shirt that showed those muscles. He had some light denim jeans, tan Timberland boots with a tan jacket that was just thick enough to make humans think that we would actually be cold in this weather. Damn, he was so hot I wanted to run my tongue over every part of him. Starting at his beautiful lips, then around to his ears, then down to his neck, and then I would finally reach his abs, which I would spend so much time on. Then as I made my way down to his abs, I would why with him and run my hands over his manhood, and as I heard him moan my name, I would finally please him by bringing my mouth. Ness, are you ready? Said Jake. I noticed everyone was gone. Wow, how long have I been daydreaming? I am so glad I can shield my mind now without even trying, or my dad would have killed both me and Jacob. Yeah, I was just daydreaming, that's all. Let's go. We walked outside, and as I expected, everyone's car was gone and so was Marcus, so Jacob would have to down the gas pedal. With that we zoomed out of the driveway. I was so happy to be in the Camaro. I hadn't been in it for so long, and now being in it with Jacob I felt at home. The drive went by too fast, and when I looked up we were at the school parking lot. Our family was just pulling up. That's how you can tell Jacob was destroying the speed limit. You ready? I loved hearing Jacob's voice in my mind. He sounded amazing. Yes, I am, love. He smiled, and it made his already glowing face so much more beautiful. He got out of the car and so did I. He walked to my side and grabbed my hand. Everyone else got out of their cars as well. Everyone was outside, and when they saw me I actually heard most of everyone gasp when they saw me. I tried to discreetly bury my head in Jacob's arm, but that was impossible, so I just continued to look forward. Oh my God, is that Renesmee Cullen? They told me she took her maternity leave. She doesn't look pregnant. She looks gorgeous, said some girl. Well, I was told that she got an abortion and she was gone because she was having emotional problems. You know that all of that is just a lie that Evelyn started because Renesmee got what she couldn't. See, someone loves me. Before I felt it, I heard and smelt the impact. There were like 4 people heading towards me, one was running. I turned only to be smashed with someone's body. Oh Nessie, I miss you so much, yelled Yasha. She looked different. She looked like she had come out of her awkward butterfly stage. She had on black skinny leg jeans and a black and white t-shirt with the Beatles name on it. I finally pulled away and was expecting to be greeted by my other friend, only so see that they all had the saw me, you got some splainin' to do, stance. I turned back to Jacob, I have to explain to them. Do you mind meeting with me a little later? He just smiled, gave me a quick peck on the lips and walked, leaving me wanting more. I turned back around and they all still looked pissed. Okay, listen guys, I had a family emergency. My biological aunt was fatally ill and I had to go to Germany to take care of her. I am really sorry. I know I should have told you guys, but I just didn't have time. Forgive me. They all looked as if they were thinking when Lachey looked up and smiled at me. I forgive you, dear, said my English rose of a friend. I guess I will forgive you this time, said Alex. The last one was Herschel. He looked mad, but when I threw out my puppy dog face he couldn't resist. Quote, you know I can't handle the puppy dog face. Come here. I ran into my friend's arms. You are so lucky I can't stay mad, he said. With that I walked to class with my human friends. And then he lit the firework and it popped off and got in his clothes. You should have been here, Ness. He was yelling and calling for. Alexander quickly put his hands over his English rose while everyone was laughing their asses off. So was I. Apparently Alexander was trying to be impressive and got a firework in his clothes, and well, the rest is history. You know, Lachey, some doors are never meant to be reopened. That he put his girlfriend over his shoulder in caveman style and carried her and him off to class. I just looked at Yasha and Herschel and we all burst out laughing. Jacob, life has been nice. Ian, I have gotten a lot of customers recently and so cash is stacked. I have the love of my life back. School is almost over and we will be going back to La Push and Forks. Ness was sitting in my lap and had just got done helping me with this history paper I had to do. I was stroking her long bronze hair. Lately I have been having these strange thoughts. These thoughts of her being Mrs. Jacob Black. Just the thought of it made me shiver in delight. She would be all mine. I knew I couldn't marry her right now. I didn't want her to be distracted from her studies or whatever. Besides, we were too young and I don't think she would want to marry this young. But I knew I had to do something. This feeling was consuming. I had to claim in some symbolic way. Then it hit me. I knew what I would do. The next thing I knew, Alice was knocking on my door. Of course somehow she knew that I would need her help. I just smiled. Come in, Alice, I said. She came in with a huge smile on her face and she streaked at me and I just quickly nodded my head. Ness, your mom and dad are going hunting and they would like you to go. Oh, okay. Jake, you coming? As much as I wanted to go with Ness, I knew I had to talk to Alice. Nah, Ness, you just go. I promise to be here. You should take Marcus. She just nodded and kissed me and went to go find Marcus. Alice didn't talk until we heard Nessie and The rest of the people who were going leave. As soon as they were far enough, Alice exploded with joy. Edward told me what you were thinking. You really want to do it. We can go get some catalogs and we can get online. Oh, I know the perfect place to look. Oh, this will be so much fun. Wow, she was way too excited. Calm down. Damn Pixie. She stopped bouncing but still had a huge grin, which made me chuckle at her lively enthusiasm. All right, Pixie. Yes, I do want to do this and I am definitely going to need your help. I take your enthusiasm as a yes to your help. Of course, puppy. This is going to be so awesome and it is so sweet. All right, let's get to it. We looked through catalogs, went to stores, and we were online for a week until I found the perfect one. Alice was purely bussin' and was able to get it shipped here pretty damn quick. I have had it for about 4 days. Alice was down my throat about doing it as soon as possible and to stop being a wimp. I walked into her room, which I haven't been sleeping in because I was afraid she would pick up on my thoughts. I even had Bella shielding me most of the time. I just couldn't bring myself to shield my thoughts from my love on my own. Anyway, I walked into her room as silent as I could and left a note on her sheets. Be ready at 9 for a dinner date. Love, Jacob. I spent all day getting ready for our date, until Pixie finally decided to just come over and help me get dressed. She put me in some dark denim jeans and a dark blue plaid shirt unbuttoned with a black t-shirt underneath and black Vans. Are you sure I am not underdressed? I am dressing her, of course I know. Besides, the date is at the mountains and you don't need to wear anything too fancy. Don't worry, Jacob, you won't mess up, I promise. I trusted Alice and walked downstairs. I waited and waited until finally Alice came downstairs. Now what you all, Jake, have been waiting for. Renesmee Carly Cullen. Then she came down and she looked stunning. She had on a dark blue dress that matched completely with my blue. She had on some black 4-inch heels that had a blue bow on them. Her bang was flat but the rest of her hair was in its natural curls. She had a blue pin in it that only made the bronze stand out more. She began her walk to me and I couldn't help but look at her magnificent beauty. She was just staring at me and we could have stewed like that forever until Alice began pushing us towards the door. I did not waste my time helping with this date simply so you two could stare at each other. Now go. We were out the door when I grabbed Nessie by her waist and brought her towards me in a passionate kiss. Now, let's get on before Alice kills me, I replied. She chuckled. I looked her over and she looked like an angel from the heavens above. And she is. She's my earthbound angel. Ness, you look amazing, but are you sure you don't want to change? I mean, we have some hiking to do. Nah, I'm fine. Besides, I can remove the heels. Oh. And these I can wear them as flats, she said, and then removed the heels as if to prove her point. I just nodded and we began our travel to the path of the South Cliffs. We walked slowly to the cliffs. We talked, and when we were silent we always had this comfortable silence about it. That's another thing I love about having an imprint. Nothing is ever awkward. We finally got to the South Cliffs. South Cliffs was a place I stumbled upon when Ness had gone missing. It was amazing. It had a beautiful, small crystal clear watering hole. It had beautiful plants and the animals always sang in harmony. Only thing is, it was hard to find. You definitely had to know where you were going. Ness stared at the place in awe. This place is breathtaking, Jacob. How did you find this place? This is I found some sort of peace while you were gone. I promised myself that if I ever got you back I would share this beauty with you. So you like it? No, I hate it. Duh, I love it. She ran to me and kissed me so passionately we both fell on the soft plush grass. Ness, as much as I would love to sit here and have you kiss on me all day, I would like to make this date as special as possible. With that, she reluctantly got off of me. I got up and pulled her to my side and led her to the setup I had for her. It was a small little table that had white and red roses all around it. Next to the table was the food I had to have Alice get from Emily, who insisted on cooking. I took her to the table and she looked really emotional. I set her up a plate and she just sobbed a thank you. Ness, sweetheart, are you okay? No, Jacob, I don't deserve you or this. I ran to her side and kissed her with all the love I could muster. No, you deserve so much more, but I thank the heavens that you have chosen me. Now, let's eat. I ran back to my side but on to grab my chair and bring it to her side. I took my fork, stuck it in her food and began to feed her. It was turning me on. After we had finished I knew it was time. I grabbed her hands and looked her in the eyes and took a deep breath. You can do this. Ness, I have known you all your life and I have loved you since the minute our eyes met. You my everything, and there is no doubt in my mind that there is no one out here that I could even love 1/4 as how much I love you. You were it for me. I was yours and I always will be, so will you be mine. With that I pulled out the ring and awaited her answer. I was shocked when she answered. Renesmee. Jacob and Alice had been acting slightly different but I just threw it to them being weird people. Until I got the note by Jake saying that he wanted us to go on a date. It took forever for me to get dressed, but when I finally did make my way downstairs, Jake struck me with his casual beauty. Damn, even casual he was amazingly more beautiful than me. After looking at each other and kissing and then walking and talking, we finally got to the dating spot. It was the most beautiful place I had ever seen. I stared in awe. This place is breathtaking, Jacob. How did you find this place? This is where I found some sort of peace while you were gone. I promised myself that if I ever got you back I would share this beauty with you. So you like it? No, I hate it. Duh, I love it. I ran passionately to him and kissed him with all I had. I don't know how, but somehow I looked up and we were on the ground. Ness, as much as I would love to sit here and have you kiss on me all day, I would like to make this date as special as possible, Jake said, disrupting our makeout session. I could tell. He was running out of breath from all this kissing, so I reluctantly got up. He pulled me over to this small little table that had white and red roses all around it. Next to the table was, from what I could smell, all my favorite foods. I was so emotional. I don't know what I could have possibly done in any past life to deserve him. Ness, sweetheart, are you okay? No, Jacob, I don't deserve you or this. He ran to me and kissed me forcefully. No, you deserve so much more. But I thank the heavens that you have chosen me. Now, let's eat. He ran back to his side of the table and I began to get a little sad for lack of contact until I saw him grabbing his chair and bringing it back over to me. I didn't agree. I think I was the one who should be thankful, but I just let it go as Jacob fed me. We finished. Jacob began to look a little nervous. I was about to ask what was wrong when he took a deep breath and started. Ness, I have known you all your life and I have loved you since the minute our eyes met. You are my everything, and there is no doubt in my mind that there is no one out here that I could even love 1/4 as how much I love you. You were it for me. I was yours and I always will be, so will you be mine. He pulled out a beautiful jade and diamond ring that was definitely real and definitely expensive. I began to cry, and just nodded my head. Yes, Jacob, I will marry you. I got up and ran to. He just laughed and kissed me and sat me down on the table. Ness, as awesome as it is that you would be so happy to marry me, that's not what this ring is for, he said and chuckled a little. Well, now I'm embarrassed. My cheeks got really red and he just touched them and kissed my cheeks. Don't be embarrassed. This is a special ring though. This is a promise ring. It is basically a pre-engagement ring. It sort of symbolizes the bracelet I gave you for your first Christmas, but it's a lot more mature. It says that I will always love you and that we are lovers and always will be. It says that we have so much faith in our love that one day, without doubt in my mind, I know I will call you Mrs. Jacob Black. Most importantly, it says that you are mine and that I am yours. So, will you wear my promise ring? I was crying at the end of his speech and hugged him. We went into kissing and he took my arms from around his neck only to slip the ring on and put them back around his neck. We kissed for what could have been minutes, hours or days. Jacob, when can we get married? When do you want to get married? I thought about and finally decided with a small. After graduation. That's fine. That gives us about 5 years to get it ready. And I looked up at Jacob and cut him off. No. I mean after senior year, the next year. He just stared at me, confused. You want to be married out of high school? I began to get nervous. I mean, if you don't, then I can. No, Ness, I don't care when we get married as long as I get to be with you. I just didn't think you would want to get married so soon. I cupped his face with my hands. I would get married tomorrow if I could marry you. I kissed him. Wow, we are so corny. he said, causing us both to break out in laughter. Jake, how much did this ring cost? I asked. I know it had to be expensive. It had 2 of the most expensive gems in it. It had beautiful blue diamond-shaped jades going all around the silver ring, and as the CENTER stone was a beautiful princess-cut diamond. Hell, he got it for me simply as a promise ring when it could pass as an expensive engagement ring. He just kissed me knowing I would be mad if it cost too much. I didn't hate nice things. Hell, I loved them, but the simple fact is Jacob gave me more than enough just by simply blessing me with his presence, and I didn't like getting expensive things from him. Don't worry about it. It was well worth it. Whatever, I was not going to worry because as of today I was promised and soon to be engaged. I was promised to be his forever. Hell yeah. He just laughed. I must have my thoughts off guard. I just thumped him on the nose. He picked me up and put me over his shoulder, caveman style. Put me down, you animal, I said, laughing. No, Mom, I am afraid I can't do that. According to that ring you wear, you are mine, he said, and smacked me on my butt. I just gasped because after he smacked it he began to rub it. He sat me down by a tree and I leaned against it as he kissed me into ecstasy. It could have been minutes, hours or days, it didn't matter. I was lost with him. He was trailing his hands up under my dress and was rubbing my core through my lace panties, which were embarrassingly wet. Jacob was now outlining my panties. He is such a tease. He smiled against my lips. Damn. My thoughts are so off guard. I loved him and I would content with losing my virtue to him tonight. When I thought that, he pulled his hands back and reluctantly pulled his lips away, causing me to whimper in dissatisfaction. Sweetheart, I love that you would give yourself to me, but I think we should wait. I began to get sad. He was rejecting. He scooted close to me and pulled me in his arms. I am in no way rejected. I am asking us to wait. I mean, your family is home and I don't want to be skinned alive tonight. Besides, I am pretty sure your dad has a big "don't take my daughter virginity until you marry her, you dog, or I will make you suffer" rule. I laugh. Edit how that actually was my dad saying that. I got up. I can't stay mad at Jake. We walked to the house, racing. When I got back, Alice hugged me half to death and so did everyone else. The night went by in a blur, and the next thing I know my head is laying on Jacob's bare chest as he strokes my hair. Jake. Yes, Renesmee. I didn't want to ask this question because I know that Jacob would be sad, but I had to know. I felt I had to know, especially before I married him. Why did you choose me? Why do you love me? You could have anyone and yet you settle for me. Why? He was quiet and then picked me up by my waist so he could sit up and set me on his lap. He looked me straight in the eye, letting me know he was serious. Renesmee, I love you and there are no words to describe the love I have for you. Why did I choose you? I didn't. For some unknown reasons the heavens gave me the opportunity and great honor to be chosen by you. You chose me and I have never been so happy. You are everything I want, need but don't deserve. You settle for me and I couldn't ask for more in this world than to be with you, and even that request is selfish. Why do I love you? Because you saved me from darkness, saved me from death and saved me from myself. You give me something to live for simply by living each day. You don't take me seriously when I say this, but I am telling you that you are my everything, and nothing on this earth nor outer space means more to me than your safety and happiness. Settling for you. Please, if anything, you are settling for me. I don't deserve, and that much is a fact. I don't want anyone else because I could never love anyone the way I love you. Does that answer your question? He looked at me with such sincerity and seriousness I had to believe him. I had tears running down my cheeks, but I still brought my face to his for a passionate kiss that lasted for what felt like seconds but really lasted about 30 minutes. I love you, my Jacob. I love you, to my Renesmee. We fell asleep in each other's arms. In love, promised and awaiting our journey of tomorrow. The end.